Chat, are we back? Let me know in Twitch. Let me know in YouTube. Are we back?
There's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry. Paradigm's alive. They're all waking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you. You are leaking. On Palm platform, I realize the devil's away with me.
going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, what have you in your time zone. It is Tuesday, Newsday Tuesday, the 3rd of March, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however. I can't find music, chat. Wherever, however, whatever, and whoever, whenever you are. There we go. That is a nice little ditty. Ditty. You can't say ditty. Chat, they ruined ditty. The Epstein class ruined ditty. You can't talk about a nice little ditty anymore because people think you're talking about ditty. People think you're talking about baby oil and I don't know. I never actually followed the ditty stuff, right? The Epstein stuff is bad enough without me having to learn everything about Diddy. Can you imagine if there was Diddy files? And there's somehow Trump and Diddy were like involved and he was like, no, I've never met Diddy before in my life. P Diddy, poop. I Diddy, H Diddy, who is this P Diddy that you're, and there's like pictures. It's like Trump and P Diddy in the hot tub. Wait, was P Diddy in the Epstein files? Somehow it seems like the biggest, like, I don't know. That almost seems like a crime if he's not. Just like he should have an honorary invite to the Little St. James Island just by being P Diddy. But I don't know, chat. I don't know. Maybe P Diddy's innocent. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Did he do it? Did he do it or not? That's what I'm asking. Redeemed, make Irene bounce. I mean, I can sort of bounce, but I'm on a wicker chair, and the more I bounce, the like sooner this chair breaks. I need to get a trampoline. We need to rehash all of the Twitch redemption. Why do they call it redemption? That sounds so weird. It's like, I'm not your geez. I hope everybody realizes that it's not like a redemption, like a savior kind of deal or any. I'm not taking any fucking spears for anyone, okay? That's not what we're here for today. What we're here for today is to talk about Professor Jiang. This weird guy that is probably popping up all over your feed, all over your timeline. Oh my God, chat! I lost kind of messed me up when my streaming software crashed. That's if you were on super early, you heard that. If you were on not so early, you got to hear a song like I don't know, 8 times in a row or something like that. But that's just the start of the stream. The music, the nice music that we put on, and the visual saying what we're going to be talking about today, which is indeed, is this guy Professor Jiang. He's got a YouTube channel. It's called Predictive History. I see some people in the chat saying he's sus. I don't know if I trust him. Hey, that's smart. That's smart. You should be skeptical, right? Even this guy making a lot of correct calls on geopolitics, and we'll look into that, right? Because that's his reputation. Is that this guy has got like the uncanny method of predicting the future. I don't know. He's not claiming to be psychic, right, chat? He is actually a geopolitics head and a history head and a game theory head. Oh my God, chat, and a little bit of a conspiracy head. I must admit, man loves his conspiracy theories. To his credit, he doesn't tend to introduce the conspiracy theories with an air of, and this is definitely like what happened. It's like 100%. It was the Scottish Rite in the living room with the wrench, or you know what I mean. He's not doing that stuff. He's not like But yeah, he's a little bit of a conspiracy head. He likes to discuss conspiracies. He likes to kind of throw that into there as part, and so this is where it starts to get a little bit more worrisome. Yeah. So, and what else kind of head is he actually? I would say he's like a comparative religion head. I'm not entirely sure. This is a Yale grad. He was born in China. He grew up in Toronto, and then he moved to. He ended up teaching at Beijing University in China, which I think is where his videos are coming from. And he's become, I don't know, like oh my god, chat, you know what the comparison is? And look, this is gonna make some of you more sketch. Look, I'm gonna have to deal with like two kinds of annoying chatters today, okay? My prediction right here, two kinds of annoying chatters. The first kind of annoying chatter believes that Dr. Jiang is like connected to the divine spark of the monad, okay? Yeah, because he's a bit of a Gnostic head too, and a bit of a Buddhist head, and a bit of a, you know, he's dining out at the religious buffet, and he kind of brings those things into his analysis, right? So he's a really interesting, really rare, kind of really niche sort of individual. But in terms of geopolitics, right, I don't find a lot that I disagree with. In terms of history, he seems to know his stuff, right? There's some stuff like I guess I would like to see citations, right? It's always nice to see citations. Maybe this, I don't think I saw them in the description, of his YouTube channel, but just to know, like, where are you getting this, right? Because sometimes, bringing up, like, making a historical claim, it's kind of like, okay, well, you do know a lot about history, okay? But you also do have some unpopular historical opinions. Let's be real. Some of Dr. Jiang's, beliefs about history, he's a little bit out on a limb. He is endorsing like ideas that make sense to him, but maybe that are not, are definitely not, supported by like archaeological evidence. And look, to his credit, right? He admits that, right? Like he will usually let when a theory is like, now historians are at odds with me on this one, but blah 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 blah. So anyway, yeah. So yeah, how does he making these calls? Guy knows his history. Guy understands game theory. Guy understands geopolitics, right? But it doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to agree with him on some of the things that he brings. And then there's some shit that he brings in that I'm just like, what the hell is even going on? Right? So can anybody name in science fiction, right? We're talking about a guy that's using historical analysis, right? Can we think of someone in science fiction who used a maybe more mathematical kind of historical analysis in order to predict the downfall of the Galactic Empire, right? And I'm not talking about the Star Wars one. And the coming of a great dark age, to which the only way to abate, to lessen the time of brutality and darkness and just all the bad things that go with the dark age, the only way to make this like misery, this human misery, slightly shorter was to establish not one, but two foundations. Yes, at the opposite ends of the universe. Can anybody tell me the famous psycho-historian that written about by Asimov, right? Doesn't he? I don't think remix and reload. Refresh and reload. I think you could remix if you want to as well. Does it involve becoming a worm man? Good guess, but no, we're talking about Asimov here, right? We're talking about Asimov. Wait, oh yeah, there was something in Dune like this too, but Professor Jiang has not, I don't know, read Frank Herbert, I'm guessing, yet? Has not gotten to that quite yet. Heard mixed opinions, but I haven't listened yet. I've got somewhat of a mixed opinion, but I will tell you, like, in terms of most of his, like, the predictive history, like, I don't disagree in terms of his, like, analysis of the current situation and where it's likely to go. I don't actually have a lot of problems with that. Now, what I do have a problem with is people presenting this man like he is some sort of a, like a sage that has gotten everything right, because he hasn't, right? if you watch his predictions, which I'm talking about predictions like a year or more ago that Professor Jiang made. I'm talking about predictions that happened before, well before, probably even before Joe Biden had dropped out of the election, right? And one maybe easy prediction he made was that Trump would win re-election. We could look into exactly, when he made this call, because, it's more impressive, I guess, at some points than at others. But, as long as it's within the frame of time that Trump is like running for president, it's going to be like at least a 50-50. It's not that difficult of a call, right? Second call, that the US would attack Iran. Okay, well, you could also say that the US has been making a lot of noise, and Israel has been making a lot of noise, and Israel is a United States ally that gets away with things that no other ally gets away with, right? So, the idea that somehow Netanyahu, who obviously wants war with Iran, would play his cards in such a way that the United States ends up. Now, I want to point out, right, that Professor Jiang's call is not so much that, like the amazing, it's that there's going to be boots on the ground, right? That's kind of the amazing thing. Like that's the that's the part of the claim that has not materialized yet, right? And if you know anything about the geography of Iran or the current state of the United States military, or even just past conflicts that the United States military had fought in order to, force a ruler on a group of people, for instance, right? Including, well, that's not a war, that was a coup that they did in Iran. But you would understand that the United States, a lot of times is ultimately not able to get what it wants in a war of regime change. Sometimes that spins out a Libya or a Syria, a failed state, right? And sometimes that spins out ISIS, for instance, right? Stream is messing up again. Can we get a refresh and reload? Okay, some people on YouTube are saying the stream is messing up. Some people are saying the stream is fine. We did have a minor F. So I'll let you know when the stream plays F minor, because that's when you got to refresh and reload. But yeah, look, let me type it myself, and maybe I hope this doesn't happen again. I don't know what's going on, chat. Well, I mean, I do know what's going on. Instability. World-changing events. The revelation that the United States is at least somewhat a paper tiger, right? In terms of its military. And specifically in terms of the munitions or the systems of, let's say, missile defense or missile defense, drone defense. I guess air defense is not as applicable in this situation. But yeah, I typed it in YouTube. Do I need to type it, or I typed it in Twitch? Do I need to type it in YouTube as well? Let's try that again. All right, refresh and reload. Because I'm not seeing a lot out of chat, and yeah, it's a little bit concerning here. But yeah, hopefully that's the last of instability that we've got. We've got the butterfly goal is up. You've got 3 hours, or actually slightly less than that now. How long? 2 hours and 43 minutes to try to put a butterfly in my hair. That happens if we get 10 of the teal super chats in the chat. We will I will be putting a butterfly in my hair at that point. But yeah, so it's essentially the biggest issue in the Iran war right now, and the reason that a lot of people are saying that one of Professor Jiang's predictions, right, that sounds kind of wild, that sounds kind of out there, is that like the US would lose the war. I mean, to a lot of people that's like mind-blowing, right? But if you know what I'm talking about with the terrain of Iran, the mountainous terrain, It is the, perfect place for an insurgency. It is the worst place to try to take over, and it's a place that you can't just like send troops in, from like you're gonna have to like airdrop troops in, right? It's a mess. The actual goal that Netanyahu seems to have in mind, and maybe the only thing that could actually enforce some kind of regime change on an Iranian people who don't universally love the Ayatollahs, don't universally love the Islamic State, right? There's a lot of discontent about that, but at the same time, if you had, I don't know, I don't want to use like domestic incidents into like a metaphor for this kind of station, for this situation, right? But the United States has used and abused Iran before, okay? And the people of Iran remember that, even if the people of the United States do not. The people of Iran remember the imposition of the Shah, the brutal reign imposed upon them after a CIA, like a U.S.-backed coup that took out of power the popular leader Mossadegh and replaced him with the Shah. That's why the whole the whole revolution, the Iranian revolution, happened in the first place, right? So all this claim that you're hearing from Pete Hegseth and the administration about the number of Americans that Iran has killed, right? First of all, there's no way that number's correct in any sense. Second of all, they're populating these numbers with like Americans killed by roadside bombs, which could have, I don't know, been assisted by Iran. So technically that's kind of like Iran killing an American. We're going to go back and deal with the, we're going to include anything that happened in the Iran hostage crisis, or the Lebanon, the bombing of the U.S. Marines in Lebanon, right? Things essentially done by Iran or its proxies. In the case of Lebanon, it's definitely the proxies that that were done in response to the United States, aggressive takeover of Iran. The U.S. has Maverick. That's important to remember. Look, we've got Maverick. We've got the Ghost of Kiev. And we've got the, what is it? Like the Kuwaiti pilot, chat, that shot. It's now looking like a Kuwaiti pilot may have been the one to shoot down 3 U.S. F-15Es, right? These are 3 losses of, of planes. Not the pilots were okay, right? The pilots got down okay. But I mean, with the stuff that I'm seeing out there, like at least one of the pilots, there was somebody in Kuwait that went, upon finding one of the pilots, was like, do we really need to do anything? Like, it's an American, like, right? And the other one was like, no, we got to call an ambulance. Let's get this guy some help, right? But there's not necessarily a lot of appreciation for the United States of America in the GCC countries right now. The GCC being the Gulf states, and which are under attack because they all have American military bases. They all thought it would be a good idea to invite the Americans in as a way of, I guess, protecting them. But now it's seeming like that those military, look, chat, it's only a protection for you having a military base there, right? In 2 situations. One, the person that was thinking about the attacking your country realizes that it might draw the United States in. So there's like a tripwire effect. There's like a diplomatic effect, that's protective, I guess, of having a U.S. military base in your country. And then secondly, there is a I'm trying to think of the situation that it could actually be good in. Look, it's definitely not good if the United States withdraws their troops, as the United States has been doing this, right? Every conflict with Iran, U.S. and Israel, or sometimes just Israel is attacking Iran, the United States withdraws its troops from its military bases in the region with the understanding that Iran may do a limited reprisal, like a limited counterstrike, just to show its, people that we're not just sitting down and letting them we're going to hit them back, right? And the United States will take out their soldiers so that it's not, nobody dies, right? It's, there's a mess on the base, but whatever, right? And so the United States did it this time, and Iran struck, the bases. And in fact, in the past, I don't think they'd struck any Gulf state bases. I think they'd struck maybe a base in in Iraq before. Yes, chat, I do know the difference between Iraq and Iran. Jiang is really a strange admixture of some properly accurate stuff and then some really bizarre glaring knowledge gaps. Yes! Oh my god! Stevie's, Precog, Jim, and Spa, we must be related with how based you sound. Yeah, no. Because my family's awesome or something. I don't know, chat. No, my family's not particularly bright. I'm just saying, I'm thinking that's almost exactly, my opinion of Professor Jiang as well, right? He's got some nuts, okay, baked into his cookies. But there's still some pretty good cookies. Just hope you don't have any nut allergies, right? Chat, this is not the day to come in with a nut allergy, okay? Because there's a little bit, I don't know how to describe it, right? Some really bizarre knowledge gaps, very broad languages about stuff that requires specificity. And maybe some, see, I feel bad, like, dinging him for his, like, terminology. His like sometimes he will use a word. He'll either, massively mispronounce a word or, which, like, you don't want to fucking be shitting on somebody that learned English as a second language of like, oh my gosh, you didn't pronounce a word exactly right. The fuck is wrong with you? Know what I mean? It's like, it's not a big deal. I'm lucky if I can even, be fluent in other languages, let alone, know all the vocabulary and pronounce all the stuff right. But yeah, when you start, using like, I think it was like, not a material. So he's going to end up in Franksville. Yeah, he definitely is in Franksville, right? Who else is in Franksville, chat? I hadn't heard of the whole Frank thing. Is Frank was the guy that came up with the Illuminati, right? The inventor of not the of the actual organization, when it did for sure exist. Now, I think it was banned or something or gotten rid of, but people say that it went underground and it's still operating, or there's all kinds of conspiracy theories. People love having conspiracy theories about what the Illuminati's up to. They weren't even thinking of the Gulf states when they started. Oh yeah, Trump was, he acts like he was surprised. Yeah, for sure. Not so much the terminology. I'm thinking there was one where he was just using the wrong word for something when I saw it, right? He was using synchronicity to mean, I don't know, entrainment or, I'm trying to think of the other word, like when you are so close to another person, like in your culture, specifically in very collectivist cultures, that you can anticipate what they're thinking. Like they know what you're thinking and you know what they're thinking, and so you can kind of coordinate together without and he used this, he called it synchronicity, right? Which is a very different thing in Jungian terminology. Also, is he a Jungian? Because that would be wild, right? People compare this guy to Jordan Peterson, right? I was kind of saving this for the last, because I want to show you, first of all, why people on the left like him, right? And why his analysis, of the situation, I didn't find any, disagreement with it, right? The closest thing I've had, found to a disagreement with him in terms of, his sort of policies that he, or not even policies, right? It's like when he's talking about immigration, he always talks about it as a bad thing that's inflicted on a population in order to destabilize that country, right? And look, in some do the wealthy, take advantage of immigrants? Do the wealthy love to have people in vulnerable situations, right? Like, not having papers and to be able to exploit their, labor anymore? Absolutely. But the primary driver, the one thing I wanted to hear him talk about is the reason that immigration exists. Look, we can have immigration where it's like, you are born in China, you move to Toronto, and you decide that you want to study at Yale, right? Yale's got a program that you want to study at, and then maybe you decide to come to, stay in the United States. Professor Jiang did not decide to stay in the United States, but right, that's an individual having individual reasons for wanting to immigrate is something that I don't think is like causing harm. Right? Whereas the policy of a country that forces potentially another person to immigrate, a person in a very different situation, a person that is more likely to be, and look, you're somewhat vulnerable as under a student visa, you're somewhat vulnerable under, oh my God, what is that one, the visa that they were arguing about earlier this year, right? That's why, foreign workers with that visa will generally get paid less than their American counterparts, but you're really vulnerable if the reason that you're in the United States is because there was a civil war in your country caused by the United States, caused by generally like Western foreign policy, right? And it has caused your country to be unlivable, right? That's not a I might immigrate situation. That's a I have to immigrate or I will die situation. And the more those are caused, the more you get like massive, very, immigration that like overwhelms the system, right? Which is, I would say that's, destabilizing. And in that case, I'd blame the destabilization, not on, the people swept up in this wave, but in the people that caused the events. And a lot of times that's American foreign policy, right? Which we talk about a lot on the stream. Which people would pick up Lacan like they picked up Jung and Freud? Yeah. H1B, thank you. Yeah, it was like, that was the B visa that I was thinking of, right? So anyway, I find this guy really interesting. I'm wondering if you will find him interesting as well. I do not think that I'm bringing you like I'm not bringing you like a new dude to, to be like, this guy is fucking based and we love him, right? And I'm also not bringing you a ridiculous, hateful ass clown to make fun of. I don't think that Dr. Jiang is either of those two things. I think he is fairly unique in the world. And look, I'm telling you, okay, I'm gonna make a prediction right now. This guy's gonna blow up. Like, I don't know if he'll be as big as Peterson is. Peterson probably had like a whole right-wing machine behind him. I don't know what fucking machine would line up behind Dr. Jiang, but I do see this. I do see Dr. Jiang like being more and more influential. He's just appeared on Breaking Point, so this is kind of a big moment for him. I should also put it I should also put it into perspective exactly how like large of a figure he is currently, just to give you a sense of sort of, where he's coming from and where he's going. But yeah, people love his class. And look, part of it, like I like his lectures because he does genuinely know a lot about history, a lot about a lot of things, right? Sometimes I feel like he does make the mistake that I find myself making, where you start to talk about something that you don't know that much about with confidence. And like I would, criticize him for it if it wasn't something that I do myself. Maybe it's a little bit more pronounced in some places. We'll watch him talk about Foundation and Harry Seldon, which is what his channel now is like the language in his YouTube channel description is like, using the idea of psychohistory as a like kind of like, what is this channel about? What am I about? I admire Harry Seldon. I admire Isaac Asimov, and in that effort, I come to you with my predictive history channel, not to give you like fully mathematical analysis of this, but like a historical analysis combined with game theory and Geopolitics, right? And he does actually come out with some, at the very least, interesting perspectives, and yeah, uncannily accurate in terms of predicting the future. I don't think he's the only one out there predicting these events, right? And I also worry about his insertion of his own spirituality into his work, which he does a lot. Sometimes it comes back to, you know, his spirituality, which I can't really put a pin in. I mean, he's definitely read up on a lot of different religions. There's religions that he likes more and religions that he likes less. But the religion that he seems to always come back to is actually Gnosticism. And the other one that he gives a lot of credit to in terms of really, you know, creating, I don't know, like an ethic of ahimsa is like he talks about the Indus Valley civilization, right? The IVC. And basically, his theory is that these people, he calls them like proto-Buddhists, right? Not because, you know, none of them would later become Hindu or, you know, some other religion, but because the, I don't know, based on, what is it? I think in this case, it's archaeological record. He believes, like most people, that this, you know, this group of people was mainly peaceful, and that maybe the influence of these people who seem to purposefully try to, you know, stay out of war, which was like all around them, right, at the time, especially in Mesopotamia, you know, that this might have informed the, you know, the ideas that eventually became, anyway, it's the kind of thing that, like, I feel crazy trying to explain. Probably he's better explaining it than me. I'm not sure if he's right on that. I'm not an expert on the Indus Valley civilization, but what's wild for me is that he's like a high school teacher. Wait, what? Is that a high school class? Are you serious? I mean, that's weird. There are some people in his chat that treat it like a college class, that talk about it like a college, you know, compare it to their experience in college. But the what I noticed, though, is when they were saying, oh, this is just like a high-level college class, and I'm like, it's like a freshman college class, right? He obviously is not trying to prevent, there's not a great barrier of entry, right, to somebody who, you know, isn't, like, up on these things. A big fan of monad. Wait, is the monad a Gnostic thing, Stevie's? Also, let me read your super chat. I got so drunk. I'm so like, look, you can tell that this is something that I'm has spurred my curiosity. I thought even about doing it, chat, as a I thought about doing it as like a bonus stream, like, or sorry, like a members only stream. But the problem I have with that, and it's mainly about you and YouTube, all right? So maybe some of you can figure this out. I don't know how to deal with it, right? But members only stream means that if you don't have a membership, you don't watch the stream, okay? And there's probably ways that we could find around that and stuff like that for like individual, but you know what I mean? It always feels bad, like locking people out, which is what a members only stream is like we lock out the people that aren't, like, you know, either paying or have been gifted. Honestly, most people with a membership on YouTube, they've been gifted the membership by somebody else, right? But the problem is with YouTube, when you gift memberships, I think it's just like, you know, 10 random people or 5 random people or 15 random people just, you know, get a membership, right? I don't think you can choose. So there would definitely be some people that would be like, oh, that's what the, you know, members only stream is about. I love, you know, like I really, you know, but they don't have a membership and they can't afford it. And unlike like Twitch, people, you know, if there's, you know, if you can buy somebody a membership, like you can literally on Twitch be like, okay, I gift a sub to this person, right? You can't do that on YouTube. So that's the reason I worried about it, is I was just worried there would be, you know, community members that would end up locked out, and that would suck. That would really, really suck. Yeah, total first. Yeah, it does feel like, and not to knock the first year underground vibes. I think there's an art to that sort of thing too. A lot of that stuff is taught by TAs. But in terms of, you know, having like an effect on, you know, your students and, and really being able to, I don't know, inspire them, like give them a reason to, because a lot of I don't know, what do you got, like freshman comp, like, right? That's the writing class, and a lot of people struggle with that. But yeah, I mean, look, Jordan Peterson succeeded on first year underground vibes, right? That was his thing. Let me read this. Kate and Welp says best outcome for the U.S. one state solution under UN control, no Mossad. We're talking about like Iran or no Israel H-bomb, no Israel H-bombs, no AIPAC, and weakening the Christian Zionist movement. Could it be all a big show? The U.S. acts so badly. Oh, it makes no sense otherwise. Yeah, I mean, the United States, like, look, normally, in terms of a commander-in-chief, which is what the president is, right? The president's role is to be the executive, right? He's signing the laws that the Congress passes, or saying, I don't go along with this, I don't like this, veto, right? And then the Congress can either say, what is it, 2/3 of us disagree, or the Congress can just like let it pass, right? But in addition, the president is the commander-in-chief. He orders the armed services, right? And in that, he's able to take an action like, in his first term, the assassination of Soleimani, which in of itself is an act of war, even though Iran, I don't think, did Iran even strike back on that one? But I mean, obviously it didn't lead to a war. This is, so him going into this and joining Bibi in the bombing, while most people that know anything about geopolitics or foreign policy know that this is a huge mistake. I'm sure there's even neocons out there that are like, look, we want to get Iran, but this is not the way to do it, right? Because Trump has maybe stepped into a trap. Definitely, according to Professor Jiang, Trump has stepped into a trap laid by Bibi, of all people. It's an art. Not everyone should be teachers, but yeah, I get what you're saying, that you're not learning like difficult concepts. You're kind of being like, walked into the shallow end, and there's an art to that. For what he wants to do on YouTube, yeah, that's probably the way to do it. But I'm sorry, I'm not trying to argue. Is it actually a high school class? Is that correct? I think maybe it may be a Gnostic thing, but also earlier stuff, Mithraism, and Zarathustrianism. There being like one throne in heaven. It also kind of reminds me of some Jewish mysticism too, but I don't want to guess what this guy's cooking, right? Because I have no idea, honestly. People squinting and seeing one throne in heaven, but people squinting and seeing a second. Oh, okay. Oh, and that's where the whole idea of the demiurge kind of comes from. At the start of Trump's first term, his national security advisor was General Flynn. Must be for a reason. Later, he got the Abraham Accords. Bibi, Flynn's wasn't Flynn like a criminal even before Trump nominated him? Didn't Flynn get I almost thought Flynn got a dishonorable discharge. Here, let me do what I was trying to do in the first place. Let's see, does it work? Did it work? Am I getting it to work? No. Let's try this again. I got so caught up in talking about Dr. Jiang. Let's try finally thanking Stevie's Precog Gym and Spa with the super chat. Oh, thank you. Doing good work. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, yeah. So this is not my normal, this is not what I normally cover. I mean, I will talk about politics from time to time, especially major U.S. political events around the continued, power consolidation by the fascist Trump regime. It kind of ties into why I left the country in the first place. But we talk a lot about media analysis and different, commentators, right? Different news sources on YouTube and elsewhere, right? So that's like the normal, conversations that we're having in here. I just wanted to talk about this, even if like I don't know how much of my regular audience is like interested, right? Because I'm just like, I'm showing you a professor in front of a school board, and you might be afraid that you're going to learn something, right? I don't know. You might be afraid that there is not enough personality to really drive this story, and that I am, for once, going to offer you, I don't know, like my commentary on dry historical lectures. Let me assure you that is not the case. However, I cannot guarantee you that you will not learn anything. So there's that, right? As for being a high school teacher, I'm repeating something I saw earlier. I'll check. Yeah, I mean, it kind of matches up because it's definitely not like a, it's not what I would expect for a I mean, he does, like, there's different classes that he teaches, right? But yeah, we're going to jump into it here. I also should mention that we do have a bonus goal, right? And in fact, we have bonus content as well. Wait, what do I want to... I'm trying to remember. There's so much stuff that I'm trying to keep track of. I just want to mention that in addition to the butterfly goal, which we're trying to get 10 super chats of the teal variety in the next 2 and some change hours. If we succeed in that endeavor, chat, I will put the butterfly in my hair and continue the stream likewise. All right. So that's the butterfly goal. We're 1 out of 10 to the way there. The other goal we have is, wait, actually, isn't this more like, I don't know how to round. But anyway, we also have a bonus goal, and that determines whether I'll be able to stick around and cover something else after covering the Dr. Jiang story, which, look, I want to show you the Breaking Point's appearance because that's his kind of new high watermark, I guess, as far as exposure. And, I think he did fine in that. There's no issues or problems. He didn't start any, he didn't start any controversies. He didn't get clipped and, right. He just gave his analysis and people were like, huh, that's pretty smart, right? So that's where he's at now. And then I wanted to kind of show you as much as I can of, his thoughts on Iran and how they've evolved. And if I can find, because I had it the other day, I was watching it, right? I think the original lecture where he makes that claim, I wanted to see, first of all, I mean, I guess we'll be able to see when it got uploaded, not necessarily when it went down, but, when it got uploaded, right? So when he made the claim, and also look at a little bit more in depth, because in addition to the claim, the part of the claim that he got right, that this is, again, Trump will get elected, Trump will attack Iran, and the United States will lose this war. And I want to be really clear about what he means and what I mean when I talk about the United States losing, okay? I don't mean that, in a traditional sense of, like, I don't know, the Iranian National Guard surrounds the remaining United States troops in the Middle East and forces them to sign terms of surrender, like in Yorktown, except this time it's like in Qatar or something. I don't mean that. I'm not talking about that kind of defeat, right? Let's be real. The United States is a global hegemon, or at least was a global hegemon, and Israel is, one of the strongest and most aggressive and most ruthless nations in the world. So they're not they're not going to have like a traditional sort of victory. But what I mean is that the United States depends on what goes on in the Middle East. And I think Dr. Jiang is going to bring this up. And just in case he doesn't hit home on this point, I want to make it now, right? If you understand the United States empire, you'll understand that, the financial groundwork of the system was laid in a place called Bretton Woods right before the end of World War II, right? This is the Bretton Woods Agreement. And the agreement was that the countries of the world would, I believe, send their gold to Fort Knox and then trade in... It created the United States dollar as a reserve currency, which is kind of a superpower, right? It allows you to kind of extend yourself in a way that just otherwise would not be possible at all. So we got the Bretton Woods Agreement, and you know, this all looked well and good, right? The United States was the only country left standing, so it made sense that, you know, they're gonna facilitate global exchange. And I think something also about, like, you know, global trade, something about assuring the safety of vessels, right, as they were doing international trade. But in the 60s, right, the United States went kind of hog wild on spending. You've got, let's see, the Korean War in the 50s, and the Vietnam War in the 60s. And in addition to that, you know, we've got the Great Society programs, also fairly expensive. Anyway, because of a combination of all these things, de Gaulle of France decided to send warships to the United States to just pick up France's gold. And it said, like, I just don't have the faith. I feel like you are abusing this privilege, and I don't want to be a part of this, right? So, you know, when France took back their stuff, I think that's kind of what led up to Nixon taking the United States off the gold standard. So up until then, every dollar was technically a contract between you and the U.S. Treasury, right? What's the contract? Is that if you bring this dollar here, we will give you a, you know, amount of gold equal in worth to that dollar bill, right? So every single dollar, every single piece of U.S. currency, USD currency, was backed up by a real, you know, piece of gold that you could buy it with your teeth, right? In Fort Knox. And Nixon changed that. That's why when we got the petrodollar, and the idea of the petrodollar is we're going to put dollars into people's hands. We're going to make the dollar the reserve currency, this time based on the necessity to trade. If you want to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, you're going to have to use USD, right? So that, you know, essentially buoys the currency, and again allows the United States to, you know, in some ways, like, live beyond its means. I want to put a caveat on this, right? Most of the money that a big portion of what the United States spends is, you know, benefiting the wealthy, right? You know, people talk about welfare and they talk about the Great Society and social safety nets, but they never talk about, like, you know, the kind of corporate welfare that people like Elon Musk have built their wealth on. The richest man in the world built his, you know, just got, that's U.S., you know, Treasury money that he took, right? So yeah, when I talk about the U.S. living beyond its means, please don't take this as a deficit hawk thing. I'm like the last person in the world to be a deficit hawk. I understand the United States position in the world, and that because of the, you know, nature of the dollar as a global reserve currency, that the U.S. is, you know, is able to, like, the United States is printing out money anyway. It might as well benefit the people, right? Because most of it is not. Most of it is not. Even look at something like COVID, right? You know, you got you got your STEMI check from Donald Trump, and then one from Joe Biden, right? But you know, you didn't get a PPE loan, and some of those PPE loans never had to be paid back, right? So, you know, we're really living in different worlds when it comes to things like that. But yeah, the real danger of the of Iraq's Iraq's, wow. I mean, Iraq is going to come into play in this. It already has in some ways. But the real danger to U.S. hegemony from Iran, right? Like I said, Professor Jiang says the United States is going to lose the war with Iran, and I tend to agree with him. I tend to believe him on that, right? The United States is dependent for this whole petrodollar setup on the Gulf states, on primarily Saudi Arabia, but more and more the other kingdoms in the Gulf, right? They are the U.S. Financial partners, and I would almost say security partners, because of how like integral this is to the U.S.'s whole strategy. Like the U.S.'s ability to fund an insanely huge army, for instance, is somewhat reliant on this reserve currency status, right? And it's only facilitated through the Gulf states. Now, the Gulf states are there in a region that is very hard to live in. And in many cases, there are very few, livable spaces, right? There's very few, urban centers. The reason for that is that there's just not, there's not a lot of water availability in those areas, right? It's a desert, and it's difficult to sustain a population. You also have to make sure that that population can be fed. There's not necessarily food resources there, right? So in other words, the Gulf states are one of these areas that import a lot of resources, right? They export a lot of resources, and those resources are, key to the world economy. And especially when we're talking about the stuff that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz, key to Japan and key to China, right? That's the oil that they buy. So these are key resources, but they need resources to take in to be able to facilitate the large, luxurious urban centers that exist there now, and that are a big part of the Gulf state economy, right? Is that people want to come and visit this city that's so big and so fancy and so clean and so rich and so whatever, and Dubai chocolate, I guess, too, right? I never tried any, chat, but supposedly it's really good. Dubai chocolate, I don't know. I don't buy chocolate, so I just would not know. Schumer delaying the congressional vote over the weekend. Massey and Khanna were ready to table it on Friday is sus as fuck. Oh, we're talking about the vote to actually force Trump to retain congressional approval of a war, of the United States engaging in a war. And it's crazy, chat, because half of the Trump administration now is calling this a war, right? And the other half of the administration is denying and saying this is not a war. And there's different reasons that they'll use that this is not a war, right? One of the reasons that you hear is boots on the ground. If there are not boots on the ground, I guess there's not a war, right? Yeah, there's a lot of really weird rationale. If you look at, I want to point out, right, if that's your stipulation, right, if you're a right, and it's, if you're a right winger and you're saying this is not a war, there are no boots on the ground, please don't compare this to any of the mistakes of the past, Iraq, Vietnam, Korea, whatever. Don't you dare compare it to that, right? Because there's no boots on the ground. President Trump is smart, and he's gonna, get it done without, I guess, putting too many Americans at risk is the idea. Spending too long at it is the idea. He's got this new thing where it's kind of like you got to tag him while he's at war, or else he doesn't pay the consequence for having started an illegal war, right? So if he can go in and with the Delta Force literally put boots on the ground. So I don't know what they're saying. If boots on the ground is a war, we had a war against Venezuela. We definitely put some boots on the ground over there. We killed a bunch of Cubans, guarding Maduro in Venezuela. They've got all kinds of rationales why this is not everything that they voted against not George W. Bush, Jeb Bush and the rest of the neocons for. Right-wingers who tell me that the USA should go back to the gold standard never tell me about the Bretton Woods Agreement. This wrecks the whole we owe China our... Oh my god, it's so much more complicated than that. It's so much more complicated than that. God damn. There's a left and right within the uniparty. Wait, which uniparty? Let's see. The new national security states that the U.S. leaves new nationals. I'm not sure I can read this. But yes, Schumer delaying a congressional vote over the weekend is sus as fuck. Many reps and Dems running. The other thing that's happening tonight, chat, that I gotta kind of keep an eye on, probably is the midterms. So yeah, let's a good time as any. I mentioned this earlier, right? But there we go. We have the chance to make the stream a little bit longer, right? We have the chance to cover more ground if you're with me, right? And the way that we do that is make this number go from 3, which it's at right now, to 100. How do we do that? Simple. Super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, this will all make the number go up. And if it gets to 100, then I'll stick around and cover more topics. What topics? These topics, right? Wait, I should mention the other things, right? If you support me on Patreon or patreon.com/nocommentchick or throne.com/nocommentchick or twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc. If you're watching me over there, you can support me for free by using a Twitch Prime sub, assuming you've got Prime. Look, no judgment, right? But you can take that Prime sub and use it to take money away from a big evil corporation. I won't even mention which one, and give it to a small streamer chick. So if you want to do that, you just got to hook up your Amazon account with your Twitch account, and you'll get that Twitch Prime sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If it happens to be me, you'll get all the emojis for this channel, and you'll also get the ability to rewind the stream. You can turn back time. Haven't you always wanted to do that, chat? We need to be turning back time soon. We actually do need to do a subathon, but no, you can turn back time in the stream in case you missed something earlier that I was talking about, right? So, and you can do it for free, no cost to you, puts money in my pocket. It's a pretty good deal. If you don't have a Prime account, or if you don't have Prime, the cost of a sub is $6. I do get that that's twice as much as a YouTube membership. People still like to get them, I guess, because of the animated emojis. I don't know. There's advantages. Some people just like watching on Twitch better. So if you like watching on Twitch better, you know, you can do that. If $6 is too much for you, do not despair. All right. Occasionally people will gift subs to others, and they actually get to choose who they gift subs to. So if you're that person, you know, just being active in chat, right, might actually land you a gift sub. You know, don't beg for it. Don't like, you know what I mean? You know, don't be insufferable, but yeah, your best bet, if you hang around long enough, right, you will probably get a gift sub, is what I'm trying to say. So that's another way to support the stream, is through gift subs, which is very generous. All right, so those things make this number go up, right? The butterfly super chats, the super chats of I think it's, what is it, like $3 or more, make the butterfly number go up. And if we get to 100 here, I'll stick around and cover one of these topics. Let's take a look right now and see exactly what topic is or what you all are voting on. That's what I'm trying to see. We have 27 votes, chat. That is a record low number, and it's making me really question my my bravery to tackle a topic that I usually don't cover, a guy that a lot of people, you know, that are in the community may not know, and they may just think they're in for a lecture on, I don't know, psychohistory. Well, you are in for a lecture on psychohistory, right? But you're also in for potentially some bonus content, right? 27 of you have voted already. Make sure when you do vote to hit that like at the same time, because it helps me out a lot and I appreciate it a lot. We got some big bonus content that kind of landed on my desk at the very last minute, right? And this is Hassan covering the end of Ethan Klein. I'm not entirely sure what he means by that, but my understanding is that Ethan Klein had Lonerbox on. Y'all remember Lonerbox, right? Enemy of the show. Lonerbox hates me, has said awful shit about me, right? But you know, he's like Ethan's favorite. It's like Ethan's like Hassan replacement of like, hey, look, this guy is you know, this guy knows a lot about history and stuff, and he says I'm not, you know, I'm not like a apartheid supporter. I don't know, like it's his Destiny. Yeah, Lonerbox was a Destiny orbiter at one time, right, before becoming, I guess, an Ethan orbiter. Now he lives a sad life, chat. I would not want to be Lonerbox, but anyway, Ethan Klein, Lonerbox, they have a conversation on Iran, and apparently Ethan's opinions on Iran were not popular with the chat. Ethan, I think, has somehow endorsed the war on Iran. Well, I don't know. We'll find out, chat, if we get there, right? We're 97% away from there right now, so it may not even matter. You know, it's brave of me to try to cover a different topic, but I may be just getting punished by the algorithm or whatever, you know, for covering something outside of my normal wheelhouse. That's okay, chat. Because we also need to do a... what do we need to do? We need to do a gaming stream. So chat, if we don't end up, you know, if we don't end up getting to bonus content, holy shit, chat, this happens every time. Every time I wear this, dress, like, because the back is bare, my hair gets on my back and it makes me hot, and I have to tie it up in a... Okay, I think I'm okay now. I think I'm okay. Holy shit, I hate that. Chat, the worst thing for me, like, I live in a very hot kind of environment, and the worst thing for my hair, especially after I just washed it, right? I'm a little bit frustrated about this, is when it gets wet and like sweat. Sweat is the worst, right? I'm always having to try to tie my hair up in some weird way when I work out, just so I don't like ruin... You know what I mean? Because otherwise I have to wash my hair all the time, and it's not good for your hair. I don't know if you know this, but it's not good for your hair to wash it all the time. But my dono towards midterms, says Karachi. Good call. Only 7% of you are going for midterms. Look, like I said, chat, I mean, tonight's gonna hurt, okay? But you can make it a little bit better by liking the stream, right? And especially if you're gonna choose bonus content, if you're gonna vote in the poll anyway, it's a great time to like the stream. And that will help me. That will help bring more people into there to be like, listen, it's not scary. She's not subjecting us to dry historical lectures like you think from the thumbnail. It's actually quite nice. This guy, Jiang, he's a bit nutty in a good way. Am I saying that, chat? I enjoy his nuttiness, right? Rudyard from what's it? What It Fault Hist, right? He's nutty too in a very bad way, right? This guy's nutty in a somewhat pleasant way. I don't know, chat. I don't know everything about this guy, and I don't even know how much I, you know, agree with him on certain stuff. But I do know that he at least likes to talk about the conspiracy stuff. So, I mean, that's fun. And you know, we'll see if we can get. Look, we'll see if we can understand him a little bit better, because he's gonna be bigger. He's on Breaking Points now. You're gonna see him popping up in more and more places, right? He is gonna be big, and chat, possibly as big as Peterson, because he's got like all the elements of Jordan Peterson, except for the right wing shit. Except for the right wing shit. I have seen none of that from him. There may be some nuttiness, there may be some embrace of conspiracy theories, but yeah, he's definitely like a Jordan Peterson of the left. So if you were saying after the election we need to build a Jordan Peterson of the left, looks like he's already here. Anyway, let me read out some of these. First of all, Karachi, thank you for the membership to Rex Hell Room. Rex Hell Room, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that's one person that if I do a, you know, when I do like a members only stream, we'll be able to get in. I was just worried about that, chat. I'm worried about like I don't want to. I try to put myself in your shoes, like a little bit. I know that sounds weird, but I try to imagine what it's like to be a viewer, and like, would I click on this thumbnail? Would I enjoy this topic? Like, I try to think of things through your, you know, because ultimately you're the ones that are either enjoying this or not enjoying it. You know, I want you to enjoy it, right? But you know, thinking of it through your shoes, I imagine the person that can't afford to get themselves a membership on YouTube. It's, you know, very many people in that situation right now. And I want them to watch, and I want them to enjoy, you know, being like, oh my gosh, she's covering Professor Jiang. And they'll be like, yeah, for members only, slam door in face. I don't want to do that. I don't want to slam the door in anybody's face, chat. So this is a free stream, just like all the others, right? Because I can't bring myself to, like, you know, locking people out. And on YouTube, there's no way to, like, at least on Twitch, people can be like, okay, you know, people can get gifted. You know, if somebody really wants to watch something and somebody's gonna gift a sub, they can make that happen, right? On YouTube, you know, it's just, you roll the dice, and random people, hell, somebody that hates me, Lonerbox could get, if Lonerbox was watching like my stream one time, you might gift a membership, and it'd be like Loanerbox has received a Loanerbox. You just got weaseled, and that's a bad thing. Anyway, Rex Hellroom, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. So that gets us a little bit further, as well as I used to run a Substack called Kilometers Davis, but Australian citizen here, they demand a legal photo. Oh god, there's more and more of that to access my own writing. What the fuck? Wait, Substack is doing this now? I don't know if it's up. I was gonna start some kind of blog. I do kind of want to. I do kind of want to do more writing. I feel like I've got to do some writing just to get all my thoughts down. Thank you for the super chat. That brings us to 2 out of 10. We are just 8 super chats from Butterfly Status on the Butterfly Goal, and also thank you for. Wait, what just happened? Oh, becoming a member, apparently. Thank you for becoming a member. I don't know why that didn't show up in... Oh, there it is. Okay, now it showed up. But anyway, that gets us to... Let's see if I can make sense of this. 7, 10, 13. We're at 13 out of 100. A mere 87 points from getting to some bonus content, and we got some pretty cool bonus content tonight, which I will now describe for you. Like I said before, in first place, right, with how many votes do we have? Let's count them up again. 32 votes have been cast, right? First place, we've got the end of Ethan Klein and Loanerbox, and again, yeah, this might be the end of Ethan Klein. Look, so just like for any of you that either don't know who this guy is, or you don't know what the deal with him is. He did a podcast with Hassan. This is like an old school YouTube guy. Used to do videos about Vape Nation and stuff. Then he became a podcast along with his wife, right? They'd bring on big name people and talk to them in a podcast. And then he decided, hey, let's do a political podcast with Hassan. And that went great until they started talking about communism, in which case it got a little bit dicey, right? They got very different feelings on communism and socialism, right? Ethan is not a fan. Let me just put it that way. Ethan very much sees himself as a capitalist and wants to defend that. And then also October 7th happened, and that's when Ethan said we will no longer be doing leftovers, right? So Hassan didn't say anything about Ethan. He said, like, I understand, whatever, you do what you got to do. And Ethan's numbers just kept on going down because he kept on poking the bear. His fans were primarily pro-Palestine, and he kept on doing all the while saying that he was pro-Palestine. He was anti-Netanyahu, right? He kept on doing things that made people feel like, I don't know how pro-Palestine you actually are, right? So he lost a good portion of his audience, probably more than half of his audience. And then he started attacking Hassan in an attempt to try to, okay, maybe I can get a new kind of audience. There's a lot of people who hate Hassan. What if they all watch the show? Well, what if they all watch the show, Ethan? If they all watch the show, they're going to have the same word in their mind, and that word is a slur, and it starts with R, and I'm not going to say it, okay? You know what I'm saying, right? That's how Destiny's audience, which is the people that hate Hassan, that's how they see Ethan Klein. They may like what Ethan's saying. They may like that Ethan is an op to Hassan, but they do not respect Ethan Klein at the end of the day. So it didn't work, and he loses more and more audience. And now, finally, we get to, U.S. Trump attacks Iran, and somehow Ethan has found a way to piss off even more of his audience. And I'm not sure what that is. So anyway, if we end up choosing that, if we end up getting to 100, then we'll find out. Like, why? What did Ethan say? I'm guessing some kind of endorsement of the attack on Iran. But like I said, I have not pre-watched. Anyway, that's in first place. Second place, we got Shoe on Head versus Denims. Chat, this came out of nowhere. But we got some kind of friends of the VOD. I feel like Paul knows of me. Am I right? I could be wrong, chat. I could be just talking shit. I feel like somebody on Deep Fried Fats is aware of my existence. I could be wrong. Maybe, if only as a Demon Mama op. If only as a Demon Mama op, right? But anyway, yeah, they've got a video talking about Shoe on Head, I think trying to bait Denims into a drama, right? Have they fought before? Has this been a thing? This seems like the most obvious thing in the world for Shoe on Head and Denims to butt heads. But Shoe on Head, her production is so you know what I mean? It's not consistent, much like my own, maybe. No, it's even worse, chat. It'd be like if I only streamed once a month. That would be shoe on head, right? But anyway, we'll see what that's about. This is a deep fried fat cut. So if you enjoy The Boys, if we choose that, we'll be watching The Boys, I guess. Anyway, I swear to God, one of those boys knows about me. I could be totally wrong. I could be totally wrong, but I think somebody in that polycule has a memory of No Comment Chick from somewhere. Anyway, shoe on head. That's in second place. Third place, we got Bride of Charlie Part 1. Holy chat! Holy Toledo chat. Holy Toledo. Who is that Harry Empton that says Holy Toledo? Holy Toledo chat. Look, let me see if I can find this. I was supposed to bring you this, and then the fucking war started, right? I was supposed to bring you coverage of Candace Owens. Look, I'm showing you the come on, please. Please, I'm just having computers like loading something. Computer loading something. Please load. Computer. Please load. God damn, I've made some good thumbnails. Chad, I need to put out more videos, right? If you do, like, just somehow I feel like the streams don't really benefit that much from a thumbnail the way that a video does. I'm still waiting for this thumbnail to pop up so I can show it to you. There it is. Yeah, this thumbnail I'm particularly proud of, and I didn't get to use it, but we'll use it today. And we'll cover the Bride of Charlie. This is Candace Owens going after Erica Kirk once again, and she knows like this woman's life at this point, chat. She knows this woman's life. So, oh my God, you can tell I'm sweating, can't you? You can tell it's like slightly too hot in here. The professor seems to believe the Khazar theory. Yo, I saw that Axe Lesbian, and I'm kind of interested in that was one of the things that, like, I don't know enough about that and its origins, but I was like, I don't know about this. Anyway, we'll get into it. I'll see if I can track that down. Axe Lesbian, please stick around, okay? Especially if you've got timestamps or links to the videos that show what you're talking about, right? Because this guy does, 1 to 2 hour lectures. I don't know how many times a week, right? He's got, there's a lot of material on Professor Jiang, and it's sometimes hard to track down like a particular thing that he says, right? But I heard what you're talking about. You're right, he does discuss that, and I just didn't really know enough about it but it did kind of raise my spidey sense a little bit. Shoe on head versus Paul's ego, an amazing atheist. Was it 2005 again? I don't know if that's what we're getting. Is that what we're getting, Direful? To you, if you're a not drunken peasants, deep fried fats viewer, maybe you can let me know. The through line about comedy, Sam Hyde, Brett Gelman, Andrew Dice Clay, iDubbbz, Bill Burr, Ethan Klein, Dave Chappelle, is that they always want to demand their enjoyment without being political. Interesting. Yeah, and this is kind of what Ethan's had an issue with too. Anyway, Burple, you're back. You're back. Let the chat know if there's any emotes that they should fuck with. We've made Burple as the official editor of our BTTV over on Twitch. So if you've got some emotes that you'd like to request, if you've always wanted to Monka S in chat and never been able to, let Burple know, and I think we'll make that happen for you, right, Burple? Anyway, maybe not. Burple's a bit distracted today. Well, I'm a bit distracted too. We're gonna get into this whole thing about Professor Jiang, and I'm gonna try to give like a whole picture of him, right? The other thing, okay, so like the Axe Lesbian mentioned the a theory, a historical theory that he endorsed, which raised my spidey sense. Like I said, I don't know enough about it to really say. But it's at the very least is the kind of theory an anti-Semite would enjoy. I can say that much, right? But I've also seen him, in places where he easily could have, if he had a strong anti-Semitic motivation, tried to make an issue about the Jewish faith or or the Jewish people, right? When and be real specific in that in saying that he's not talking about Jewish people. He's talking about, you know, Zionists, right? So yeah, I've kind of seen some things that seem a little bit sketchy, some things where it could be sketchy and it's not. I don't know what to make of it, but yeah, he's a very complicated guy. That much I can say. That much I can say. And I want to know about what to think about him as much as the rest of you. Anyway, so like I think I've described all of our topics today. Oh wait, I haven't, right? Bride of Charlie. We didn't get to cover that yet. I wanted to, but we can if you end up choosing it. And then midterms. Liberal. Midterms. We got the midterms. The midterms just happened, and I think we're still waiting the Talrico Crockett results, right? The last I checked, Talrico was up, but Crockett's the cities that were coming in were going to be favorable to Crockett. So you know it's up in the air right now. You know there are some primaries that are settled. It looks like Paxton's going to be going into a runoff against Corwin for the Senate seat that either Talrico or Crockett will be running against them for. So you know that's going to be an interesting race. And look, if oh my God, who did I say? Paxton? Yeah, if Paxton wins, right, that may be the best shot that the Democrats have at Texas Senate for a while, right? If they're running against Paxton, Paxton's got a lot of baggage. Paxton's got a lot of scandals. Even if Paxton wins over Corwin, because Corwin's not supportive enough of Trump, right? Paxton could still easily lose in the... So anyway, that is not as popular as the other options. We only have 7 people, or 7% of you voting for that right now. 11% of the people of you voting for that right now. So that's in last place, but vote for what you want. We got 35 votes. Make your vote count, place your vote. Even if you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to No Comment Chick on YouTube, click on the stream, and then make your vote. And hey, while you're at it, leave me a like, because that helps me out a lot, and I could really use it tonight. Like I said, chat, I went on kind of a limb by covering something that is out of my normal wheelhouse, right? And I'm being punished by the algorithm right now, but if you let the algorithm know that this is a fire stream, I think they will, you know, they will bring more and more people will see it and be like, oh shit, I didn't know she was live. Yeah, they hid my stream until you liked it and uncovered it. That's amazing, chat. Thank you so much to Thumb King. Eye Patch Guy is gone. Dan Crenshaw is gone. That's right, Infallible Foul. Dan Crenshaw has been defeated for being insufficiently MAGA. Crockett lost? Is that final now, Globitz? Last I checked, she was behind, but I thought they were waiting for some votes. Then again, it was a long time ago. I think only half of the votes were in when I last checked. Anyway, chat, we're at... I just completely fucked stuff up today. Let's try this again. I said we were 87 points from bonus territory, and then I typed in 87 because I am somewhat distracted. All right, let me make sure that I got this correct. Yeah. We're at 13 right now out of 100. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and cover one of these topics. Right now, the winning topic is the end of Ethan, right? And this may actually be Ethan is losing a significant amount of viewers further, right? And it's over what sounds like an endorsement of the war of the attack on Iran. I think that's what Ethan is doing. I think that's how he's decided to go out, and out he will go. So anyway, that's what you're voting on right now. Like I said, the things that make this number go up are super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership to somebody else, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or sign up for my Patreon, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or support me on Twitch, all of that counts towards this number. And then this number down here, which should say 2 right now. It really should. There should be 2. This number down here, tells, yeah, we're 8 super chats away from the butterfly goal. So those are the 2 goals that we've got today. I also want to mention something else, that when you do donate, oh wait. Crotchy already did this. Crotchy already said something about this. Put mine under something. My dono towards midterms. Got it. Okay. So yeah, let me show you what I'm doing here, right? Crotchy said, put my dono towards your midterms. Crotchy donated a membership, and so look at that. There's 3 extra %. Midterms is losing, but it's not losing as bad thanks to Crotchy. You can do this too. Anytime you support the stream, again, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? You can let me know in the chat. Be like, I would like to see the end of Ethan Klein. I would like to see Shoe on Head versus Denims. I would like to see Bride of Charlie, etc. And I will add your donation, as I will convert it into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice. And it might actually help your topic get over the finish line and end up winning. If we get to 100, I cover 1 topic. If we get to 200, I cover 2 topics. If we get to 300, well, you know the deal, chat. That's how it works, right? But you can help your topic achieve dominance by letting me know in chat when you donate which of these topics you want to do. Or if you're like, hey, I don't like the idea of controlling the poll just because I'm donating, just because I have money, I'm not trying to tell everybody else what to watch. If you're one of those people, good on you. You can say Vox Populi, and your donation will actually make it harder for others to steal the vote with their donations, right? So, and of course we have 400 behind chat. I owe you 4 video game streams. We may do one of those today, especially if we don't end up hitting bonus skull. So if you don't like video games, great reason to donate. Wait, am I telling you if you do like video games that you shouldn't donate? I'm not trying to tell you that, but I may be accidentally telling you that anyway. Anyway, look at that. Twitch sub from More Bear. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to 19, so look at that. Just like stone soup didn't look very appealing in the very beginning, right? When it was just stones and some water. And so some people have some pepper, some people have some salt, some people have some carrots, some people have some garlic. We can put together a soup tonight, and we can enjoy stone soup together if we get to 100. So that's where that's what that goes. Now, I mentioned earlier that you can support me on Patreon. If you do choose to support me on Patreon by supporting me at the $5 a month or higher level, I will do for you what I'm doing now for others, which is, if I can get it to load. Oh my gosh, is there something going on Patreon? Does Patreon not want to load? What is going on, Patreon? I'm just trying to reload the members page here. Oh, there we go. Come on, come on. All right, there we go. Let's try it again. So I'm gonna read off my Patreons now. If they, yeah, there we go, there we go. Yeah, so if you support me at the $5 level or above, I read off your name at the beginning and ending of every stream. Let's do that now. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily Fritz. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverwood. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Krystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. There we go, chat Patreons. Thank you so much. Massive appreciation. I cannot thank you enough. Well, you know what I can do that'll probably make you happy, at least, even if I can't thank you enough, is get to the goddamn content, which is probably what everyone is saying right now. Purple, though, is saying, put mine towards Ethan, please. Let me make that happen for you. Look at that. Purple with the sub. The gifted sub to More Bear, and then look at that. Ethan Klein just gets 6 more points, so you can do that too. Even if your whole point of that is to say, I don't want people stealing it with Austin, another Austinox socials persona. Wait, what? Where did you see that? Wait, what? Austinox, if you don't know, used to be Hassan's editor. Postinox? Wait, what is Postinox? Anyway, eccentric editor that used to edit for Hassan, He's also a vegan and is always reminding Hassan that his daily meal of chicken is immoral. Globbit said Pastanox. Oh, you assume that? I mean, that does sound like what that is. Oh my god, chat, did I actually slurp it and, like, did I successfully gross anybody out with that slurp? I apologize. Did you hear that slurp? Did that slurp make a noise? I was just finishing the last little bit of my delicious smoothie here. And I realized I did this chat in I was in Thai class the other day, and the teacher, you know, basically she'll choose one of us and then she'll ask us a question and then we answer it, and then like we unmute, we answer it, and then we mute again. That's how it's supposed to work, right? But the last time I forgot to mute it after I was done answering the question, and then I slurped. I made a slurpy sound with a straw, and I'm so worried that the whole class like heard my very rude slurping. Anyway, CNN is saying Talrico wins. Congratulations. Congratulations, Talrico. Look, here's my take on this, all right? Talrico won. However, there's going to be a lot of Jasmine Crockett fans with hurt feelings. Please do not get into fights with them, okay? We don't need another, like, you know... We don't need this dynamic. Crockett, okay, has the right attitude when it comes to taking on Republicans. Unfortunately, she doesn't have the politics to match, right? And if you give me a choice between Talrico, somebody who is, you know, not a, you know, strongest soldier for Israel, and or like somebody who's you know, appropriately skeptical about Israel, and Crockett who's not, right? Obviously, I'm going to vote for Talrico. That doesn't mean I don't want Jasmine Crockett around. That doesn't mean that I think Jasmine Crockett is bad. I think that compared to most Democrats, she's probably pretty fucking average. Let's be real. Let's be real, right? That's the problem with her, right? Is that she's too much like most Democrats. But like, I do hope that she finds like a House seat to run for or something, because her being in there, like talking shit to people, having that platform is a good thing, right? So anyway, that's just what I wanted to say about, you know, not one of my favorite politicians, who has just lost her bid for the Senate seat after being really, you know, just what is it called? Gerrymandered. She got gerrymandered. She got gerrymandered out of her own House seat, and that's fucked up. So I would hope to see her back in the House at some point, right? I hope she doesn't like end her political career and just become an AIPAC lobbyist, because that would be a big loss, right? I think she's got the sauce, and I want to see her use it, okay? I enjoyed that Marjorie Taylor Greene burn down, and I don't think anybody had ever really given it to Madge like that. So the slurp is to be human. Did you hear it? Did you say ah afterwards? Was it at least refreshing? Look, the only thing that's refreshing to me is wait, what have I got here? A cha manao, my new favorite drink, chat. This is cha manao, okay? Cha means tea, like chai, kind of like chai, but just cha. And manao means lime or lemon, and this thing's got a ton of lime juice in it, right? So it's Thai tea, lime juice, and the best part, you see these in the bottom? These are, what do you call them? What do you call these things, chat? Fuck, I can't remember now. Boba. It's boba. Anyway, chat, let's get going. Let's get going. I've read off my Patreon. I think we're ready to get going. There's a lot of news, right? And I'm like halfway tempted to cover... Like, I'm tempted to just like let it roll on my playlist. That's not the playlist. That's the old playlist. Let's get the new playlist. Don't you think? I feel like Ethan Klein needs to get like he needs to get his music replaced by that you know the Bill Maher song? Anybody know what I'm talking about? The Bill Maher? Yeah, Cha. It's C-H-A, just like you spelled it. Yeah. Cha Manao. It's basically just like Thai tea with lemonade instead of like cream. You know how Thai tea is usually really creamy? This is the opposite. Okay, what am I looking at? What am I looking for? H3 show. Let's go. The war. That's how Ethan's starting off. Now look, we're not this is bonus content. This is what's winning right now. This might not even get chosen. But yeah, there's Ethan. Manao. M-A, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter how you spell it in English as long as you understand how to say it. It's like the spelling is, it's spelled a bunch of different ways in English. Ethan jump scare, I know, right? I was gonna suggest he needs to be sectioned, but that's just me. Oh, bonus sectioned. Yeah, he's definitely bonus sectioned today. I was just gonna look and see what else I've got. Okay, so here's the shoe on head. Wait a minute. How did this not make it? Oh, it's connected to the Ethan thing, isn't it? Okay, wait. Okay, so we got the shoe on a head drama.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be something, man. Why did you think it was? It's always
deep fat fried.
It's tough, man. Wish I could run and hide from this, but we gotta do it. So let's do it. You gotta do it, TJ.
So what is it? Paul's ego, TJ in the bottom left. Is that what an anarchy cat? Does TJ have an anarchy cat in the? It looks like he has an anarchy cat clock. Like, what is it called? A Sabo cat? Anyway, and then oh wait, who's the other guy? Wait, I don't know if this isn't the guy from before, is it? But anyway, shoe on head. Did Denims react to like a shoe on head? What is this? Shoe on head's Denims drama bait. Wait, so did she mention Denims? I don't know, chat. I guess we'll have to find out because this is bonus content too. This is also bonus content. All right. Now look, this one I didn't think was gonna be. I didn't think this was gonna be bonus content, but. But there's an H3 segment in here too. H3 fan loses fiance and friends over the Kleins? Oh no, chat. Oh no, look. White boy Shia, the Shia voice. Hassan suing councilwoman? Oh, there it is. Okay. Look, let's just see. Like, I think this somehow connects to Ethan.
Canary Mission has looked at what Ethan Klein was using as a clip and has decided this is a good opportunity to attack one of the most committed anti-Zionists in American media and terror jacket him. Another Israeli agent, Eyal Yacobi, among many other right-wing accounts on the timeline, are posting this to much virality. The clip itself, ironically enough, doesn't actually suggest what the description is saying. Eyal Yacobi, Israel's worst Hasbarist, says, breaking, Hassan Piker tells his audience to commit terrorist attacks. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them online marketplaces. China literally sells explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put on.
Wasn't this the guy that even Destiny ended up hating?
A DJI drone. Now let's look at the actual clip. Again, that's a Shahed drone. Like, that's crazy.
The H3 segment only goes for about 10 minutes. So wait, you mean the segment on H3 or Hassan's segment on H3?
You really actually don't.
Yeah, Ethan propped this up. Ethan surfaced this, right? Ethan, found this clip, right? He sent it around and eventually it got to Yacobi and all these guys. It's Scotty? That's Scotty? I know Scott. I didn't think that was Scotty. Scotty looks different.
I was thinking about this with like the Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistan fight that was taking place. And I was really thinking about this. You really don't need suicide bombing anymore.
Oh no. Oh no. It's this kind of speculation that gets Hassan in trouble. Can you imagine what Hassan is going to say here, chat? Well, we'll find out if we end up getting to the bonus content. We're 81 points from that now. And if we end up picking the end of Ethan Klein and Loner Box, right? I'll save this from that. But you could imagine where this, you don't really need a suicide bombing anymore. Actually, you can, anything that he says there is going to be taken as an endorsement, as Hassan saying that you should go out and do this. Look at that Burple's in the chat. Right at the top, can you see? There's Burple. Caught you in the freeze frame. Anyway, that's Hassan suing a councilwoman, basically over potentially what she said, and I think that ties into the. Oh my God, chat! I almost want to just like let it run here. Should I let it run? Like I was gonna try to make this part of the Ethan content, but I think the Ethan content is really about. Like the Ethan content is about, I don't know. We should keep all the Ethan content together. Let's just see what this lady's gonna get sued for.
You know, because like the Taliban guy was like, oh, you have nuclear arms, but we have like suicide bombers. Like we'll just blow up your country with suicide bombers. And it's like, you really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right? You don't need that at all. Just make fucking drones. You can purchase them from, you can purchase them in the online marketplace. Like, China literally sells like explosive ordnance delivery mechanisms that you can put to a DJI drone.
Oh my god. Okay, so anyway, you get what this is. They're gonna try to say that this is Hassan saying that you should do this. You should.
It's pretty.
You should make
the so fuck. They don't even try to clip it out of context. They just put the context in it, and people that watch the video can understand exactly what I'm saying. But because people are so fucking stupid, half of this stuff just relies on people not watching the video. I know. Should I sue this councilwoman? Hassan Piker is telling his followers to make suicide drones. Also, Hassan Piker said that America deserved 9/11 and has hosted Houthi terrorists on his stream. I know I usually have a policy of not doing this, but I think we should maybe we should hit the fucking defamation suit. Anyway, here's a couple clips.
Okay, so for anybody that doesn't know, he's not serious. He's not gonna sue her. He never sues anybody.
A couple pictures of our mayor and a current city councilman hanging out with him recently. I'm thinking about it. There are literally more people watching the stream now than voted for her. It won't hurt to talk to some lawyers. No, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm going against my my previous policy of not suing these fucking animals.
Wait, what did she say? What did she say?
Pretty obvious.
What did this, like, what was the actual tweet? Hassan Piker is telling his followers to make Synthony drones. Hassan also said that America deserved 7/11 and hosted Rainbow Bright terrorists on his stream. Anyway, here are a couple of pictures of our mayor and current city councilman. Okay, so the claim is that he told his followers to make, okay. I mean, that's, I mean, she could probably rest on, like, look, I saw the clip. I thought he was telling the followers to make the drones. That's what I heard. Did you know, did I get it wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I don't know. It feels like I don't think there's like that much of a lawsuit there, really, right? I think that's something she could get out of easy. He said they deserve 9/11. He did say that. Hosted, and again, this is something that she can say she believes. I don't. He must be joking, chat, because it's not a real lawsuit here. But she is a ridiculous clown.
That America deserved.
Unless you can get sued for being a ridiculous clown, chat. I think she's okay.
9/11 and has hosted Houthi terrorists on his stream. I know I usually have a policy of not doing this, but I think we should maybe we should hit the fucking defamation suit. Anyway, here's a couple pictures of our mayor and a current city councilman hanging out with him recently. I'm thinking about it. There are literally more people watching the stream now than voted for her. It won't hurt to talk to some lawyers. No, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm going against my my previous policy of not suing these fucking animals. It's pretty obvious what's going on. You can see from the video.
She's an elected official. I mean, that's true, Chinter. So I think what Chinter's trying to point out is that if you're a private citizen, you know, you can win. Like, like there's a higher standard for defamation against in other words, a higher standard of proof of defamation when the victim is a public persona like Hassan or like a politician or especially like an elected official, right? Wait, no, higher standard of proof? There's a lower standard of proof of defamation for her, right? If she's the one defaming, right? I think there's a lower standard of proof there, right? So he can force a retraction, an apology. Yeah. Look, if you are willing to, you know, pay your lawyer to send a strongly worded letter, most people will, you know, asking for a retraction or apology. Most people will just give you that retraction or apology because, you know, it costs them nothing. She's been charged by the ethic committee. Wait, who? Oh, this councilwoman. So she's got like a history. Rashid is suing Ethan for terrorism accusation. Oh yeah, that one really affected him. Like, right, Rashid from Yemen, the guy that she was talking about, the quote unquote Houthi terrorist, who's really just a kid on TikTok from Yemen. He was denied, I believe, what was it, a visa or a passport? Or like he can't travel, right? He can't get on a plane because people believe he's a terrorist. When all he is a guy that made some TikTok videos and farmed some aura, right? That's it. That's it. Anyway.
At that point, you're doing that for the love of the game, right? Like you're doing suicide bombing just for the love of the game. Because like you want to keep it old school. Is that what it is? Why is bro saying that? I'm just saying it's like insane that, I mean, this is functionally.
Okay, so the big part, like, look, I think it's stupid for him to say it like that because it does, like, you know, he knows that people are going to mischaracterize his shit and like, I don't know, I would hate to see him have like some inescapable consequences for that, right? But that being said, you know, it's obviously he's not like telling anybody. His commentary. Look, if you could, like, what he's saying here is that it is not 2003 where roadside bombs, you know, need to be used to take out American soldiers. Okay, it is not. I'm trying to think of around the same time. It's the techniques that are going to be used, right? In a world where drones are cheap and available and easy to produce, the necessity for this kind of action, like a, you know, Sudoku bomber, right? It's just not there anymore unless the person literally just wants to be a martyr. Right, there's no reason for that, right? It's just like it's obsolete. I think that's all he's trying to say is this seems kind of obsolete at this point.
What you could get away with if you facilitated like a somewhat difficult to pull off suicide bombing strike, right? And instead, you're just using a Shahed drone that's like, what, $10,000? Litigiousness is annoying, as you're rightly pointed out, but as elected public officials, you have to draw a line, I think. Yeah, that's why I'm drawing a line. If it wasn't an elected official, I wouldn't give a shit. Who gives a fuck what some, like, random...
Stone Soup, Strangers Coke sharing. Wombat Stew, a community punishes a predator and saves... Wait, what? A wombat is a predator?
Dickhead on Twitter says. Yeah, suing a content creator for being a bitch is very different than suing a...
I don't think I've ever seen a wombat.
Flagrantly racist councilwoman in New York City. Please sue this fucker too. Oh yeah, it was originally boosted by Ethan Klein. Enjoy Discovery and all your evils being legally revealed, Hassan. Okay. I don't know what these guys think like a defamation lawsuit is gonna reveal. Do they legitimately think that I'm in contact with like the Taliban or like the Iranian? Okay. Oh yeah. Currently racist councilwoman in New York City. Please sue this fucker too.
Suggests future domestic Suggest. Yes, he's making a suggestion to domestic terrorists, right? Wow.
On Ronnie and government or something. Just FYI, they will get AOL chat logs from 2004. They go back in that shit. They get all your contacts. Yeah, except I don't have anything. This would only be pertinent if there was actually some kind of sincere connection that.
I mean, the thing that they will get is if Hassan, like, jokingly, I don't know, called like a friend the F slur when he was like in middle school, you know? Like, they'll find shit like that and then try to post it out of context where you don't realize it's from middle school and make it sound like, you know, he's saying that shit. I don't know. Like, it's cringy stuff that you did as a kid is, I think, what the chatter is trying to warn him of. Like, even if you don't think you've got it, you didn't actually do anything bad. Did you ever say anything that, like, I don't know, sounds bad or that like, you wouldn't say now? Or, and again, that's not going to get him in trouble in the lawsuit. But it's the kind of thing that they find in the lawsuit to try to, like, embarrass somebody.
Guys, are you fucking stupid? It's defamation for that case. Yeah, I saw this. Over on the H3 subreddit, diehard fans have been registering to discuss with Ethan and Gila Klein's enthusiastic support for Trump and Netanyahu's civilian slaughter.
Okay, so this is what we're going to possibly get into if we end up hitting that bonus content, right? What Gato Fumidor is talking about here.
Campaign in Iran.
Wait, lost their fiance and friends? Anyway, there's a big effort post by a H3 fan talking about having, like, lost their...
As always, critical posts are being...
God damn it, I shouldn't have watched this because this was... I didn't think that this had anything to do with the bonus content, but it kind of does. Right here, right? And I kind of wanted to have all that stuff together. Anyway, we'll maybe take a look at this again. I guess.
All peace and love. This is the last post I'll make here. It's by far the most difficult one I've made.
Okay, I mean, it's just like 2 seconds of him, like, reading the Gato Fumidor post.
Fought for Ethan in so many subs. I defended Gila nonstop since October 7th. I've lost my fiance, friends, and my own mental health defending the clients of this podcast for years now. But watching Ethan cheer on what's been happening in Iran in his IG stories has been eye-opening. For the first time, I can see what the snarkers have been saying. Ethan doesn't care about innocent people's lives. He doesn't care about the slaughter that has and will continue to happen. As long as he can have a dunk on Hassan, he's going to do it. I remember Gila posting praise for Israeli fighter pilots after the strikes in Iran months ago, and it left a bitter taste, but I just tried to move past it. But watching him cheer on the onset of a massive war in the Middle East that has been the straw that broke the camel's back. Cancel my membership, unsubscribe, and I'm done with it all now. This pod has destroyed my mental...
Chat, this reminds me of one of my old videos, right? That's why I'm wondering if it's real. I mean, look, Reddit posts are notorious for being made by, you know, somebody will say, like, you know, they had a weird experience where they got their dick stuck in a vending machine. They have some story of why they put their dick in the vending machine in the first place and how, like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's just like, you're kind of like, did this really happen? Or does this guy just know that this is like a good story for Reddit, right? Same thing with, like, it's blowing up. They put this on the Ethan, on the H3 podcast. So like it could be like somebody that for real is like serious about this stuff. And it could also just be somebody that does not rock with Ethan, of which there are many.
Mental health, and I'm finally having some introspection and realizing that it's not worth it. There hasn't been goose and gaffs since October 7, and I was kidding myself into thinking that they would return. My favorite crew members were Olivia and Cam that left long ago, and I'm beginning to think it was because of Ethan. And there's some other posts that have all
moment of clarity
been deleted. So good luck, everyone. I know for a fact there are so many amazing people here, but ask yourself if you're okay with Ethan posting celebratory videos while dozens of schoolgirls are dead from those actions. If you are, carry on enjoying the show. I can't anymore, so thanks to everyone here who have ever reached out to help me in my previous posts. I've met some wonderful and amazing people in this community. All the best to you all. It sucks. I love this pod so much. Spent thousands on Teddy Fresh. Shows become
thousands on Teddy Fresh. No, chat, I just don't believe it. Thousands on Teddy Fresh. Come on. I mean, there probably are some people low key that have spent thousands on Teddy Fresh. I just don't want to believe. I just don't want to believe thousands on Teddy Fresh. Teddy Fresh, thousands on Teddy Fresh. How many outfits is that? Is that like upwards of 10 outfits?
To say peace and love while Ethan is celebrating attacks the end of the lives of dozens of schoolgirls just so we can dunk on us on. It's all gone to shit. So this is it for me, guys. For those wondering why I would make this post and not just leave, understand that I've sunk so much effort and my life into this pod. I recognize now it was a mistake and I could have saved myself so much money, time, and maybe even my relationships that have been destroyed over an internet show. Watching Ethan call everyone who's critical of him a snark.
I'll be back much later, says the person that's about to miss the segment. Are you that allergic to Ethan Klein at this point? Well, look, he'll probably be over anyway. But yeah, this segment is almost over. I just wanted to I don't know about the shit chat. I think I fell for this before. I'll show you what I'm meaning in a second. I spent 80 on Teddy Fresh. That was too much. The largest male size didn't even fit my boobies. Yeah, it sucks. Teddy Fresh, like they're not even good clothes, right? They're definitely not, like, historically not necessarily ethically made. Not even copyrights that the artists or H3 own, right? They're
Trump blaming Biden and Obama for everything.
Five outfits would get you into the thousands.
And an unwillingness to ever admit he was wrong. The whole thing has become so sad and boring to watch, and I don't have it in me to care anymore. I'm gonna say, look, we have a saying in Turkey, zararın neresinden dönersen kârdır, which translates loosely to, no matter where you turn away from a loss is profit. So even if it took this much, 2.5 years, great. As long as you identify what caused you to remain in this cult, whether it be sunk costs,
that's a great phrase.
Whatever it might be. It's good that you are beginning to recognize that you were duped. Better late than never. Also, if there's ever a situation where you're stuck between defending me and your marriage, you should probably stick with your fiance. Let's keep it $150. There's a difference considering what my worldview looks like, because if you're having like active conflict with your friends over my perspective, that's still a little crazy. But more often than not, you might be up against a person who has been duped by a pedophile or duped by a sex criminal, duped by an Israel defender. So there is a little bit of validity to like...
Answer $250? Goddamn. I didn't realize that their crap was that expensive.
Wanting not to maintain a relationship with a person like that. But there's limits to that. You know what I mean? If you value your friendship, then it's understandable that you don't talk to them about politics, Depends on what the context is, to be honest. Yeah. Mine just thinks you're an idiot, lol. I mean, yeah, who cares? Don't talk about this issue with them. Your relationships in the real world are significantly more important, in my opinion. If you want to change their minds about like actual politics and actual
like chat, you probably wouldn't if you were into some weird show like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, like you're probably not going to talk to your significant other. Oh no, wait, you probably are actually.
Policy, that's different. I do, however, believe
on second thought
probably stick with your real world friendship.
Oh god, it's the okay, so that's the Iranian voice or something that they're listening to here. I feel like we should probably get started. I'm just trying to see if there's any. Yeah, there's nothing else. Okay. Oh wait, this is the situation that I had. Like, right?
What could have happened? The kind of magic that you and EJ could have made that night, Bosh.
What?
You're never gonna know what could have happened. The kind of magic that you and EJ could have made that night, Bosh. Turn the lights down low, get comfortable, put on a nice record. A record, I don't know why I turned into like a 1950s housewife there. Hey everybody, it's nocommentchick, and as you can see, it's kind of a lazy, sleepy, rainy day here, so I thought instead of streaming today, I'd bring you something kind of funny. Before we get started, remember to like and subscribe, and ding that bell to make sure that
let's put
my friend that is not so hot on, okay, on Vosh's subreddit. It's a Vosh fan, and he's run into a little problem. He has a friend that is not so hot on Vosh, and thinks that Vosh is a Nazi because of the Jewish banker's statement that Vosh made, right?
So yeah, Vosh was in a debate with non-compete. He ends up biting the bullet on an ahistorical claim about like the amount of like German bank business controlled by Jews, like kind of assuming that the Nazis were not also lying about that, which they were. And because of this, because of him doing this, a lot of people, started to think that Vosh was a Nazi. He's not.
This guy went to his
He's just an edgelord.
friend and tried to disabuse him of this notion, right? And just kind of ran into some wacky problems, as you do when you try to explain somebody like Vosh. Well, let's get into it, okay? Alright. The post is called "My Friend Thinks I'm a Nazi Now," prefacing that this is not a meme or a joke post. It actually happened. Lol. An online friend of a few years who really helped me get into leftism and even introduced me to Vosh a few years ago now thinks I'm a Nazi because I tried to explain Vosh's statement in the NC debate. For context, despite this friend being the one who said I should watch Vosh in the first place, he's gone hardcore BDS in recent months. Somehow, when he first told me about Vosh, he wasn't aware of the controversies. So a few months ago, when I referenced the tactical joke of expecting him to get the reference, he found the kill stream clip and was shocked and basically said he refused to watch Vosh anymore. Shortly after, he discovered the Poppy incident as well, and it all went downhill from there. Anyway, so earlier my friend sent me the clip, chumped bit of Vosh's Jewish bank comment in the NC debate. He said something to the effect of, "Glad I'm not watching him anymore. This is blatant anti-Semitism." I, stupidly, thought I could explain the context, but admittedly I ended up making myself look pretty bad to my friend. I started by saying that Vosh's point is that even if Jewish people were represented in German banks, it wouldn't make the Nazi views about them morally correct. And that's what Vosh was getting at, in order to dismantle NC's claim about their supposed utilitarianism. I then went on to say that even in modern day, our current media has a lot of Jewish presence in it. But that's not a bad thing at all, and it certainly doesn't mean the Nazis were right about them. The difference is whether you think Jewish representation is a bad thing or not, but not just acknowledgement that it exists at all. I can't believe that even has to be said. Now, of course my friend then essentially accused me of believing the JQ and called what I said anti-Semitism 101. I admit, maybe I phrased parts of it badly, but I assumed my friend would be smart enough to engage with my words and not delete.
Anyway, I don't know if that was real or not now, chat, and I also know that, wow, my editing was bad back then. I could have edited this video so much better now. Regardless, chat, let's get into Professor Jiang, because he's on breaking points. And he's going to break some points for Krystal and Sagaar. Professor Jiang, breaking points. It's time. It's time.
All right, guys, we've got yet another heavy hitter guest and first time guest on the show, Professor Jiang. He is the star of the popular YouTube channel Predictive.
We got any Hasanabi heads in chat? I know there's somebody in Hassan's chat that has been begging him to react to Professor Jiang for days now, right? Did he react to this clip? Because this one was actually fairly relevant. I would assume this would be one that he would react to. I don't know. I don't think it was Neatskit. I don't think Neatskit likes Professor Jiang necessarily. 2 clips today from Breaking Points, or anybody know if he reacted to like this clip, or I guess that's what it would have been. He's such a crank. Wait, Professor Jiang is? I don't know if he's such a crank. I do think that there's some cranky things in his like wheelhouse, right? But well, I mean, he does get in. Let me just like let you watch his appearance. And before I let you watch it, like just understand, like the stuff that he's going to cover here, it's not everything that he talks about, right? There's obviously, stuff. He's kind of sticking to the political here, right? Seen this clip, he's a crank. Wait, in this clip? Oh my gosh. Okay, well maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't watch this. from Professor. Oh, he did watch two. He watched two clips. Okay, because people are wanting to. So the whole deal with this guy. This is Professor Jiang, right? A lot of people are trotting him out as well, either a great political prognosticator, which I do think he's his chops when it comes to foreign policy, history, game theory, the stuff that he knows that he uses to inform his predictions. I do think that it's pretty on point. But the deep end of this is people will kind of latch on to his more spiritual discussions and kind of maybe even read a little bit of like divine spark into him, right, in terms of his predictions. So what I seek to do here today is to show you who this man is, where he comes from ideologically, and that like the majority of what he's saying as far as his analysis is not anything I disagree with. But when you start to get into like what informs that and some of the stuff that he believes in, he'll get into a little bit of this at the end of the conversation here, right? In terms of talking about secret societies, which, look, I mean, when you just say secret societies, like I can't really analyze that as, is it crank? Is it not crank? Obviously, there have been secret societies throughout history. Obviously, they've had a, decent sized effect. I get that because secret societies are kind of like a black box. You can say anything that you want to about them. They are catnip for cranks, right? But they do exist, right? It's just whether you want to bring in, I don't know, what is it, the Rosicrucians and the Scottish Rite to a discussion of Iran. That's another matter. But yeah, he does sort of get into that. Anyway, I'm like making it harder to. I need to make her a birthday emote. Wait, what? Oh, Kaya needs a. Wait, is it Kaya's birthday? Is Kaya 3 years old today? How did I miss that, chat? I usually catch a decent amount of Hassan's stuff through his industrial complex channels. Oh, it's March 5th. Anyway, let's get going. Let's see what you think. I can see a lot of people, some people are like, this guy's a crank. Some people are probably going to come in here, really maybe even having some, kind of affection for this guy. I do think that he is somebody that I'm going to keep on listening to. But yeah, also somebody I'm a little bit skeptical of. And it's somebody I would really love to know, like, how deep the rabbit hole goes. Because I have seen some stuff that I don't exactly like. Somebody in chat mentioned earlier a conspiracy theory that they linked to anti-Semitism. I've seen him kind of resist the urge to, or like I've seen him kind of push away like an anti-Semitic explanation for some things, but I can certainly understand why some of the stuff that he says, especially when he gets into like historical theories and stuff like that, does maybe, and who knows, maybe the sources. We'll try to look that up too. What was it called again? The Kazakh origin, I think, is the theory that the chatter mentioned earlier. But we'll take a look at and see. And again, if anybody's got clips, links, timestamps, you know what I mean? Like you're like, I think you need to see, what he said here, whether it's Twitter or YouTube, send them to me, send them to the mods, hit me with those in Discord. Probably the best thing is going to be to contact a mod, and then the mod can post it and I can look at it. But yeah, I want to take a look at. I want to give the most of a I don't know, three-dimensional view of this guy that I can, because I do think he's a complicated figure. I do think that from what I've seen, his opinions are valuable, right? But like some chatters are saying, there's some stuff that's a little bit sus, some stuff that's a little bit wild, and yeah, and it's hard to tell what he's doing with bringing the conspiracy theories up, right? He always says, "Now look, this is just a theory. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not." He doesn't come across as somebody that's like, "No, this is definitely the
history." He uses
the work of it's the work of the Illuminati.
Game theory to analyze past, current, and to predict future geopolitical events. And he joins us now. Professor, great to have you.
Good to see you, sir. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. So, for people who aren't familiar with your work, I wanted to show folks that back in 2024, you made 3 big predictions.
Oh, wow. So we do have some information on Hassan's, wow. I'm a little bit surprised. It sounds like Hassan really got into his stuff today. It's, Siji, I almost read that it's Syzygy, but no, it's Siji, says the Illuminati stuff is cringe, but I'm curious on his position on woke because it is almost feels like he's anti-woke. Hassan criticizes his Illuminati takes, but he said he'd like to interview him. Okay, so yeah, that's really interesting. And it's weird with Hassan too, because like obviously Hassan is both a critic of woke and a proponent of woke, because woke doesn't really mean anything. At the end of the day, it's kind of like it's kind of like a sign that points to nothing. Like substantially, like there's historically how it came to be used as a phrase within the Black community, and then there's how it was sort of taken and just completely turned into something else by the right wing. Anyway, but yeah, I see what you're getting at, and I'm curious about that too. The one thing I will tell you about, like, his opinions on wokeness, right? Is the the one time I've heard him talk about like LGBT issues, he seemed positively disposed, right? That doesn't tell you much, but maybe it tells you something. From what I recall, Hassan watched a video of Jiang explaining something well and commented himself. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like his political analysis is, usually from what I've seen, pretty good. However, it does seem like I have seen him talk about stuff that I know more about than he does, and he gets stuff wrong, which makes me wonder on all the things that he talks about that he knows more than I do, like all of his historical, parallels that he'll draw, right? It makes me wonder, if he knows what he's talking about there. It's hard to tell. A lot of times he does know a lot about what he's talking about, and sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes sometimes it's pretty flagrant. His wacky takes on other things. Then chat started going off and went off. He went off on chat about how he's truly insane with his Illuminati shit. And then we watch. So wait, chat was more positively disposed to him than Hassan? Interesting. I watched him explaining the Middle East conflict in the worst way I've ever seen. Yo, if you could hit me with some of the, well, I mean, maybe we'll just like see if I can dig up the Hassan segments from the industrial complex. Anyway, we got to watch this first. Regardless, this is just really interesting stuff, and I'm so curious. Keep sending me your opinions, chat, or any clips of this guy, or anything like that, because I'm very curious to know what you think about this guy.
That Trump would win. 2, that he would start a war with Iran. And 3, that the U.S. would lose that war. Let's take a listen to that.
In this class this semester, I'm making 3 big predictions, right? First is that Trump will win in November. Second is that the United States will go to war against Iran. And the third big prediction is that the United States will lose this war, which will forever change the global order.
So,
did South Korea's stock exchange close because of too much losses? A few of the Asian stock exchanges did, I think.
Obviously,
he gives me university professor vibes, where he sounds official enough to not be talking about talking out of his ass. But if you aren't quite versed enough to say, what about X? What about like? You can't put your finger on what he's saying that is off. Yeah. So somebody said that these were actually high school students that he's teaching, right? His content, chat, let me just show you really quick, right? His content is edited better than mine. God damn, this is an old video though, chat. How old? 4 years old. Okay, we can forgive me for sucking at editing when I started out. Anyway, I thought I was good. What am I looking for? Predictive history. That's what I'm looking for. History. Let's take a look. There's this channel. This is his main channel. There are a lot of channels of this guy, and I want to warn you, a bunch of them that I found are not Professor Jiang. They are an AI voice of Professor Jiang's talking. Professor Jiang is on the thumbnail and is on the, like, you know, the avatar and stuff like that. But it is like these people are putting out their own AI bullshit. I don't even know what it is, right? It's not him. So be really careful. I think it's because he has a certain amount of trust of his audience, right? 1.4 million subscribers. I didn't realize he'd gotten that big, that far, right? But this is what he does, chat. These are all, these are all lectures for different courses he's teaching. Great books, game theory. What do we have? Secret history. Yeah, that's the one that's the most conspiracy minded, I would say. Geostrategy and what, civilizations, I think. Civilization. He's but yeah, it's all just, you know, lectures. And I was under the impression these were university lectures, but you just see him and occasionally you hear a sound that is supposed to be the take a break sound. Apparently the school takes breaks in their classes. Professor Jiang does not. He keeps on rocking right through the break. All right, so let me read his description. In his Foundation series, Isaac Asimov proposed that the science of psychohistory will help humanity understand its past, predict its future, and control its present. The channel is dedicated to exploring if psychohistory is indeed possible. The channel seeks to answer the following 3 questions. What model series paradigms help us best understand the world history? What does history teach us about our current predicament, and how much can the future be predicted? Interesting. And here, chat, just a little full disclosure. He has a lecture about psychohistory, a discipline, let's just say, that is discovered by the protagonist of the Foundation series, at least the protagonist of the early books of the Foundation series. I know a lot about Foundation. I know a lot about Isaac Asimov. I have not watched the series, for any of you who are wondering that. I've heard it's bad. But so, you know, I'll be able to check him on what he says about Foundation. And this is where, you know, like I said, it's kind of a spot check, right? He's got so much work. He talks about so many different things. A lot of those things I don't know about. This is one thing I do. So we'll do a little spot check on how accurate, how much he knows about the topic that he's talking about in the case of Isaac Asimov and Foundation. Anyway.
That last one is the only one that has not yet come to.
Is he a real professor? He's a real doctor. He got his degree at Yale. This is what I'm wondering, right? Somebody said this was a high school class, and it makes some sense because it's not a real, you know, even though it's we're talking about, you know, deep topics or topics that are, you know, college level, you know, topics. It's very entry level, and it makes me so, because when I saw some comments being like, wow, this is like, you know, a great, this is like taking a high level college course, and I was like, it's not. It's like taking a freshman college course, right? That's what it feels. It's a lot like, you know, survey of Western literature, or, you know what I mean? It's like one of these classes that you take as a freshman to kind of whet your appetite for that field, because when you're a freshman, you're still kind of deciding, do I want to be, you know, a history major? Do I want to be a philosophy major? Do I want to take on a major that'll actually make me some money and instead of all that? Right? You know, you're still deciding. So yeah, it's like that. It's like that level of keeps calling him Harry. So wait, what? How do you pronounce it? How do you fucking pronounce his name? I've read the book. I did not say I specifically said I have not seen any of the media on it. I couldn't watch through the series because the motherfuckers tried to inject a romantic subplot and kept calling him. Wait, am I mispronouncing his name? In my mind, it's Hari. Oh yeah, I mean it could be. It could be Hari Seldon. Yeah, it's spelled with an I. So, but yeah, I always read it as hair. Oh, is it one R and an I? Yeah, I guess that would be Hari.
Fruition is quite a stunning prediction. Do you stand by it, and what have you seen so far that leads you to sort of stand firm in that conclusion?
So, given my analysis of how the war is progressing, I think that Iran has many more advantages over the United States. The reality is that right now, it's a war of attrition between the United States and Iran, and the Iranians have been preparing 20 years for this conflict. In their eschatology, in their religion, this is a war against the great Satan.
Okay, so do we know what eschatology is? Does everybody understand what that means? Eschatology is the study of the end of things, right? That could be the end of life, the end of a civilization, the end of a culture, the end of a historical era, the end of an empire. It's concerned with the end of different things, right? That's what is meant by eschatology. And when we're talking about, like, he's talking about the Israeli, eschatology, he's talking about their view of the, end of times, right? Because there is a concept of that, within certain forms of Christianity and within certain forms of Judaism, right? And this is something I was a little bit uninformed about, right? I know about the interpretation of, what is it? There's a name for this, right? But it's a certain interpretation of a book of Revelations, right? This is where the Christian Zionists feel it's important for Jewish people to move back to Israel, because that is the story that's in these are oh my God, what is it called? Like prophecies, right? These are like prophecies of what Daniel and Paul in the case of Revelations, right? These are visions that authors of the Bible, of different parts of the Bible, saw in their minds and wrote down, right? And then that gets interpreted as like metaphorically, right? Because we're talking about stuff that definitely sounds metaphorical, like, right, the four horsemen are named like pestilence and death, and the kind of the hallmarks of what somebody would expect at the end of days and the end of the world, and war, famine, pestilence, death, right? The four horsemen. And, most people think it's not literally four horsemen. They think that it represents something, right? And everything in there represents, both in the book of Daniel, which is, I think, the Old Testament source on this, main Old Testament source on this, and the book of Revelations, the New Testament. Everybody knows the book of everybody knows the book of Revelations. I mean, maybe not. I don't know.
They've had many practice runs.
But I mean, it's talked about by Christian Zionists, Christian evangelicals, like all the fucking time, right? But I guess I didn't realize that there was like a version of, end of days eschatology, as he said, within, and I don't even know what parts of the Jewish faith this is pertinent to.
Last June was a 12-day war when the Iranians were able to examine and analyze the strike capacities of both the Israelis and the Americans. And they've had a lot of time, 8 months, to prepare fully for this new attack. They, through their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Shia militias, have been able to really grasp the American mentality, and now they have a pretty good strategy of how to weaken and ultimately destroy the American empire. So what the Iranians are doing is they're waging war against the entire global economy. And so there are
Four Horsemen things kind of maps out onto the four humors theory and weird European mystic stuff. Yeah, and there was like what, some form of like medicine at the time was practiced, right? Four humors are, what is it? Blood, bile. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. Phlegm. You got, is it blood, bile, phlegm, and black bile? Is that it? Either way, these are like four like bodily fluids that and they tried to like base, like they tried to create almost like an elemental system off of that. And yeah, which was actually how it had a real effect on how race got constructed in the times between. Yeah. So what is it? The one that the humor that is like fiery, right? The fiery humor. Like there's one of these humors that's like it stands for like fire and heat, and basically it's ascribed also to the South, and that gets basically translated into people from south of Europe, and because this humor is like sexual, they kind of try to map this idea that like the people from the South are not, like, they're not in control of their carnal desires or something like that, right? That was the idea of how that feeds into like the scientific racism that excuses things like slavery.
Striking.
Yellow, black, red, and white. Wait, there's different kinds of biles? No, I mean, like, one of them is like blood, one of them is phlegm. Is it blood that's the hot one? I'm trying to remember. I think there's like, but yeah, there's it's like four substances of the human body.
The GCC countries, and not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, but they're going after the critical energy infrastructure of these bases. They blocked off the Strait of Hormuz, and eventually they will go after the water desalination plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water.
Okay, here we go. It's blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Blood is sanguine, yellow, also known as choleric. Blood related to the heart, yellow related to the liver, black bile related to the spleen, thought to be melancholic in nature, and then phlegm thought to be phlegmatic. Slow, cold. Yeah, it all connects to like ideas of hot, cold, wet, and dry. No doubt the seasons.
Water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provide.
Oh wait, yeah, it is the seasons, right? Blood is associated with spring air, warm and moist. Excess leads to cheerful. Yeah, with all these humor, they're always trying to talk about like, if you got an excess of this, it's like this. If you got a deficiency of this, it's like this. And they're all trying to like kind of balance. You got too much choleric, you got too much phlegmatic, and we're gonna balance it out with spicy herbs or something. I don't know. Associated with winter, phlegm, phlegmatic, associated with winter water being coiled and moist, and excess causes calmness, sluggishness, and apathy. Black bile associated with autumn earth being cold and dry, excess result in sadness, thoughtfulness, and depression. Yellow bile associated with summer fire being hot and dry, and excess caused anger, irritability, and ambition. I think is it yellow bile then that's like associated with the peoples of the southern regions. Anyway, this did absolutely part of the paradigm that was used to create scientific racism.
60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right? They'd be out of water in 2 weeks.
Okay, so let me just rewind this, right? Because we're talking about the realities of the Iran war, right? Now, what are the realities, chat? Obviously, in terms of military strength and technology and surveillance and all the rest, the United States and Israel have a huge advantage. Anybody that tells you differently is blowing smoke up your ass. But, right, he's also talking about what are the advantages for Iran. And it turns out that they really do have a big advantage, which was what I was talking about earlier. This region does not get a lot of, this region does not get, water, right? And in accordance with the people like living there. This place, the Gulf region has to ship in water, has to ship in food. And in fact, I shouldn't even say ship in water, because the main source of water is desalination plants, right? These are expensive plants that Iran, according to Professor Jiang, is going to be targeting, just like the United States is going to be targeting the infrastructure of Iran, because Iran is also in a place where water is not as abundant and plentiful as it should be, and they could suffer from lack of water. So the United States is trying to inflict that on them. But the amount of there's like a graph like that Dr. Jiang talks about of the need on the numerator, the need for water, the amount of water that's needed in that area versus the amount of water that is found in that area, right? And so it's going to be like, if there's a lot more need for water than there is water in the area, it's going to be 100 or more, like 100% of the need, right? And if it's, less than opposite way, right? Iran is like, can cover 72% of its need, I think. Or wait, what is it again? No. I'm saying this wrong. The way that this calculation is made. Either way, the Gulf states are more dependent on both water shipped from the outside and their own desalination. Like in other words, this is like an existential thing, right? There can be no Dubai, there can be no Qatar, there could be no Saudi Arabia if Iran takes out certain infrastructure, right? And water is a big primary among those things.
Entire global economy. And so they are striking the GCC countries. And not only are they striking GCC countries, American bases, but they go.
What is that? Vault 15 was hoarding all the water chips. Hey, Chad, if we don't end up hitting the bonus goal, you might end up getting a video game stream.
Going after the critical energy infrastructure.
We're 81 points from being able to unlock the end of Ethan Klein.
These bases, they blocked off the Strait of Hormuz, and eventually they will go after the water desalination.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, that Steve is mentioning is ammunition line problems. Yeah, United States expended a lot of ammunition defending Israel last time they attacked Iran. Has given a lot to Ukraine. United States is kind of hurting, and you would have heard right before the war was announced that there were generals that leaked, or I don't know if there were generals, military officials, high military officials leaked that the United States probably did not have enough of this ammunition to continue very long in this fight.
Plants, which is the lifeblood of these nations because they don't have fresh water supply. In fact, the water desalination plants provides 60% of the GCC's water supply. So if a drone, and these drones cost $50,000, if they wiped out a desalination plant.
This is another big thing, right? Drones cost a fraction of the amount. The drones that Iran is going to use to attack, oil fields, desalination plants, and American military installations are so much cheaper than the interceptors, right? The ammunition that they're using to shoot them down. So that means, and what you've seen this happen a bunch of times in the war, where there is a incoming, ordinance, right? And you see a interception attempt that fails, that keeps on going. Another one fails, right? Each one of those interceptor munitions is infinitely more expensive than, for instance, one of the cheap drones that Iran could make, or the missiles. So whatever we've got going on, right? The United States is spending infinitely more money to shoot these things down than Iran is in building them, right? That means this is not a sustainable war for all you Ghost of the Shell fans out there, for the United States?
In Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it's a city of 10 million people, right?
I'm going to be right
they'll
back.
out of
after
water
I
in
pee.
2 weeks. In 2 weeks. And right now, the Iranians have de facto closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and the GCC gets 90% of its food from the Strait of Hormuz. So I know a lot of people are talking about the disruptions to the global economy, but right now, the Iranians are actually threatening the very existence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. And why this is important is that the Gulf states are really the linchpin of the American economy. So what they do is they sell petrodollars and then they recycle the petrodollars back into the American economy through the investments in the stock market. And right now, we know that the entire American economy is propped up by AI investments in data centers. And a lot of that comes from the Gulf states. So if the Gulf states are no longer able to sell oil, and they're no longer able to finance AI, this AI bubble in the United States, then this AI bubble will burst, and with it will burst as well as the entire American economy, which is really a financial Ponzi scheme.
Right.
So that's a dire situation that the Americans are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sir, an Amazon data center was literally hit in the UAE. And now, of course, big tech companies, which were looking at the UAE as a major potential data center investment hub with cheap and abundant energy, probably going to be rethinking that. We also wanted to talk to you about munitions. We can put this next one up here on the screen. The United States is racing to accomplish Iran mission before munitions run out. This is specifically around interceptor math. There's a famous video just from yesterday in Israel, which shows a single Iranian ballistic missile, which is being targeted by some 11 different interceptors, all of which miss. Most of those come from the United States, not to mention all of the different bases, the GCC countries that you just talked about, and the asymmetry of the cost. It's $1 million for a missile, tens of millions per interceptor in some of these cases. With these munitions running out, how does that change the global picture? So you're in China, obviously, much of the stocks in Asia of the United States are likely to have to be cannibalized if this were to go on. How's that going to affect the global picture here?
Right. So my first point is that the United States military is not designed to fight a 21st century war. Remember, the military-industrial complex came to being after World War II, and it was designed to fight the Cold War. And the Cold War was really about muscle flexing, about who was able to send people up into space, who was the first to get the person on the moon, who had the more complex missile systems. And so the entire American military strategy revolves around very sophisticated technology that costs a lot of money to build, and that's what the American air defense system is basically, and that's why we're seeing this asymmetry, as you point out, in this war, where you have these $1 million missiles trying to take out these $50,000 drones, and it's not sustainable in the long term. And so what we're seeing is really the puncturing of the aura of invincibility and inevitability that sustained American hegemony for the past 20 years, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And this is really a reordering of not just the global economy, because this signals the collapse of the petrodollar, and with it, the entire US dollar-based reserve currency system, but also the global hegemony of the United States. We're moving towards a multipolar world.
Professor, this morning, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was asked a question about potential ground troops in Iran. He refused to rule out that possibility. And he said, oh, well, we're not going to project to you what we will or will not do, but we don't want to, rule anything out. We will do what it takes. Do you think that America will end up invading Iran from the ground, since it's already becoming relatively clear they won't be able to accomplish the goal of regime change or even regime collapse using just air power alone?
Right. So everyone says that the worst calamity that could happen in the United States is if it were to send ground troops into Iran. At the same time, the United States are committed to regime change in Iran. We've never had a precedent in history where you were able to regime change from the air alone. You need ground troops. And so unfortunately, what's going to happen over the next few months is that pressure will build on America to send ground troops, especially from the GCC countries and from Israel, which are being pouted right now by the Iranians. So remember that if the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, if they go, then the petrodollar goes with them. So the Americans need to protect these countries, and these countries are going to demand that either the Americans bribe the Iranians to cease, and this is like $5 trillion in indemnity, okay? Or send ground troops to wipe out the Iranian threat once and for all. And I know that there's no political will for ground troops to be used against Iran among the American people. But remember that 78% of American people was against initial strikes against Iran in the first place.
Right. And one of the things that really comes into question, I think, with all of this, sir, when we're looking at the geopolitical picture and the sacrificing in much of this from the United States on behalf of Israel, is kind of a question as to who and what wanted this. We were actually curious for your view on a disputed report here from the Washington Post. We can put it up here on the screen, F3. A push from the Saudis. Israel helped move Trump to attack Iran. Now, this has been internally disputed by Saudi Arabia, saying that they did not push the Trump administration to attack Iran. However, this is clearly an authorized leak from our own government, trying to at least lay some of the blame on behalf of the GCC. What do you make of this analysis and of this narrative that Saudi Arabia was also trying to be behind this push to bomb Iran?
So I've always argued that both Saudi Arabia and Israel are heavily invested in regime change in Iran. In fact, Saudi Arabia sees Iran as much more of an existential crisis than Israel. Because remember, Israel still has nuclear weapons, and Israel is a very diverse, very sophisticated economy, whereas Saudi Arabia is completely reliant on oil. And it's always had problems with Iran because Iran is a theocracy opposed to the Saudi monarchy. Iran funds and equips the Houthis, which have been antagonistic towards Saudi Arabia for the longest time. And right now, the Saudi economy is suffering. It's been trying to pivot towards more of a tourist economy. That's why they brought in Ronaldo. That's why they're switching to e-gaming. That's why they're building something called a line, NEOM. And all these things are not working out. So they need to be able to control the oil resources of the entire Middle East if they are to survive and thrive as a nation. So I do believe that this reporting is credible, even though it does make Saudi Arabia look bad. But remember, Saudi Arabia says that they wanted peace, but they are helping the Israelis and the Americans attack Iran right now because they're allowing the Israelis and Americans to use Saudi airspace.
So help us understand, because it still feels to me like there's some pieces that don't totally add up. You had, in advance of this war on Iran, you had top military brass up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying, this is a really bad idea. We are not ready for this. All the math on the interceptors that's been talked about for months at this point. And yet Trump still decided to go ahead. What is the calculus that he was making here that led him to take what already appears to be catastrophic actions?
Right, okay. So this is the key question. Why do they do this? I think there are three possibilities, okay? And I think all three possibilities are valid. The first is the idea of hubris. If you look at history, this is how empires behave. So the Mindoro kidnapping was quick, successful, and it was adrenaline rush for Trump. And that made him overconfident in the capacity of the American military, okay? So hubris is a factor, and we see this throughout history. Why did Hitler invade Stalin? Because he conquered Europe really easily, and he thought it was invincible, right? And that led to the destruction of the German army in the Soviet Union. So hubris is a factor. Then you have to look at internal political calculus, where even though America does not benefit from this war against Iran, Trump himself personally benefits. Why? Because the Saudis and the Israelis are bribing him to attack Iran. Remember that the Saudis invested $2 billion in the private equity fund of Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law of Donald Trump. And the Israelis, through Miriam Adelson, have been financing Trump's political career right? So Miriam Adelson, a few months back said that she will put up $250 million if Trump were to run a third term. So Trump is getting a lot of financial and political support from the Saudis and Israelis. Also remember that if this war goes sideways and Trump is forced to use ground troops, he will probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency.
Finally got back. Oh my God. Data centers are now military targets. Yeah. Waluigi, thanks for reminding me he's up there. Thank you for handling the stream for me. Another video said he's a high school teacher with a literature degree. I believe he's a doctor of like a Yale. He's got a PhD in something. Predicting Trump win in Iran doesn't require a crystal ball. I like the way you're thinking, Allegra. We're going to get into that later because, yeah, I think a lot of people have imbued this guy with either, greater accuracy than he's actually shown. That's a very easy thing to explain. There's this thing called confirmation bias, right? If somebody's predicting stuff, okay, you're not going to necessarily notice when he makes a prediction and it doesn't come true. They're probably not going to make that big of a deal about it either, right? But you will notice, when it does, because that's more. I don't know. It's kind of if you look at what he said about Iran, he was right about the war happening. Again, not exactly a hard call to make, but he got some of the details wrong. And then some of the details are still to come. Like, right, one of his predictions is that the U.S. will put boots on the ground in Iran, which I believe would only happen through, like it would have to be by air, and that presents all kinds of problems. I added a Waluigi emoji to the BTTV for you. Thank you. I didn't make it, but I found it somewhere, and it wasn't on BTTV. That's awesome. Wait, do you want? Oh yeah, I gotta go somewhere to do that. I could give you editor on that on BTTV.
War powers, and people
You don't know how to add it? I'll figure it out.
rather on the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor that is very important is
Okay, wait, that part was kind of wild. Wow, I actually, Chad, I left for longer than I wanted to because I had to make a bowl of cereal. I am like obsessed with cereal. And look, everything in Thailand is a little different than it was in the US, including the soy milk, right? Chad, I get this soy milk that's got, they look like chia seeds, but everybody calls them basil seeds. And I think they're like related to chia, but anyway, it's an epic bowl of bananas and cereal, and I need it. I need it now. How much of him did I miss?
eschatological factor where, if you look at the
Let's
Epstein
rewind.
files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear. But if there's a war going on and you can delay the midterms, so he will
my God.
probably get approval from Congress, and this will give him emergency war powers, which will allow him to influence the midterms. So Trump is thinking about a third term. And I think at the ballot box, he probably won't get it. But if there's a war going on and you can delay elections and you have emergency war powers and people rally on the flag, then he probably will get a third term. And the last factor that is very important is eschatology.
I gotta know. Chat. Is he somehow? I gotta update my BTTV. I'm not seeing the emoji, the Waluigi emote. Um, is he aware of the situation in the United States? I mean, he is giving two different scenarios, right? And only in one of them does Trump have a rally around the flag effect. Well, no, wait. He's saying that if the war goes on, is he aware that the war is pulling at 26% in the United States? Like, look, I do expect it to go up, right? Because it feels like the media, both on the right and the left, both Fox News and it's I mean, MS Now is hit or miss, isn't it? Refresh your Chatterino with F5.
Factor where, if you look at the Epstein files, it's clear that we are run by secret societies. It's clear that the world is run by these individuals who have a lot of power. We don't know who they are, but they control the military. They control the national security apparatus. And these
Wow. I came back right on the good time, right as I'm telling you that, like, this guy's got some really good ideas to discuss. Really, sharp understanding of geopolitics. Like, I don't know though, chat. Okay, so like, either he knows that the war is incredibly unpopular. Oh wait, let me try refreshing my multi-chat. Maybe then I'll see it. I see the CACWs. Oh, maybe we have to add the Waluigi separately. Maybe I have to add the Waluigi. Oh shit, but I lost the I refreshed the chat, so I lost the link to the BTTV Waluigi.
People, there are different names for these people. You can call them like Illuminati. And the Illuminati are composed of three major groups, okay? You have the Jesuits, who control the Vatican. You have the Sephardim Frankists, which control the modern state of Israel today. And you have the Freemasons, which control the national security apparatus of the United States. And they believe that Israel, this war in the Middle East, is key to the end time.
Yeah, so it goes like, God damn it, I left at the wrong time. That's crazy, chat. Also, I'm not sure if I've... Jacob Frank. Is a Polish Jewish religious leader who claimed to be the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed Messiah Sabbatai Zevi. Also of the biblical patriarch Jacob. Okay, that's what we're dealing with here. The religious authorities of the Jewish community excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines that included the deification of himself as part of a trinity and other controversial. That doesn't... Trinity's not exactly a very Jewish concept. Like, that's controversial concepts such as neo... Okay, well, this guy is like out of his mind, isn't he? Controversial concepts such as neo-caprocration, purification through transgressions. Frank's teachings led his sect into... This is like the Marquis or something. It's like the Polish Marquis de Sade. Including ritualized orgies, incestuous acts, most notably between fathers and daughters. Oh no, chat, Donald Trump. Oh no, oh no. Okay, wow. Is this the kind of rabbit hole that we've really stumbled into? I swear to God, chat, he said normal shit at first, didn't he? Did he not? Did he not say some normal shit? Some uncontroversial shit and even some insightful shit at first before going into the, like, well, it's actually because we all know that everything's controlled by secret societies, and what more secret society is there than the illustrious Illuminati? So yeah, here's my intentions with this stream, chat. I didn't want to come off as glazing this guy. I wanted to at least show you like what he's capable of before we drop into conspiracy land. But we're at some pretty fucking crazy shit right here. Is this Jacob Frank guy as like influential as he claims? Or like it's like Aleister Crowley mixed with Marquis de Sade, maybe. That's what I'm picturing this guy as. This was the departure I was talking about. Damn, you weren't kidding. See? People that missed this because it's not my normal content, which is probably not their fault because it's like, you know, YouTube just doesn't push this out. It just doesn't get to the people. They're missing something tonight because we have entered into spooky Alex Jones territory. We now have, I would say, a left-wing Alex Jones. Some might challenge that left-wing characterization, though. But from what I've seen so far, yeah, it's his. Like I don't get the feeling he's a communist. I don't feel it. And he's very critical of capitalism. I am just trying to figure out where this guy is at, and already we're with this Frank stuff. Like, who is Jacob fucking Frank? Is this like? I just don't know, chat. Is this somebody that could be, you know, influential? Who like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, have you ever read Jacob Frank? Oh, it changed my life, right? Or is this just like some wacky dude from the past? Frank arguably created a religious movement now referred to as Frankism, which, so is he saying that Frankism is in charge of Israel? Or is that his claim? Which incorporated aspects of Christianity and Judaism. Okay, that makes sense. That's kind of seems like what he was doing already, claiming to be the Holy Trinity. His followers, known as Frankists, engaged in a sexually promiscuous rites, such as the infamous 1956 incident of Langstrown. Chat, this is fucking blowing my mind here. Like, I don't know about the incident of Langstrown. It may be infamous. I don't know what happened there, where they were allegedly caught dancing around a half-naked woman, symbolizing of the Shekinah. Later, Frankists were encouraged to convert en masse to Catholicism. That's very alt-right of you. That's very alt-right of you. Development of Frankism was one of the, either that or you would do the Eastern Orthodox Church. The development of Frankism was one of the consequences of the Messianic movement. Oh no. Oh yeah, okay, I guess that would be a Messianic. So the guy that he claims to be the reincarnation of was claiming to be the Jewish Messiah. Like he was the dude, he said. Religious mysticism followed socioeconomic changes among the Jews of Poland, Lithuania, and Ruthenia. Wow. This is a fucking declaration of being the successor of Sabbatai Zevi. At this critical moment, what critical moment? In the early 1750s, Frank became intimate with the leaders of the Sabbateans. These are the people that believe that Sabbatai Zevi, I might be mispronouncing his name, was a real live Messiah while he was alive, right? Two followers of the Sabbatean leader Osman Baba were witnessed at his wedding in 1752. In 1755, he reappeared at Podolia, gathered a group of local adherents, and began to preach the relations which were communicated to him by the the Durnma of Salonika. One of these gatherings in Lancorona ended in scandal, and the rabbi's attention was drawn to the new teachings. Frank was forced to leave Podolia, while his followers were hounded and denounced by local authorities, to the local authorities by rabbis. And this is 1756. The rabbis' court held the village of Satanau, which is Sataniv in Ukraine today. The Sabbatians were accused of having broken fundamental Jewish laws of morality and modesty. Declaration of being the successor. So he joins the Sabbatians, okay? We're maybe also doing weird stuff. They're definitely pissing off the rabbis. And they're and then then it continues. At this critical moment, Jacob Frank came into Irenia, proclaimed himself as direct successor. So these people believe Sabbatai Zevi, that's our guy, that's our Messiah, right? He says, guess what? Just, conveniently, actually, I'm the reincarnation of this guy. So you can worship me now. Aren't you? Isn't that great? Successor of Sabbatai Zevi and Atman Baba, and assured his adherents that he had received revelations from heaven. These revelations called for the conversion of Frank and his followers to the Christian religion, which was to be visible. That's wild. You go into like a breakaway group of Messianic Jews, you join them, then you claim to be their Messiah, and you say, and as your Messiah, I'd like you to become Christian. What a story. Did anybody become Christian? Did they? Because this is wild. These revelations called for the conversion of Frank and his followers to the Christian religion, which was also to be a visible transition stage to the future Das, or religion to be revealed by Frank. Wait, is it Das? Is that like a Hegelian term? Anybody remember what the Das is? The future DAS, like the German Das? The future the future thing? It's like a neutral gendered definite article in German, like the religion to be revealed by Frank okay, so join Christianity for now, but later I'll give you like a better version, or a better, I don't know, a more Frankist practice. In 1759, negotiations looking towards the conversions of the Frankists to Roman Catholicism was being actively carried out on the higher representatives of the Polish Church. At the wait, like declare them all to be Roman Catholic, like without their, like I would think you'd have to, the process would be people would come to the Catholic Church and say, I'd like to convert. At the same time, the Frankists tried to secure another discussion with the rabbis. The Polish primate, I'm going to mispronounce this, Lubienski, and the papal nuncio, Nicola Serra, were suspicious of the aspirations of the Frankists, but at the insistence of the administrator of the bishopric of Lwów, I'm mispronouncing the shit out of this stuff, Canon Mikulski, the discussion was arranged. It held in Lwów and presided over by Miluski. Protestant missionaries also tried to detour the Frankists to Protestantism. They were like, hey, have you considered the Protestant church? Give it a try. They got baptized. He went to prison. There's notable Sabbatian teachers of Jacob Frank. Oh, people that taught him. Okay. He's got his writing is available in something called the Collection of the Words of the Lord. Wow. That is crazy. Chat, I'm sorry. I am like fucking hypnotized by this shit. Let's get back to Dr. Jiang.
Times in creating heaven on earth. So it's almost like a script that they're following.
Oh shit, is it Heidegger? Yeah, maybe it's Heidegger I'm thinking about.
No, it doesn't make any geopolitical sense. Okay, so I would say that these three are the best reasons why this is happening.
Wow. Well, sir, I hope you come back. This was very informative,
What the
I think,
fuck?
for both of us. We deeply appreciate your time. Thank you.
I feel like everybody watched this but me. Fuck. How? Oh, it's a very short segment. I mean, what do you think, chat? Do you think that maybe this segment was scheduled for 30 minutes and then he was like, actually, it's the Illuminati, which is made up of the Frankists and the Scottish Rite and the whatever else. Oh my God. I am. Okay. So people are telling me that Hassan reacted to this guy. I had been hearing people, I don't see anything. Okay. We're gonna have to get creative, chat. Are you ready to get creative? Wait, watch history? Is that what we want? Oh shit. I need gonna have to get the link from somewhere else, maybe. Oh my God, I got scared. I got scared. MIDI Doctors, thank you for the gifted membership to, wait, who got that? MDA G Tech, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. There's certain things when they get into about history, people don't want to have to pay lawyers to have to balance every variety of suit or contest because the industry realities suck. When Jung writes about Christina Morgan and her sketches of vision in his sketches of visions book, isn't this what he's talking about? Weren't they all on LSD? Babylon working? Wait, what? I don't know if Jung was I mean, I guess LSD was like around at that time, but it wasn't as popular. I don't know, did Jung talk about it? I know like Huxley did had a podcast about Jung once. Oh, was it about like Cass? It's somebody that covers Jordan Peterson a lot. Yeah, and was talking about Jung. I am trying to find this chat in there it is. Hasanabi unofficial live stream. You are my best friend. I am so thankful for this channel. Right? Because when I can't find a Hassan segment, but I know it exists. Hasanabi live fan channel has got me. And that feels amazing. Let us. No. I don't see. I don't see closed captioned. Oh, this is gonna be hard, chat. If it exists, it's here. But like, I can't search by word. Like I can't like type in Jiang. Also, if I typed in Jiang, I wonder, I bet the subtitles, I don't know, would it? Oh no, chat, this is gonna be so hard. Are we sure though Hassan has like covered this? Because I'm not seeing any I'm not seeing any like industrial like complex channel clips. Ben Shapiro. We may have to just get into Dr. Jiang's lectures themselves, and maybe I'll try to find this behind the scenes because I don't want to waste too much time on this, but I'm super curious what Hassan thinks about this guy. Yeah, if you watch that Breaking Point segments, yeah. You know, I don't know. For some reason, I remember that segment being like longer, being more substantial, and having like less conspiracy. Oh, there it is. Here it is. We got Professor Jiang cited.
An IRBM TEL can fit in a somewhat larger box truck. As far as I know, we do not have the ability to drop a J down on every box truck in all of Iraq, Yemen, Iran, Syria. This has not been thought through. $40K for a weed whacker engine and some fins is insane. The U.S. spends roughly $3 million to shoot down a single Shahed drone. Oh yeah, I mean this part is true. I'm not the biggest fan of this guy. I think sometimes he says some kooky shit, but I've seen this video and he's right.
Actually, those nations that are poor actually have more energy. They're more open and they're more cohesive. All right, so let me give an example. This is what we call the Shahed drones. Shahed drones. Each of these drones costs $50,000.
It's also not $50,000. It's cheaper than that.
At most.
He actually does get to that. Yeah, he says at most.
Okay? At most. It can go as cheap as $35,000 US. But one of them is $50,000. As you can see, you can fit a lot of these.
See, now Dr. Jiang sounds like he's trying to sell drones, right? So you could get it as low as $35,000. Yeah, you're gonna ask him, do you know a guy, Professor Jiang? Can we make the like right? I got 35,000 right here. Let me get one of those drones.
Drones to a truck that can go anywhere in Iran, and it can hide anywhere. All right. So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap. They're easy to make. They make about 500 a day. Okay. And estimates are about there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they can go on for a long, long time. Okay, and one of these drones, again...
Oh my God, everyone that's excited that I'm finally watching Professor Jiang, I'm familiar with him, okay?
I thought he wasn't. Somebody brought him up and... Oh wait, I think I need to add... something to the bonus skull here. But yeah, I thought Hassan didn't really know about this guy.
I'm familiar with him. I think that he has some good takes, but then he also has a lot of fucking crazy takes. Okay, don't.
Knock out a desalination plant. It can knock out an oil field. It can knock out a hotel. It can do a lot of damage. Okay, and it's easily.
For the record, chat, the only crazy take I've seen him give. Nice, thank you, Burple. We got the stream start. It starts here on his stream. Let me see if that's the moment I'm finding. But here's the deal. I have found, okay, it looks like everybody's coming up with virtually the same timestamp. Thank you, chat, by the way. I appreciate those timestamps. I don't know if you, I can't convey enough how much the timestamps really do help. Most people just have 35,000, sitting around on their monthly drone fund. Yeah. Well, you were gonna put it maybe in the prediction market, right? To bet on the world being blown up in a thermonuclear exchange, but on Polymarket. But instead, maybe you buy a drone. Who knows? Who knows? Chat. Christina Morgan was having an affair with Dr. Henry Mori. Oh, this is like is this like MK Ultra stuff? The Unabomber did LSD? I didn't know that. Whoa, JD Salinger's widow wrote a book about it. Translate this darkness. One word, all caps. She had an affair with Jung too. Well, yeah, here he is talking about. So yeah, I mean, he's got like mostly look, the only thing I've seen of him that is a take that I think is like unrealistic is when he's like talking about a rally around the flag effect with Donald Trump. Like now, I feel like some people have been mentioning that you might have in fact, this is his opinion that, wait, no, he said the rally around the flag effect, right? That's the part that I don't buy. But it doesn't mean that Trump couldn't do something like, enter into a major conflict that, and then, use the congressional war powers to, to fuck with the midterms and then maybe fuck with the election in 2028. I mean, it would be very unpopular, but yeah, if he wants to make his dictator move, maybe this is when he makes his dictator move.
Transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere, okay? And that's what the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. And how do the Americans defend against this?
Or else Ellipsis says the bad part about winning a bet that the world's gonna end. Here, let me switch so I can click on this. Bad part about winning a bet that the world's going to end is that the money is not worth much anymore. That is why I'm taking my payout, or else Ellipses, in bottle caps. Yes, I will be taking my payout in bottle caps.
They use them called a fad, right? Right, guys. This is what they use. Fad.
That's not true. America does not use THAADs against Shahed drones. That's crazy. That's just incorrect. Tell us about the crazy takes, please. He's just like really invested into like Illuminati shit. Like he constantly goes into the realm of conspiracy.
That stands for.
All right, here's the deal. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit surprised here, right? My prediction was that either Hassan was only gonna see like the surface takes that were about like geopolitics and be like, yeah, this guy's based as fuck, we should have him on. I thought either that was gonna happen, or the second thing was that he was gonna like go down a deep dark rabbit hole like I did and see all of the weird conspiracy theories and all of the unique, really syncretic, like religious, kind of like perspective that this guy has, that he comes from, right? He's okay, like if I want to get to the bottom of, what a lot of people would find nutty about this guy, it is a belief that so most people think of consciousness as a rising phenomenon from life, right? That the matter that is living, right, the organism, you and I, are conscious because of the activity of our brain, supported by our cardiovascular system, and the whole enchilada, right? That's a very common way of looking at the world. Professor Jiang doesn't look at the world like this. He believes that the material reality that we see is a phenomenon arising out of the phenomenon of, it's a phenomenon arising out of the of our minds, of our thoughts, right? And so, yeah, that would kind of fundamentally alter like a lot of things. And then there's like a connection with Kant, where he talks about oh my gosh, chat. This is the ContraPoints thing, right? The thing in itself, versus the our like the phenomenon of us perceiving the thing in and of itself, the phenomenon versus the noumena. Is that right? I don't remember my Kant that well, but that's what I seem to be recalling. Girl Friday on Tuesday, thank you for the super sticker. Yo. I'm feeling good today. I'm feeling kind of like that pair, right? As like wacky as some of this stuff is and concerning at times, I do find it like fascinating. I really do, and especially his perspective on religion. But yeah, I can understand that, you know, considering it's so central to him that it gets mentioned in his lectures. I could see people being uncomfortable with that, right? And especially, you know, the wait, there's a name for what I just described, isn't there? The whole thing of the consciousness emerges from the matter. I mean, it's a dialectic, isn't it? There's a very easy take to make at times like this. Values shift to enforce obligations to ourselves and each other by way of invariant truths with as little abstraction as possible. We are at 42 out of 100 right now. If we can make it to, I think at this point 58 points further, then we will be seeing some bonus wait, why do I have to say it weird? Some bonus content. I could just say it normally. I don't know why I felt like I had to be like bonus content chat. I don't know. I don't think it adds that much to the stream for like me to emulate a wacky morning DJ of yore. Although that is really similar, very similar job.
Thermal.
I can see the I think I just have to add the Waluigi. I'm seeing him, chat. I'm seeing him in multi-chat. I'm seeing your emotes on Twitch.
High altitude air defense. And they also have like Patriot systems. There's a lot, okay? The thing that you need to know about the system is it's really expensive. This missile, guys, costs $1 million.
You added Waluigi, thank you. Wait, why am I not seeing it when Funkmaster types it?
$1 million. So there's this $50,000 drone coming your way, and you throw a $1 million missile at it.
Is it the same Waluigi?
Missiles miss, so you have to throw 2 or 3 missiles at it, okay? So you're spending $2 to $3 million on each $50,000 that the Iranians.
Did I type boner content by accident? Because of Boner Box. Oh.
That's kind of silly. Second thing you'll notice is that this thing is really big and really slow. And therefore, you can't really move it around.
Oh my God, there's so many fucking dumb fucks in my chat testing my goddamn patience. Oh, half of the Jeffrey Epstein files, like, how can you say Illuminati is fake? Shut the fuck up, okay? I've been talking about Jeffrey Epstein and
here's my attitude. I know that there's a bunch of people that go off about the Illuminati and the secret societies and all this shit, and they're full of shit. They're making up stories. They're being entertained by stories, right? I know that to be a fact, right? I am open to the possibility that power might operate at times, even in the modern world, through secret societies, right? I am not like close. I don't do, I think, you know, what Hassan's doing, although I get why he's doing it, right? Because there's just a lot of bullshit out there. But like, I don't know anything about like the history of the, you know, the groups in question. So I try to just kind of, you know, be well, I'm not agnostic. I'm very skeptical on you know, conspiracy theories. But like, I don't like, you know, I don't want to like there's a rare Pepe. Oh hell yeah. He said, hey, it has to say Illuminati because he can't say elites or capitalist class. Oh, he does say both of those things, I think, Oglobits. I think I have heard him be critical of capitalism, although I don't think that I don't know. I don't get the feeling he's a communist. I don't know, chat. This guy's like complicated. Jiang has taken some facts and arranged them in a certain way. All Illuminati chatter is bullshit. Elite, secret, even ritual groups definitely do exist because they get busted and we can read about it.
And, you know, the CIA utilization of like international sex trafficking for a decade, okay? If you don't anchor your commentary around materialism,
Purple, do a Waluigi.
you are going to lead into the realm of unproductive and unhelpful conspiracies.
Oh,
Every
wait.
single-
Speaking of secret societies, okay, maybe I need to read more. I can't see it. I can't, for some reason, the Waluigi, there's the one emote that doesn't work for me. Yeah, it just says the word. Oh, well, we'll figure it out eventually, chat. I am thankful that people are adding BTTV emotes because I don't pay nearly enough attention to that stuff. But like, look, Epstein, right, was talking about a group of 12 old white men. Remember this? They were called the Zodiac. Wait, no, actually, maybe that's the Zodiac Club is like from Persona 2, isn't it? I forget which part is Epstein and which part is Atlas Gaming because they are actually so similar, right? But yeah, they got one person for every sign of the zodiac, right? Like those are the ones I'm interested in. Like yeah, like a secret society of 12 people. Okay, tell me more about that one. Or is that one just bullshit? I don't know. It could just be Epstein. Epstein bullshit. I don't know if people realize how much Epstein bullshits. And I worry that you know, people are taking stuff like that, you know, seriously, where he is kind of like shit posting to his friends, but at the same time, like I don't ever know, like. But yeah, like we gotta dig up that mass circle group that Jeffrey Epstein was a part of, and who replaced him. Oh, the other thing too is like you might think that this is like a really cool idea, like that they're like, let's get somebody that's an Aquarius to replace the Aquarius guy that just died, right? Nope. Oh yeah, there's no women and there's no minorities. He makes a point of that, right? No women and no minorities around. This is one of the last true secret societies, right? It's not secret society. It's not a real secret society if it's not racist and sexist, right? Openly racist and sexist. That's the kind of secret society that Jeffrey wanted to be a part of.
Every single.
But yeah, thank you for the super sticker, Sarah. In case I did not say that already, that gets us to 42 out of 100, and we're only 58 away from the goal. Where are we at on other things? Oh, I didn't remind you before the butterfly chat thing expired. We only got to 2. But yeah, we're still on track to maybe watch the end of Ethan Klein and Loner Box. Potentially. I'm curious about that now too, especially since Like it's got like a minor tie-in with Hassan, I think, and I don't know. It's
single big thinker that at the end of the day is a liberal
My
ends
mouth is
up
too dry.
leaning into the realm of the immaterial, silly ass bullshit, people operating as a monolithic force, all this stuff, secret societies, blah 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 blah. Okay.
people operating as a monolithic force. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like all bullshitters, there's a grain of truth. If he was bullshitting, he wouldn't tell. But doesn't he kind of like, he never like really said, he just says like there's secret societies, right? I've never heard him like connect it, be like, you know, I don't know, like Ehud Barak, you know, made this choice diplomatically because of the pressure from the like you know, the Frankists or something like, right? I never see him like be like, this is the effect of the secret societies. He always just kind of brings them up, like, you know, like, right, he'll talk about like, you know, stuff that's going on geopolitically, the way that power operates, and then he'll be like, and we know that there are secret societies that have been operating for many years. Some people think they are still operating, right? He does it with, I don't know if it's plausible deniability or if he really is remaining, you know, somewhat skeptical about it. But yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't like lend a lot of credibility, for instance, to what he said on Breaking Points, right? When he is like, oh yeah, this is just like the Illuminati. That, you know, it reminds me of like a kid that like that has that irritates other kids because they always bring everything back to this one thing. Like they went on a trip to some amazing place and they're like, yeah, it was just like when I was in, you know, wherever and blah 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 blah, and like, you know, it means a lot more to the kid than it does to the people that they're telling it to. You know what I mean? I feel like this is like his thing, that he's always like kind of, I don't know, he just like brings it up a lot, and in places where I'm like, do we need secret societies, like, you know, in the for this historical analysis we're doing?
Okay. We can't be out here relitigating this over and over again.
Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And then when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like, what? But this makes no sense. You know the Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this?
There are, I mean, the Shahed drones can be taken out with like conventional small arms as well. There's not like, there's anti-drone weapons. Like Ukrainians are pretty, Ukrainians have figured out numerous ways of having to deal directly with Shahed drones. You don't use a THAAD when you're intercepting a Shahed drone. That's crazy. THAADs are for ballistic missiles. That's what THAADs are there for. Even then, even when you're thinking about a ballistic missile coming from Iran, though, in comparison to a THAAD, that there is still a massive cost gap that favors the Iranian side. This is why Iran is able to engage in like these cheap drone swarms, and even they're much cheaper, much more efficient, and expendable munition swarms as well. They can just like keep throwing. They can keep throwing cheaper and cheaper missiles directly at the problem, and break through the Iron Dome. And it's very cost efficient on their side and very expensive on the Israeli side and on the American side. Yeah, we use THAADs for ballistic missiles that cost 1/20th the price of the THAAD, though, and we cannot produce THAADs at nowhere near a rapid pace. I believe the number of THAADs that we produce are like a dozen a year, if Sagaar's analysis is correct. I think it was like 14 last year or something. So...
So the first thing that...
Oh my God, this is real big news from Professor Jiang. He explains how the Muslim world will unite to fight back against the oppressive actions of Israel and the American...
Oh, wait, no, this is just like, oh God, we kind of got to the end of it here, chat. This is his end prediction, right? He predicts that Iran's end game now is to try to do something that has just never, has not been done. I don't know if ever, but to actually anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not let's just let him say his thing.
Empire. He details how Muslims will overthrow the corrupt US-backed dictatorships.
Like he thinks there's going to be like a big like he's talking about like a pan Muslim like coalition or something, that if not a anyway, his prediction is that this is gonna all cause like the Muslim world, Shia and Sunni, to unite against the US and Israel. And I mean, for a lot of the states in the Gulf, that would be quite the turnaround.
You know what? Let's hear him out.
Yeah, let's hear this. You're gonna love this, Hassan.
The Iranians want to do is create a jihad to unite all the Shia against the American empire. All right. So what they want to do is create an uprising, and it's already happening, guys. The Shia in Pakistan stormed the American embassy in Pakistan, and the Americans killed a lot of people, okay? The Shia have attacked the American embassy in Iraq. The American embassy are being attacked in a lot of places, right? So the first strategy is to create an international global jihad of the Shia against the American empire. And it's already happening. It will continue for a long, long time.
He does pronounce a lot of words in and I just always, assume that's he's, English is his second language.
Long time, because the Americans have killed the Khamenei. Okay? And that requires vengeance. The other thing, though, is that it can unify the Muslim world. Okay? If you look at this map, most of the Muslim world is actually run by dictatorships that are not popular at all, okay? And they're allowed to exist because of the American empire, right? You go to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria, these places, they're all run by clients of the American empire.
Okay, there's
right?
a lot.
So
it's funny because like there's a lot more to the Muslim world than the countries that he pointed to. And even then, there's like, he said, these dictatorships are run because America allows them to exist. And then he pointed to Algeria.
That's wild.
The famous American-aligned dictatorship in Algeria.
if you rally the people who hate their governments and you overthrow them, then that makes Iran the leader of the Islamic world. Not just the Shia world, but the Islamic world. And this creates something called Pax Islamica. That is the end goal, guys. Okay? If you do that, then you don't have to worry about the Americans and the Israelis anymore. right? So the Israeli game plan, the American game plan is to fracture.
Look, if you tell me that there is, you know, it is in Iran's interest and most likely part of their game plan, part of what they're trying to do to try to, you know, create unity within the Shia world and to you know, and to kind of promote a spirit of pan Muslim unity. Like, I mean, you know, sure, if you say that's their goal, but like saying that they're gonna unite the Muslim world with themselves as the leaders, that's also wild. That's also really fucking wild.
Iran into ethnic enclaves, and they'll fight over water for the rest of their lives, and they'll all die. The Iranian game plan is to create a religious war, a crusade that unifies the Shia people, that overthrows the American empire and establishes something called the Pax Islamica.
You didn't do the math? Brother, I don't think he did the math either. Listen, I'm going to keep it $150 with you guys. This is ridiculous. And
wait till you got to the great books. His thoughts on the great books, Dante and Milton. And
it's kind of funny because his position is like supposed to be against American empire, right? So people look at this and they go, wow, what a wonderful analysis. You know, the last time I heard this analysis, it was fucking Glenn Beck. So I feel like I wouldn't put too much weight into this prediction. Maybe he's got some better ones elsewhere. But what the fuck do I know? I do not have a electronic whiteboard, so
you are not a psychohistorian like Dr. Jiang.
Ain't nobody's calling me professor.
Who is he anyway? Look, he is a I thought a professor at Beijing University. Somebody else was saying he teaches high school classes. I mean, these are definitely like the classes that are online that are filmed and uploaded to YouTube. They're definitely seem more like freshman level classes than say like 300, 400 or level or graduate classes.
Professor Hassan.
Yeah, Fa indeed.
And my channel.
Wait, is Fa an emote?
Is not called Predictive History. It's called Hassan Abi. I would interview him, though. I would definitely have a conversation with him. I think he's a very interesting guy.
Okay, I would love to see this interview. We got to make this interview happen, chat.
I just don't know if I fully agree with him. I think he's a little bit of a crank.
After being struck by 2 Iranian drones.
So chat, somebody's saying that he watched 2 videos of, I mean, I guess those are them, right? That's what we're talking about. There's not more, because I can't, unfortunately, I can't. The reason I was looking for a YouTube video, thank you to those of you who, wait a minute, some people gave me like, oh my God. People gave me timestamps earlier and I don't think I like, let me see if I can scroll up. But yeah, you know, the timestamps on Hassan's VOD on Twitch. Well, wait, somebody said 508. Okay, let's look at 508. Let's see if there's anything I missed. It looks, yeah, if it starts at 508, then oh yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, so that's where he starts watching. Yeah, I think it's just these 2 videos, right? People said there were 2 videos that he watched. I think we got him. He doesn't go back to it, does he? People did send me timestamps though, and now I'm like wondering. I need to be able to like save the. Oh my god. Yeah, looks like it burned through the timestamps. Oh well, we're at 42 right now out of 100. And let's see, how many people have voted so far? I'm curious. Wait, why has... Oh. End of Ethan Klein and Lonerbox still in first place. Massively in first place with 65 votes counted. Make sure to get your votes in if you have not already. Make your voice heard because, yeah, it's important. 65 of you have already, and thank you to everybody who has liked the stream in addition to voting, because that helps a lot. We want to have more votes, right? And the only way to get the numbers up on a night like tonight when I'm covering something that's outside of my wheelhouse is to show YouTube that everybody in here likes the fuck out of the stream. So please, chat, if you would like the fuck out of the stream. But yeah, Ethan, end of Ethan Klein and Lonerbox in first place. Again, that is the content of Ethan, I guess, biting the bullet on some Iran take. I'm guessing endorsing the war on Iran or something like that. And he's lost like a huge amount of his audience from that, right? People are leaving in droves, and they've already left in droves. So it's kind of looking like the end for Ethan. This is his last bad take, right? He always talks about how Vosh, Tipster, Keffels, all these people, they insist on dying on Lowly Hill, right? They insist on having horrible takes about Lowly. And in the end, it was Ethan Klein that had to die on the Hasbara Hill. And I don't know, with his boots on, right? He went out like a true asshole, I guess. Yeah, aka here lies Pedo Troll. Here lies Pedo Troll's career. Let's not get too macabre. Anyway, yeah, I think that's what he covered from that. So I should probably delve a little bit deeper now. Oh wait, did I read out them all off? Yeah, okay. So second place, Shoe on Head versus Denim's drama. That is Deep Fried Fat. That's the boys over there. EJ, what am I saying? Fuck. TJ. Yes, I know who DFF is. TJ and Paul's Ego and Scotty. How could I forget Scotty? I didn't forget Scotty, chat. For the record, I did not forget Scotty. I thought they had a different, Scotty looked different somehow. But anyway, that's in second place. You got The Bride of Charlie Kirk in third place, right? The Candace Owens docudrama about the life and times of Erica Kirk. And then we got the midterms that nobody seems to care about. Maybe everybody knows the results already. Anyway, that's in last place. Make sure to get your votes in if you have not already. We are at 42 out of 100. Meaning that if we get 58 points further, we will watch some bonus content. We will watch one of those topics, the topic you're voting for, and also the topic you're donating for. And you can make this number go up to 100 by using Super Chat, Super Stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Patreon at patreon.com/nocommentchick, or on Throne at throne.com/nocommentchick, or on Twitch, right? Any of those count towards the overall total, and will eventually get us by hook or by crook to some bonus content. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna dig us a little bit deeper, okay, in the Professor Jiang context. Here's what I feel like at chat. I feel like it's haunted. I feel like it's pretty good geopolitical analysis and ghosts, right? It's haunted. It feels haunted. That's my issue with it right now, right? Is that, like, you know, it's pretty cool and you're learning a lot, but you probably should like literally fact check everything the guy says, because I have caught him talking about stuff he doesn't exactly know about it. I have seen him like get stuff wrong, use like a word to mean to mean something it doesn't mean. Right? He is somewhat hit or miss, right? Even at his best. The ontology is strong. Yeah, this is why he's interesting, right? Where is he coming from? I really do find, like the thing that's going to put a lot of people off is his like sort of religious interest, because he does put that forward as not just like a academic curiosity, but as a like heartfelt connection. And you can definitely hear him like saying what he likes about certain religions, what he doesn't like about certain religions, sort of having favorites. And yeah, the one that he keeps on going back to, at least that I've noticed, was Gnosticism. But I don't know, maybe there's more, maybe it's attached to more. People are saying the whole monad thing actually connects to what was it, Zoroastrianism and Mithraism. Mithra is actually a deity very similar to Jesus, right? That like I don't know. I think like didn't they like make all of the Mithra holidays into Jesus holidays in Rome or something? But anyway, chat, enough about Mithra. We'll probably get to Mithra. And Zoroaster. Am I pronouncing Zoroaster? Am I saying it right? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Professor Jiang, what are you doing? I feel like he should have a theme song. Professor Jiang's got his own theme song now. So yeah, look, 1 day ago. This is his most, is it his most recent video? Let's like take a look. What's his most recent video? Really? Okay, so yeah, he's got great books, video on the Odyssey, but yeah, right before that, 23 hours ago, he posts his video on, it's in his game theory course, and it's the US-Iran war. And like I said, don't be expecting like high level course ideas or grad level course ideas. Here he does keep it pretty accessible, right? This feels like freshman level. It's very approachable.
I hope everyone had a nice break, and welcome back to the end of the world. So as you know, World War III has started. The United States and Israel have started to attack Iran. And we are now in the 4th day of this war.
Wait, is there no Zoroaster? Zoroastrianism is not about like, yeah, Zarathustra is Zarathustra. Oh my God.
And we can expect this war to last for many weeks, possibly also for many years. But I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again. So what we will do these next few weeks is use game theory and understand and analyze the geopolitical situation.
Chat, am I doing the religious equivalent of like, wait a minute, I thought the main character's name was Zelda. Is that not Zelda with the sword and the shield? In the cap? Is that not Zelda? Is that, I thought this was Zelda. That's Zelda, right? Zelda's like the little guy with the sword, right?
I teach you the ideas, the theories, the techniques to understand the world around you and make predictions. And we can know if our analysis is correct because all this is happening in real time, and so we can test it against reality. All right, so let's go over some basic facts about what's happened so far. So in the early morning of Saturday in Tehran, the Israelis and Americans launched a decapitation strike against the Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran. Now, there are arguments and disputes about as to what happened. The Americans and Israelis said that they had real intelligence about where the leader was. And so they sent airplanes to just bomb the crap out of the place. They also had a spy who was able to record the body of the dead Ayatollah. And then this was announced. At first, the Iranians denied this, and the Iranians insisted he was still alive. But eventually, state media admitted that he did die in the airstrike. But then what they also said is that the Ayatollah, he's 86 years old, and he chose to die. He could have gone to Moscow, but instead he chose to stay in Tehran and die for his people. But not only that, but he died along many of his relatives. He died along with his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchildren. So many of the family died in this assault. Also, there's been reporting that he had prostate cancer. Okay, so he was going to die fairly soon as well. So what you need to understand first about the war is that even though the Americans and the Israelis claim great success in decapitating the leadership of the Iranians, from the Iranian perspective, this is a martyrdom, okay?
Okay, and furthermore, I want to point out, where was Khomeini when he was killed? He was at his family house. He was home, all right? He was not, in some underground facility. He was not in the mountains. He was not, trying to hide, right? This is a 86-year-old dude with potentially with prostate cancer. Geez, now I'm saying it wrong too. Yes, Chad, it is Link. It is the name of the character is Link. I was joking. I was saying that me trying to be like, what is the name of the guy from Zoroastrianism? Is it Zoroaster? Is that his name? Is it about Zoroaster? And everybody in chat is like, Zarathustra. I never could pronounce Zarathustra. I never could say Zarathustra. Sarah Schuster. I can't say it right, chat. Still.
And so the religion of the Iranians is called Shia Muslim. And this is different from Sunni Muslim. So Sunnis are the majority. They're about 9% of all Muslims in the world.
But yeah, when you kill a guy that's literally like this, like the Obi-Wan, he Obi-Wan Trump. That's what that motherfucker just did, right? He wasn't hiding. He wasn't trying not to get killed. He is old as fuck, about to die of cancer. And he was like, I'm going to be at home. You can fucking kill me there, right? And they did. He died the way that he wanted to die. And I'm not saying that to fucking glaze the dude. I'm saying it to point out the stupidity of the US and Israel in taking this action. Because much like Obi-Wan, you strike him down now, and he is infinitely more powerful as a martyr than an 86-year-old dying man could be as a world leader. Trump should take a page from that. Trump should take a lesson from that, right?
The Shia have always been the minority. And as such, they've always been persecuted. So in the Shia faith, the core value, the force that binds everyone together and gives them purpose and meaning in life, that galvanizes them into action, is the idea of martyrdom, which forces jihad. You sacrifice yourself for your religion, sacrifice yourself for the common good. So think of the death of Khamenei as a sacrifice, a self-sacrifice, in order to motivate the Iranians in this war, okay? So that's the first thing you need to understand. That for the Iranians, this is not a geopolitical war. This is not an economic war. This is not a war of resistance. This is a jihad. Okay? It's a war against the great Satan to avenge their leader. They will fight to the death. All right? That's number one. Number two is this. Also that morning, when the Ayatollah was killed, the Israelis struck a school in the south of Tehran, killing about 150 school children. These are girls in primary school. And again, there's a lot of debate and argument as to what happened. The Israelis said that, first of all, the school was next to a military base. We were targeting the military base. And second of all, it wasn't us which struck the school. It was a air defense missile that went off course.
Okay, so I want to point out that when he's talking about like the martyrdom thing and the kind of radical Islamic nature of Iran, that is some of the people there, right? It's definitely representative of the leadership, and it's representative of a portion of the people, but not all people. And if we look back to Iran's history before the Shah, during Mossadegh, I think they're first and last elected leader, right? They elected a leader. The leader said, "Hey, BP, I know you enjoy sucking out all of our oil and selling it without giving us shit for it, but we're going to take control of that oil now. Okay, so buzz off, right?" And this is what got the coup that gave them the horrible repression under the Shah, over which they rebelled, and that's how you came up with the current Islamic State of Iran. But if you go back to the days of Mossadegh, Iran is like a fairly secular, progressive, fairly progressive society, right? This is what people don't realize about it, is it's not it's not monolithic, right? In terms of people's the kind of Islam, I don't mean the kind of in terms of Sunni and Shia, but the their opinions on religion and such, right? It's a very diverse country. It's fairly racially diverse as well.
Okay? And
so yeah, I just wanted to point out that no, it's not like all Iranians are not like. Anyway, I didn't like the way that it came off sounding like this is their main thing here is becoming martyrs, and
Iranians insisted no. The Israelis purposefully attacked the school to kill the school children. And then you're like, why would the Israelis do that? But then these few years, well, we've seen what they've done in Gaza, in Palestine, to the Palestinians. And it's pretty consistent what the Israelis have been doing. All right? So this action against the Israelis, it's meant to show to themselves.
There was a process in place under Obama, the JCPOA, and it was working. And if you ask Trump about it, it was like, oh, well, that's when Obama gave Iran all that money for them to do terrorism with. And it's like, they never mention that it was their money that had been frozen, their assets that had been frozen, and that then were unfrozen as a condition of them signing an agreement to bring in IAE inspectors and to agree to not enrich their uranium, their spent fuel past a certain degree.
In the world that we are now all in, okay? We've made the sacrifice. We are now committed to this war, to winning this war at all costs. And this action has also provoked the Iranian people to resist with their full might, okay? So I want you to keep this in mind. And again, we don't have complete evidence that it's the Israelis who did this.
Chat does understand that I know Link is the main character of Zelda. I was just comparing thinking Zoroaster is the main character of Zoroastrianism to thinking that Zelda is the main character of Zelda. Although, isn't there one Zelda where she is?
But
I think there's
given
one.
Past actions from the Israelis, this is fairly consistent with what they've done. Okay? So we can assume that this is something the Israelis did. Why they did this, what the purpose is something we will discuss as we move on. Okay? It's very complicated. Next, I want to show you this. This is Dubai. And Dubai is considered one of the wealthiest, safest cities in the world. There are thousands, tens of thousands of Westerners who move to Dubai because it's clean, you don't pay any taxes, you make a lot of money, and there are great restaurants. And this is really the economic model
At David
of...
super chatted $9.99. Worst week of my life. I've been deeply disgusted by my fellow diaspora. I always knew they were some of the grossest, but that was largely unseen by other people.
Yeah, it's out and really fucking prominent right now. And as well as people, saying that if you don't support this action, that you don't care about those people. It's wild. And I can only imagine, Davi, what you're going through right now. Yeah, this is Professor Jiang, if you're just joining us. I believe he's a professor at Beijing University, although I gotta get, I don't know. I gotta double check everything about this guy. He just went on Breaking Points, and his channel's at like 1.5 million. It's fair to say he's blowing up right now. He's becoming more influential on the left, especially since a number of his predictions about Iran have proven to be correct. Now, there are still predictions outstanding, like that the U.S. would put boots on the ground. Haven't come to pass yet, but still could. But, I think there's other details about his predictions. And again, it was a year out or more. I think it was more than a year out. This was a year or two out before any of this happened, right? That he made those predictions. So even getting right what he did get right is somewhat impressive. However, I do want to kind of, bust the myth that he is got some kind of uncanny 100%. I mean, it is fairly uncanny, but it's not like a, spooky, supernatural kind of thing. And we really do have to, say that, because in addition to blowing up, over his geopolitical analysis and his ability to predict current world events before they happened, he is also being compared to a Dr. Jordan Peterson. And it is partly because in his content, which is essentially class lectures, essentially it's a class, lecture, you are also getting him sort of, deviating to talking about religious matters, specifically like Gnosticism and a little Buddhism and a little bit of everything, honestly, a little Zoroastrianism, right? He's kind of, even saving the straight up religious stuff. Like, he'll talk about he'll entertain a lot of notions of conspiracy theories. Let's just put it that way, right? And so it's kind of like this, the problem with him is that he does know a lot about history. He does know a lot about geopolitics. I think his, opinion is worth taking into account. But I've also noticed that he is not afraid to speak confidently about stuff that he really has no business speaking about. So yeah, like his massive grasp of all these different concepts, from history to, comparative religion, you kind of got to take it with a grain of salt, and yeah, probably fact check everything that you see from that. That being said, I don't think there's anything super objectionable about his, prognostications about the, the likely future. Well, I mean, we did see him predict that the entire Muslim world would unite behind Iran as a result of this event, and that's pretty fucking out there. But most of the stuff that's does Peterson ever talk about geopolitical strategy? Not really, but this guy does sort of get into this almost Jungian and religious and I mean religious in terms of Christianity, Gnosticism, various forms of Buddhism, right? He's into it all, right? So he's going to come off at the very least crunchy, if not downright nutty to a lot of people. That being said, I am kind of glad, to finally, we got our own Peterson, chat. We got our own Peterson, and I don't think he's transphobic. This one. I don't know. That's something else people were bringing up as they were thinking, well, how does he feel about, certain social issues, or like, is he gonna have a lecture about wokeness next? I haven't seen anything like that, but we're on the lookout for it, chat. So yeah, we watched his appearance on Breaking Points, as well as Hassan's analysis of him. And again, Hassan was mildly complimentary towards his analysis, but at the same time, yeah, very cautious about his, his obsession with the Illuminati, bringing everything back to the Illuminati or the Frankists or the, Scottish Rite. I feel he talks about a lot of secret societies, right? And he never really draws the line of like, this secret society did this. It's always like, well, we know but from the Epstein files, we know that we're run by, secret society. So let's talk about some shit from, 1600 that may or may not still, have any adherents. Anyway.
Dubai. It's one of the GCC countries, okay? The Gulf coastal countries. And for the longest time, Dubai had a really good deal because they were under the protection of the American military.
But thank you, Davy, for the super chat.
They didn't have to pay for defense.
Let's,
they were in the Middle East, which is the oil producing center of the world. And so they focus on aviation, they focus on logistics, they focus on finance, on tourism. They became extremely wealthy, right? I'm not sure if you've taken Emirates, one of the best airlines in the world. So their airport, Dubai Airport, is the busiest in the world.
Oh, he did say something about, the Freemasons. What was it? Well, he was like talking about different, because there's different contingents of, I don't know, like what support for, I'm trying to remember how he started talking about this, but there, you've got like your Christian Zionist, you've got your, Israeli Zionist, and then you've got, what was the other group? But yeah, he kind of is like, this one's controlled by the Frankists, this one's controlled by the Illuminati. I don't know.
And Dubai, for the longest time, was flourishing under American protection. And Dubai said to the world, listen, we're like Switzerland, we're neutral. We don't want any involvement in any wars. We're here just to take care of our citizens, to make sure everyone has a good time, to make money. And then right after the war started, the Iranians...
Jordan Peterson, ooh. Well, look, I don't mean in the gross way. I don't mean in like the transphobic way or the, crypto Nazi way. Or the super, I don't know. He is a little bit cringe. Just like Peterson, but he's this like deep, thinker that has got his fingers in every, anti-materials pie you could imagine, right? Because that's where this kind of comes from, right? Or I don't know if to call it. Is anti-materials the right way to call it? There's a name for this kind of philosophy where you view like the world as being a phenomenon, the material world being a phenomenon arising out of consciousness versus consciousness being a phenomenon arising out of the material world, right? It's that he's the I think it's the consciousness that makes the world as we know it, and then kind of brings some Kantian fuckery into it as well.
Tact.
Idealist, is that the word for it? Yeah, I mean this is definitely what an ML might call him. Yeah.
GCC, okay? Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait. They attacked these places, and these places were like, "What's going on? We're neutral, man. We're not involved in this war." And the airport was shut down in Dubai.
You're neutral. Oh, that's super. Wow. As a you got the Fifth Fleet parked there, but you're neutral. The Fifth American Fleet is parked there, but you're neutral. Okay.
At one point, the rich people in Dubai were willing to pay about $250,000 US just to get on a plane and get out of there. Okay? So
Yeah. Wait, did you say $50,000? I heard up to like $300,000. Sagaar's got some story about a guy that like had to travel to what was it, like the Sinai Peninsula or something, and then he ends up like paying I think it was $300,000 to get out.
the reality is this. For the longest time, Dubai had a reputation for being safe, and that's why people moved their money there. Guess what, guys? After what the Iranians did, it's dead. Dubai as a city, in the long term, it is dead. Because you're a wealthy Westerner, you're not going to move to a place where it could be attacked anytime by the Iranians. You might move to Singapore, you might move to Hong Kong, Japan, South America, but you're not moving to Dubai, okay? So the big question for us is, why did the Iranians do this? It's really the Americans who attacked you.
Well, like his whole point, Elizabella, is like he kind of hitches it on Kant in that the whole concept of the the thing in itself, right? That the thing existing outside of the observer is unknowable, as itself, but only like perceivable to the observer as the phenomenon, the phenomenon as opposed to the noumena. And so therefore, like whatever whatever material world there is, we can never, truly perceive it and are only seeing this. Oh my God. I mean, it's interesting stuff, right? It's definitely,
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. The Order of the Golden Fleece runs the show. Real ones will understand we still live under the Habsburgs. We are all Austria-Hungary.
damn. The more things change, the more things stay the same. Am I right, Davi? Thanks for the super chat.
Why go after the GCC? All right? And not only that, but they're escalating the attacks against the GCC. So this is something that we will look at very closely today. Well, the short answer is
the Holy Roman Empire was neither holy, Roman, nor an empire. Discuss amongst yourselves.
Because these places, even though they pretend to be neutral, they house the American military. They allow the Israelis and the Americans to use their airspace to attack Iran from. All right? So this is Bahrain. Now, Bahrain is interesting, okay? Because I want you guys to remember this. But Bahrain will probably be one of the major centers of this conflict. Because, first of all, this is...
Horrible. Thank you for the gifted membership to Funkmaster Ka. Funkmaster Ka, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Let's give the bonus content a chance. Ethan is getting those votes.
The American Fifth Fleet.
Getting those donos.
All right, this is their naval base in the Middle East. And as you can see, the Iranians are attacking it with missiles. And it's being blown up. Bahrain is interesting because it has about 50% or even more, okay, Shia, which is the religion of the...
I just got to go ahead and read the just make a formal reading, do a formal reading of the classics as it were, right? Essence stuff, trying to recover Aristotle, maybe. I had it kind of sporadically in school, but I never had like a course on it, right? Interesting, sure, but these days more the domain of neuroscience and metacognition. Yeah, and that's the other thing that's a little weird about it too, is like, I mean, I get that, his motivation like comes from believing in his own divine spark, like the monad, I think he would say, reflecting, through him, and he feels compelled to to share this information, and that this stuff motivates him, right? But I don't know, like, it's not really, like you're saying, it's more the domain of neuroscience and metacognition rather than something that really plays a part in his analysis, I guess. And yet here it is we haven't got to it yet, right? But it's kind of just interspersed into his courses. And that's what I'm saying, chat. Somebody that watches these courses and that gets really into him is potentially going to, adopt, certain parts of his own spiritual worldview and maybe even associate him with, with learning, this stuff. And then there's a little aspect of what Dr. Jiang does that, like, I don't know, it kind of could lend itself to some, sort of, cult-like dynamics. I mean, he does somewhat try to dissuade people from, like, blindly believing what he says. A lot of, especially the more controversial historical or, conspiratorial stuff that he presents it, with an admonition to kind of take it with a grain of salt. But, I could see nonetheless people being like, oh no, this guy is my connection to the divine. And, I'm going to fucking stan him. And I don't think he necessarily is looking for stans. There's also, has anybody seen when he gets frustrated with students, when he snaps at students a little bit? It's kind of interesting, right? There's somebody that's answering, like, I feel like there's, like, not a lot of people answering the questions when he asks this. So there's this one person that was answering a bunch of them. And then he got mad because she was like, okay, and after this, I think this is going to be, you need to just be quiet and do some reflection because, he gets on her case, right? What the divine spark? Wait, what the divine spark? I feel like Christians always try to run back to the 0th Testament and become Zoroastrian. Is that what that is, Davy? I'm confused. Is the monad? The monad is like what he talks about, like the most. I thought that was some like. I've only encountered it as a term in, I think, like Gnosticism, right? I didn't realize, but yeah, somebody else said it was like traceable. It was, related. You could trace it back to Zoroastrianism or Mithraism. Is that what it is? Myth me with that Mithraism. No. Okay. Anyway.
But the people in charge are the Sunnis. And so what makes this strike really important from our perspective is, first of all, not only are the Iranians attacking U.S. military assets, not only are they destroying the economies of the GCC, but they're also trying to ignite a religious war, right? Because you're Shia, you're loyal to the Ayatollah. And if he's dead, then you must, as a religious obligation, now commit jihad against your enemies.
What was the part of the Gulf states that Iran used to own? Isn't there part of the part of that area that used to be Iranian territory?
It's no different in other religions where, listen, if you want to kill the Pope, the Catholics would be really angry at you and they would want to kill you, right? So now you have the Shia who will probably eventually arise, creating a revolution in Bahrain, okay? So I think Bahrain will be the first to fall. Dubai will probably go bankrupt, okay? But in the long term, we can expect the entire GCC area, including Saudi Arabia, to eventually collapse, okay? And so this is something we'll use game theory to understand. All right, let's continue. So we will know how this war develops just based on geography, okay? So this is a map. And this map, even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants, even if you don't know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress. All right, so some certain things to keep in mind about this map. This is what we call this area, okay? Really small, it's 33 kilometers wide, okay?
Wait, all of the all of the Gulf states?
Swim across it. It's really, really narrow, okay? This small area, guys, it's called the Strait of Hormuz. All right? And it's important because it's really the center of the world. This one area is the nexus, the pivot of the world. Let me explain why. First of all, from the GCC.
Oh yeah, it's owned it and lost it countless times. That's true. A lot of conquering and getting conquered by
you have
the Persian Empire.
20% of all the world's oil flowing through this narrow strait. Where does it go, guys? It goes to Asia, India, Pakistan, South Korea, China,
Thailand.
Japan. India depends on 60% of its oil from this area. China depends on 40%. Japan, 75%. Prime Minister Takaichi of Japan has said that, listen, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, we will run out of oil in about 8-9 months. The entire Japanese economy would collapse in 8-9 months if the Strait of Hormuz were to close. And guess what? The Iranians have closed the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, it's closed right now with, I believe, is it the Saudis that are begging? No, it's the Chinese, isn't it, that are begging them to reopen it. Yeah, there's a Chinese effort to get them to, to be like, hey, we got nothing to do with this. Please stop shutting the strait.
Okay? So we can expect that the entire global economy will suffer greatly over the next few months. All right, so that's point number one. Point number two is, okay, so the GCC sends oil across the Strait of Hormuz, and what do they get back in return? Food, guys. All right, so people don't appreciate the GCC, but it is really the linchpin of the American empire. Because what is the American empire? The American empire is the petrodollar. All right? The idea of the petrodollar is this. The US dollar is worth nothing. It's only valuable if people want it. But the GCC says that if you want oil from us, you have to pay us in US dollars. Okay? Then that is the basis of the value of the US dollar. So, if the GCC collapses, the American economy and the American empire both collapse at the same time. The problem, though, is that GCC is an artificial construct of empire. It does not exist naturally. Why? Because there's no food, there's no oil, no water. Okay, guys? No food, no water. So these cities are able to grow in the millions because of all these petrodollars flowing in. If you close off the Strait of Hormuz, there's no food coming in, right? They're all going to starve.
So yeah, in the recent conflict, right, there's been two main subsets of targets that that Iran is striking in its counterattack, right? One is obviously Israel, and the second are these Gulf states, in particular U.S. military installations on the in these states, and so in other words, they see it as valuable to hit these to hit these U.S. military installations and kind of light a fire under these Gulf states, indicating that this could be your desalination plant next time.
Like all the geopolitical strategists Trump has is just countless 19-year-olds who are addicted to off-brand Adderall and fried their brains with countless hours of map games.
Oh my God, which ones are considered the off-brand? Like Vyvanse, would that one be off-brand? All the geopolitical strategists Trump has, yeah, like the big, like big balls. Yeah, they're playing Civ, whatever. What are they up to on Civilization, chat? What is the current Civ? Thank you for the super chat.
How much food does the GCC get from overseas? 80%. 80% of all the food.
But yeah, I mean, like they're hitting up the, and look, I'm going to point something out, okay? The United States does seem to be making an effort, a pretty major effort to defend Israel, right? It is not making the same effort to defend these Gulf states. And considering how important this whole area, what this represents, this is the whole thing, chat. If the United States was like the Death Star, this would be the thing that they go down the hole to shoot at, right? This is the vulnerability. This is the Achilles heel right here of the United States. Except instead of, dipped in the river Styx, it's dipped in a river of oil, I guess, right? But yeah, no, this is the vulnerability. This is they left their fucking Achilles heel open, right? And both in terms of these states being happy, and continuing to facilitate the role that they do for the U.S. empire, and in terms of these areas, you're going to hear in a second, of these areas actually being habitable. Yes, the areas being habitable, right? They're being a GCC to begin with, right? Because again, it's not an easy thing for people to live there in the first place, and they have built quite a bit there. They have built quite lavishly, right?
It consumes comes from overseas, that it imports. It doesn't grow by itself, it imports. All right?
Oh, they're not playing Civ, they're playing Hearts of Iron 4. What is that the one that is played by, like, it's either like queer leftists or like it's like weird right-wingers?
So the Strait of Hormuz is really key. And again, the Iranians will close it in order to strangle the global economy and therefore bankrupt the American empire.
They played Europa Universalis and Stellaris. Wait, what was Stellaris? I remember Europa Universalis always kind of skeeved me out a little bit.
All right. Second thing you will notice is these mountains.
It was very Western Civ.
These mountains is what we call Iran. All right, this is Iran. This is GCC. Okay, this is not.
But when Trump and Jared look, they see ski slopes, folks. They see big, beautiful ski resorts.
Fair matchup, right?
Oh, no.
These are mountains. And what can you do in mountains? Well, you can hide rocket bases. You can hide drone bases.
You can make a ski resort there.
Hide missiles.
Just saying.
And that's the entire.
I gotta stop doing the
Iranian
Trump chat. It hurts my voice.
Strategy.
It hurts my voice.
From here, they can hide missiles and drones from which to attack the GCC. And what are they attacking? They're attacking three things, right? They're attacking American military bases. American military bases. That's number one. Okay? Is it possible for the Americans to defend against these attacks? The answer is no. They're not. It's not. It's the silliest thing in the world. You have all these bases.
He did the Tucker laugh.
In the Middle East, but you cannot defend them against the Iranians. That's kind of strange. Okay, but that's number one. Number two is oil and energy. How hard is it to blow up an oil field with a drone? Not hard at all. Can you defend these oil fields? No, you cannot.
Chris Raygun does a pretty good Trump. I'll leave it to him then.
All right.
That podcast is filth. I didn't realize he was still going.
Number three, and this is most important, is water. Okay? You guys don't know this, but the GCC has little access to fresh water. So the only way that it can produce water is what we call desalination plants, okay?
There's a river in a desert.
These factories that take salt water and then through electrical chemical process,
what is that song?
turn it into fresh water for the population.
A river in a dry land, a heartbeat for a tin man.
To use. 60% of the water supply in the GCC comes from desalination plants, okay? 60%. Is it hard to blow up a desalination plant using a drone? The answer is, it's very easy. You understand? Okay? So you have this absurd situation where Iran is a mountain fortress where it can hide its offensive capacity, and the GCC, it's just this desert, this flat desert, and it is exposed to attack, and there's nothing it can do about it. Okay? So at any point in this war, the Iranians can choose to just destroy the entire GCC.
And the U.S. isn't defending it, right? And what does that say to nations that agreed to have a base, a U.S. base in their territory because they thought that, the diplomatic protection, which, that's real as long as the United States doesn't start up a war with Iran. There are, ways in which that is beneficial and protective to them, but when the United States opts to protect Israel over you, that's got to say something to them. And again, this is huge for the United States. If what he's saying, and he's predicting, chat, that this could like make these, you know, these Gulf kingdoms like unsustainable. You know, like end eventually be their end, right? That's the prediction. I don't know if it's gonna get that far, but yeah, they're definitely you know, these are the countries that are integral in doing the magic money game or I shouldn't say magic money. They're doing the US dollar game that allows, you know, Trump to flex, right? This is pretty important to Trump, and he just left it unprotected, right? As if, chat, this was a missile sponge for you know, to soak up missiles so they don't hit Israel.
You see, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it. Okay, but Irene,
you're starting to see where Israel and Jordan are. They're pretty much out of the picture. You're seeing a little bit of you're seeing part of Iraq, most of Saudi Arabia, and a little bit of Turkey. It looks like up top. But yeah, this is you know, he's mainly showing this map for the topographical you know, features, the geographical features to show, you know, just how and obviously it's like kind of, I don't know how accurate this is, but yeah, Iran is a mountainous place, right? It's surrounded by mountains on all sides.
Also has a weakness, okay? And this is fundamental. So Iran also has a water problem, okay? So for the longest time, they suffered a drought issue, okay? Just climate change. And so what the plan of the Israelis and Americans is destroy the water supply of the Iranians. Because the fortress, it is a mountain fortress, but it can also be a mountain prison as well, where people are trapped inside with no access to water. Okay, so what we're going to see right now, we're already seeing.
The only issue with people pushing out the U.S. is that there is no major power willing to take the place of middle powers. Yeah, it's you know, it seems like Netanyahu's design was very likely to create another Libya, another Syria out of Iran. I don't think there's necessarily like he probably played up the Trump's idea that they would be able to, you know, somehow bring in the Shah or in some way, you know, change do regime change. But you got to know that that's not realistic. And they killed the people that they would have brought in, right? They killed every single, you know, possible you know, puppet they could have propped up. But yeah, you're saying that it's gonna, you know, be you know, kind of a failed state with a constant regional you know, you're fighting and very beautiful mountains, many nice hikes. Yeah, very beautiful country.
Seeing attacks on civilian infrastructure, hospitals. In the future, you'll see attacks on water supply, on dams, on reservoirs.
So yeah, they're probably going sequentially, right? We can destroy the American military facilities there, and then you can probably put it together if you're the GCC that next will be, you know, oil infrastructure and water infrastructure, you know, making what would be the point of being there at that point, right?
Power plants. The idea is to make Iran so inhabitable that the people will have to rebel against the people, or there'll be a refugee crisis in Iran. Okay? So as you can see,
that's the other thing too. Why are the people that are the most anti-immigrant the ones that are causing the most immigration crisis with their foreign policy? Ever notice that connection?
From this map, this war, it is the end of the world. Okay? Both sides have the potential to destroy each other. And it's really a question of how far do they want to go. All right? We can also say this is almost a game of chicken. Okay? We can blow each other up. How far do you want to go? And the problem.
And if you want to talk about game theory, you know, this is like the game of chicken. It's a little bit like the prisoner's dilemma. What's the best outcome of the prisoner's dilemma? Both prisoners start out trusting each other and then continue to do so, right? That's the best outcome. And this is kind of the opposite, right? This is the prisoner that gets in there and says, I'm going to turn state's witness every fucking time. Right? This is the nightmare. In other words, the only way, chat, that you can't make something good out of the prisoner's dilemma is if the other prisoner is that motherfucker right there. If that's the other prisoner, chat, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked. From a game theory perspective.
The Iranians are Shia, which believes in martyrdom, and you've killed the religious leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei. So they're willing to go very, very far. The GCC countries are Muslim, but they're materialistic. They love money. And also, most of the population are expatriates, foreigners. 90% of Dubai are foreigners. Guess what's going to happen if they suffer? They're all going to run away. Okay? So this is not a fair matchup. The big question that people have is, first of all, are the Americans going to use ground troops? Because the only way that you can defeat Iran is by using ground troops, okay? That's a big question we will look at over the next few weeks. Will America send its army, 500,000, 2 million soldiers to topple the government? Okay, that's question number one. Question number two, nuclear weapons. If you're losing a war, would you choose to use nuclear weapons? Okay, that's another.
Wait, I do see the Trump emote. I just don't see, it's the Waluigi one I don't see. And actually, for some reason, Twitch is not showing up on the multi-chat right now. I don't even know why.
Question that we have, okay? Now, another big question that we have is who gets involved? Because this situation is so dire that Europe, okay, specifically Germany, France, and Britain are talking about entering this war. And guess what? If that happens, it is possible that Russia and China will also enter this war on the side of the Iranians. This is World War III, okay? Because of the importance of...
Yep, I can make the Trump face. It works.
The Strait of Hormuz, because of the importance of the Middle East, everyone has to get involved at some point. And we're going to use game theory to really try to understand what's happening on the ground and where this could lead us. Okay? All right. You guys understand? All right. All right. Let's continue. Okay, so again, there are American bases all over the...
evangelicals do not believe they have to go through Israel to get to heaven. Yeah, they just believe that they need Israel to expand to whatever size God requires, to, you know, which might be the like majority of the Middle East, depending on your view of Deuteronomy 20. Is that the one? You know, in order to get Jesus to come back, right? They just want Jesus to come back. They just miss Jesus, and they're willing to fucking sacrifice us all to get him. That's kind of fucked up, isn't it? We like Jesus so much. Like, chat, if you liked, I'm trying to think, like a beloved, you know, childhood character, right? If you liked Chuck E. Cheese so much, but the Chuck E. Cheese where you were at was closed down, you couldn't see Chuck E. Cheese anymore, and you wanted to, yeah, that's right, Chuck E. Cheesus. And you wanted to, like, would you like, if you had to sacrifice like your whole community, you know, like, right, in a blood ritual, would you do that just to just to see Chuck E. Cheese again? I mean, it's kind of fucked up. I know you like Chuck E. Cheese, but goddamn. Goddamn.
The Middle East.
There's other animatronics, I'm sure.
And originally, these bases were established to protect them from basically their own people, okay? These are monarchies that were imposed on these nations by the Anglo-American Empire, the British first, and then the Americans came to support these monarchies. And so they provide defense. But then you're like, wait a minute here. I mean, didn't we just say that these American bases can't actually defend these people, that they're exposed? And the answer is yes, that's true. But remember, like, the American military was built during the Cold War. Okay?
Yeah. Wouldn't they see Jesus when they get to heaven anyway? Or is it like a fear of death? Right? I always imagined like the stories that, like, you know, Christians like would tell about the end times. Like, here's what I imagine, chat. Jesus like flies down from heaven, okay? But he kind of like bends his back a little bit. Like, right, his back is bent, right? And he's like flying down, and he comes and he just like hovers on the ground in front of you, and he's like, get on if you want to live, right? And you get on Jesus' back, you ride him, you ride Jesus, chat. That's what I thought the end times were. And that these people, like, they're scared of death, right? They're Christians. They believe that Jesus died to redeem their sins and all this shit and stuff, but they don't really have the faith because they're afraid of death still. They want to ride Jesus. And I was like, is it worth it? Is it worth that much to ride Jesus? I get that Jesus is a cool ride, okay? But Jesus Christ, like, you know, you got to kill everybody to do it? It's kind of fucked up.
Cold War was a war between the Soviet Union and
like, I really thought he turned into like a horse or something. Like, he was like, nay, I'm Jesus. I died for your sins. Come ride me into heaven. Nay. That would be sick.
America. And so the Cold
Or like Falcor. Yeah, I thought Jesus was like Falcor. Maybe that's where I got the idea. Jesus will take one look at the world and throw himself off a cliff.
was defined as something called MAD, mutually assured destruction. Because both had
yeah, and then it's a whole new world.
Weapons, okay? So they didn't really go to war against each other. And so in other words, these bases aren't really meant to defend these nations from other enemies. They're really meant to impose American authority in the Middle East, okay? And it's the idea of this. It's the
yeah, they're literally just there for their diplomatic purpose, right? If I don't know, if like Kuwait was to attack Bahrain, you know, then the United States would have the, you know, and American troops were harmed or American base or whatever. Or this, like, there's a tripwire mechanism that they sometimes have these bases for, and also like just the diplomatic thing of like, if there is a U.S. base in a country, it is, you know, more likely that the U.S. will get involved if you attack it.
The idea that empire.
Wait, Vosh is right there. Wait, where is Vosh? Oh, on the horse.
It is really a image. It is a hallucination. It is an idea. Empire is it's an aura of invincibility and invisibility, okay? If you fear it, then you'll obey it.
You know what he's saying here? He's saying that a big part of empire is kayfabe, right? Or the emperor's new clothes, right? Or making this big ostentatious show, or presenting a veneer of invincibility. Dragon shining with all values known, dazzling you, keeping you from your own. Where is the lion in you to defy him?
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
When you're so hazy, right? That's what I'm asking, chat. No, those are Joni Mitchell lyrics. Look them up.
But it's not really designed to fight a war, okay?
I think she's referring to, she not referring to Nietzsche there?
Okay? And so that's why we have this absurd situation. And because there are so many bases in the GCC, that gives the Iranians the perfect pretext to attack them in order to destroy the GCC economy, which will destroy the American empire, right? All right, so this is how the war is shipping out, okay? So the red is the Israelis and the Americans, the yellow are the Iranians. And as you can see, the Iranians are attacking everywhere, primarily Israel, okay? But also, as you can see, a lot of focus on Bahrain and Qatar. And again, the intention is to destabilize the economy and the government.
And again, my understanding is there is much more, being expended towards the protection of Israel than there are for any of these Gulf states. It's really got to make them question their relationship with the United States, right? It's really got to make them question like the wisdom of having a U.S. facilities in their country, right? It's not. This is not a deal that's working out for them very well.
It's to try to get as much instability as possible. All right? Okay, and as you can see, the Americans and the Israelis are focused on Tehran.
He says it like that.
The Americans and the Israelis
Tehran.
use something we call shock and awe. And the very idea of shock and awe is you decapitate the enemy. You cut off the head, the body will fall down, okay? The problem, though, is, again, the Iranians see this as a religious war. And so the Iranians...
Chat, what's the difference between shock and awe and blitzkrieg? Isn't it kind of getting at the same thing? Because the one thing he didn't mention about shock and awe is that, it is gauged for psychological effect a lot like the Germans' attacks were, right? It does really seem like just, and listen, shock and awe, God, where does it originate from? They definitely used shock and awe to describe the U.S. strategy in Iraq. But I feel like it's older than that. I feel like that phrase has probably been, is it Gulf War? Is that where they started using shock and awe? And the idea is if you're like, if you're part of the Iraqi military and you see, weapons being used that you cannot comprehend, right? You're more likely to want to, to want to like, lay down your arms and surrender than if you're, you know what I mean? It's like shock and awe is when you go in and out. Oh my God, this in and out thing is driving me crazy too, right? Because Trump and his defenders are using it in a lot of ways to sort of, so there's a very salient and cogent criticism of Trump coming from MAGA these days, and that is that you said you would not be the regime change guy, you would not be the war guy. We are sick of this shit. This is why we voted for you instead of Jeb Bush, right? You called out the neocons that you were running against in the 2016 primary for being fucking warmongers, and you're doing the same goddamn thing. And the cope for this is always that, like, well, you know what? It was in and out, so it's okay. It's like I was off base, but you didn't tag me in time before I got back on base, right? Haha, can't catch me. I'm sorry, you did an act of war, all right? You did an act of war in your first administration when you killed Soleimani. That's an act of war. The only difference is that there was not a strike back. Actually, I think there was a strike back over that, but it was very, very, very muted, very controlled strike back from Iran that was essentially designed just to, it was almost performative, right? And we're, getting into the shock and awe. We're kind of talking about kayfabe. We're kind of talking about Trump. We're kind of talking about naked emperors, winning via psychology rather than winning via presenting the illusion of a great advantage that you don't actually have. We're kind of getting into some of the same stuff. But yeah, they're trying to claim that it's not a war. Let's see, Venezuela so Venezuela is not a war because it was too quick. It was in and out. So even though there was boots on the ground in Venezuela in the form of Delta Force murdering Maduro's guards and taking him hostage, right? but it was in and out. And now Dulcie is going to handle stuff for us. So, we're good, right? So it's not a real war. It's not a real war. This isn't what you hate about war. It was in and out. I was in and out. It's like I'm going to a crack house on the way home. Chat, look, you're going to catch a ride from me, and I got to stop off at my crack house to pick up my order. But it's okay. I'll be in and out. Okay. Do you feel more confident then? Do you feel more confident riding with me? When I tell you I'm going to be in and out of that crack house, it's okay. I'm just going to be in there for a second. All right. It's okay. God damn. I don't know what to say. It's pretty ridiculous. Most people realize it's pretty ridiculous. The MAGA faithful is still trying to, cope via this. The other thing they'll say with Iran in particular is there's no boots on the ground. So there were boots on the ground in Venezuela, but it's okay because they were in and out. Iran's not going to be in and out. But it's okay because there's no boots on the ground. Chat, you want me to tell you another kind of conflict between nations, which could take place with no boots on the ground and could be done real quick? You want me to tell you about another kind of military conflict, chat? This is the military conflict that we call first nuclear strike. It is when you make some kind of justification about the fact that, hey, if Russia and China knew that we were attacking them, they would definitely hit us back. So we got to hit them with all that we've got. I mean, it doesn't really make sense, but you use it anyway. And then you send your nukes out into the world and you end life on Earth as we know it, right? That is a very quick strike that is in and out, and there are no boots on the ground. Chat, if I get elected president and do a nuclear first strike, can I say, hey, I started no wars, okay? I'm the president of peace. There were no wars. We ended human civilization, okay? But there were no wars. There was no Vietnam. There was no Iraq. There's nothing to complain about. I did a good job. What are you mad at me for? What do you want? What do you want? We were in and out, and then you were out permanently because you and your family are dead now, and Earth no longer supports life, right? But it's okay. It wasn't a war. God fucking damn it. What ass-bleeding logic this is to try to minimize the incomprehensible foreign policy blunder that this war was, even if you are a full-on American exceptionalist, right? Even if you're under the view of, we got the rules-based order for everybody else and no rules, just right for us. It's the Outback Steakhouse rules, chat. Forget about the Pottery Barn rules. You break it, you bought it. No, we're going to break it and we're going to leave it to rot, just like we did to Syria, just like we did to fucking Libya. And it's going to be another failed state, and the people of Iran are going to suffer for years and years and years, right? That's what this shit has brought to the fucking world. I mean, this is insane. And to have people, still out there trying to defend it somehow is wild.
Have announced total war. Okay? And so what this means is that right now command and control in Iran is decentralized. There's no one person telling everyone what to do. Every region has its own orders, has its own strategy. And so if you knock out Tehran, everyone else keeps on going. So if you take off the head, it doesn't change anything. Okay? But unfortunately,
France eliminated famously in the movie Battle of Algiers, France, and this is historically accurate, France eliminated all leaders of the FLN, right? Felt that they'd won, declared victory, and then were surprised when they were pushed out of that colony, right? Surprised at how it did not matter that they had killed literally every leader of the FLN, right? In the end, the colonial power went away, just like they did in Vietnam.
Israelis and Americans use this as a military doctrine. Military doctrine just means how you design your military for what purpose. And so the even though the Americans seem like an invincible army, they are not equipped to fight a 21st century war against drones, against destabilization, against religious fanatics. Okay, they're just not. All right, but unfortunately, because of military doctrine, they're going to keep on attacking Tehran. Now, the great
yeah, good point. U.S. assassinated so many leaders of the Iraqi insurgency too. Did not matter. Ultimately, did not matter.
Of all this is that the Iranians who would be most supportive of you, of regime change, are actually in the cities because they are educated, they're progressive. The people who are most fundamentally against you, will fight you to the death, are religious fanatics, the Shia militants living in the rural areas. Okay? So this is a really silly thing where you are actually destroying those who will most likely support
Look, it's a silly thing unless you want a failed state. And I'm of the opinion that Bibi Netanyahu wants exactly that.
you. And you're leaving alone.
Trump's the only one, just Pollyannish enough to think that they're going to be greeted by liberators and you could just be like, all right, here's your new leader, U.S. approved.
Those who are most likely to commit jihad against you. All right?
Is he
Any questions so far, guys?
A mint?
Are you clear? All right. So another idea that I want you guys to understand is the idea of asymmetry. Asymmetry. All right, so what is asymmetry? Asymmetry means that the two sides are choosing to fight different wars using different techniques because one is much stronger than the other, okay? America is a great empire. It has unlimited resources. It has the USD. It controls the world, right? Iran is a country that has been under economic sanctions for the past 45 years. It's poor. Its technology is very limited, okay? But as we learn in this class, actually, those nations that are poor actually have more energy. They're more open, and they're more cohesive. All right, so let me give you an example. This is what we call the Shahad drones. Shahad drones. Each of these drones costs $50,000 at most, okay? At most. It can go as cheap as $35,000 US. But one of them is $50,000. As you can see, you can fit a lot of these drones to a truck that can go anywhere in Iran, and it can hide anywhere. All right? So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap. They're easy and
let's do strip club rules of foreign policy. Look but don't touch. I feel like that would be the.
They're easy to make. They make about 500 a day. Okay? And estimates are about there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they can go on for a long, long time. Okay? And one of these drones, again, can knock out a desalination plant. It can knock out an oil field. It can knock out a hotel. It can do a lot of damage. Okay? And it's easily transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere, okay? And that's what the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. And how do the Americans defend against this? They use something called a THAAD, right? Right, guys? This is what they use. THAAD. THAAD stands for Thermal High Altitude Air Defense. And they also have like Patriot systems. There's a lot, okay? The thing that you need to know about the system is
like there's a lot, and there is some degree of redundancy there, but don't let that fool you. Like the primary weakness that we've now observed of the U.S. Strategy, especially involving things like missile defense, is that they're spending more money to knock down cheaper things, right? That's the common thing. And so, yeah, it might be redundant. You might have multiple systems, but if you fire one system at it, it doesn't work. You fire the next system at it, it doesn't work. And then you fire another one at them, at the missile, and the missile still lands, right? Not only, have you shown the United States Achilles heel again, but you're also, you're spending more than the missile cost for every single ordinance meant to stop it, and not all of them successfully stop it, right? This is unsustainable. This is a war of attrition that the United States will lose if the only way to win is not to play.
It's really expensive. This missile, guys, costs $1 million. $1 million. So there's this $50,000 drone coming your way, and you throw a $1 million missile at it, okay? And often these missiles miss, so you have to throw 2 or 3 missiles at it, okay? So you're spending $2 to $3 million on each $50,000 that the Iranians spend. That's kind of silly.
It's a math issue,
Second
yeah.
thing you'll notice is that this thing is really big and really slow. And therefore, you can't really move it around. Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And then when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like, what? But this makes no sense. You know the Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this? Why did they prepare? Okay, and again, it has to do with military doctrine. Because military doctrine determines how you fight a war, it determines on your bureaucracy, and it determines how you spend your resources, okay? And unfortunately, the Americans are used to fighting something called the Cold War, right? And the Cold War, because you can't actually fight the war, you can't actually use, kill each other because then people use nuclear weapons. The Cold War was about flexing. Flexing, okay? You see how big and powerful I am? Me! Okay? That's all it was. These weapon systems are designed to scare the crap out of you. They are designed to impress you. And as a result, they cost a lot of money, and they really don't do anything, all right? So that's the entire American military. It costs a lot, and it doesn't really do anything. And it's not
we have World War III because of one leader's fear of the other leader having outed him. I mean, I don't know, Emily. You know, that's one theory, is that, like, you know, there's actually some piece of compromise that the Israelis have on Trump because of Epstein. Another possibility is that just Trump is not very smart, and Epstein is a master manipulator. And Trump is easy to manipulate, right? Trump makes himself. It's not hard to figure out how to manipulate Trump, right? Imagine this, chat. It's the day after you're Trump, the day after your big moment where you captured Maduro, and you thought that the world was going to turn, and everybody's going to be like, "Oh, geez, we thought Donald Trump was this bad guy, but actually he took out Maduro, who is a bad guy. So he must not be a bad guy. He must be a good guy. Good guys take out bad guys. That's how the world works, right?" Donald Trump is good. It didn't quite work out. Like, he didn't get the praise that he wanted. But one piece of praise that he probably did get was from Netanyahu. "Hey, Donald, good job, my friend. Your Delta Force is amazing. I always think that, you know, the IDF and the Mossad are pretty fucking cool, but holy shit, we don't hold a candle to your Delta Force. You're amazing." You know, it's just a shame, Donald, that your Navy isn't parked in the Gulf waters in the Mediterranean, because, oh gosh, there's not going to be a lot of better times to attack Iran. They're falling over, they're keeling over. They just need another push to knock them down. Oh, it's just too bad. Well, you know, maybe I could move the fleet out. Oh, are you sure, Donald? Right? You know, he just probably plays up his fucking narcissism, right? Like, only you can do it, Donald. We would love to take out Iran. But I'm afraid that my IDF and my Mossad, they're not sufficient. The only person I'd be completely confident that could 100% do this mission, Donald, is you. Are you up for it? Yeah, it's some shit like that, right? It's gotta be. That's in my mind, right? I don't know. It could be Epstein blackmail too. Because this is a stupid choice. This is a stupid adventure for Donald Trump to be choosing, but it does seem like he doesn't understand how much of a mistake he's made. This is just the U.S. doctrine for every issue flexing. Yeah, this is very much American style here to flex. But also think about this in a wrestling sense. You know the phrase kayfabe? Wrestlers may be friends behind the scenes. They may go out and have they might like hang out at each other's house and have a drink. But they're not going to walk each other to the car. Because if in the ring they are mortal enemies, they hate each other's guts, they got to keep up the act that no, these guys hate each other's guts, right? When they come on, they say, I hate you so much, I'm going to do this and that. You know, they do the wrestler promo thing, right? That's all kayfabe, right? They don't actually hate each other. It's a story. They write the story. They're building up one of the characters. They're sort of using the other character to show how great the good character is, the baby face, right? It's all a game of trying to capture the audience's attention. I mean, this kind of feels like the same thing, except applied to, the enemies instead of the audience. But they're still applied, as a wrestler would tell you, to the mark. Who's the mark, chat? The person you're trying to fool. Right, in this case, your enemy, into thinking that maybe it's hopeless to oppose you. But yeah, so much of this whole global hegemon game is essentially about flexing. And look, how is America able to do the Cold War flexing? How is America able to do a giant buildup that the Soviets try and fail to keep up with? Right, it's because of this flexing. It's empowered by this system of the US dollar. The petrodollar, chat, is how it happens. How did America get to the moon? Petrodollar, right? Every single thing, it's petrodollar. And this is the thing that Trump is now risking in a really stupid way.
Resilient. It's not innovative. It's not open. All right. Also, the other thing, I have to say this, okay?
Are we the mark? Yeah, I mean, if you're the audience, yeah, in wrestling, absolutely.
Is if you look at the American military, it's corrupt.
But yeah, honestly, it's anyone who wants to believe. Let me just put it to you that way, right? Even when you don't believe something, sometimes you want to believe. That's why if you ever watch wrestling, right, it's fake. It's choreographed, it's practiced, it's rehearsed, it's negotiated, right? But you can still get into it and be like, come on, get him. No, really get him. Get up and get him. Come on, right? You find yourself wanting to believe, right? It's a very, very human thing to do. So yeah, this kind of psychological, aspect of warfare, even, it's, psychological on one hand, it's very material on the other hand. I mean, they're spending billions and trillions of dollars on this shit, right? But a lot of it is to just convince you that it's like, oh no, the technology is way too advanced. You don't even try, don't even mess with it, don't even think about it. Just do whatever the United States wants, and because we don't want to deal with that until somebody gets backed into a corner like Iran and has to deal with that and finds out that it's not all that it's made out to be.
So this is really about corruption. So the Americans don't really care about winning a war. What they care about is spending as much money as possible, because then they get a cut. It doesn't make sense. All right? And that's why the Americans are in a situation as they are. All right, let's continue. All right, so something that people don't really talk about, but you need to understand, it's the water issue in the GCC, in the Middle East, in Iran. All right, so this is a map of the world. And if you are light blue, Brazil, Canada, you have nothing to worry about because you have a lot of water, a lot of fresh water, very little population. All right, so 100% just means 100% water stress just means that you drink as much water as the environment produces. Okay? So you want to be below 100% to be sustainable. Ideally, you want to be at 10%, okay? If it goes above 100%, it means that you are drinking more water, using more water than the environment actually produces. Okay, so you're putting stress on the environment. So 20% is really bad, right? Because you're using twice as much water as the environment produces. Guess what, guys? Look at the Middle East, okay? Egypt, 6,420%. Saudi Arabia, 883%.
Wait, that blows my mind. Because Egypt has got the fucking Nile. I mean, I don't know how shit works. I don't know if you can get potable water from the Nile, but like I would expect it to be Saudi Arabia that like has more of the problem with this.
All right? Bahrain, almost 4,000%. Dubai, 17,000%. All right? So water is a huge issue. Again, it doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants, and then the GCC is destroyed, okay? But it's also true that Iran has water issues. 72% is pretty bad, okay? So even though the Iranians could destroy the GCC much faster than the Americans could destroy Iran, Iran is still in trouble, okay? So let me give you an example of this. This is like, so this is another map that shows you the issue of water scarcity, okay? And it's just basically the Middle East, okay? Their biggest issue in the future is water, okay? And that's where
Egypt has a massive dam that Israel plans to blow up. Not being hyperbolic, if it was a live issue over the last few decades. Wait, what river? There's a river that flows from Egypt to Israel?
where the geopolitical tensions will arise in the future over water. India is also affected as well, okay? All right. All right, so let's look at the map, guys. This is called Lake Urmia in northern Iran. It's the sixth largest.
I mean, look, I say the enemy is the mark because, like, you know, they're in the game of geopolitics. You're trying to kind of psych out your opponent, or, you know, it's like you're performing all these things to, and also the world. I mean, it's you know, just like wrestling, the audience is the mark, but yeah, you're trying to you know, kind of puff yourself up as this, like, you're trying to imbue yourself with a veneer of invincibility, because if there was an invincible dude running around, chat, nobody would fuck with him, right? Even if they just said, like, there's this dude walking around wearing armor and they say he's invincible, right? Do you want to be the first one to try? I don't think he's invincible. I'll fight him. No, I would just be like, yeah, I guess he's invincible. You know, most people don't really want to question that. So you present that veneer, and people will sort of, you know, treat you like that. And definitely in the Trump administration, I mean, you might get more catch more flies with honey than with vinegar, but the Trump administration is all vinegar.
Just saltwater lake in the world, or it used to be. Okay, this is what it was in 1984. This is the shallow, this is the deep, okay? You guys see that? It's really big, right? 20 years later, guys, this is what it looks like. There's no more water here. You can walk from here over to there, okay? There's some water over here, but it's shallow now. That's how serious the water issue is in Iran. And that's the weak point that the Americans and the Israelis will attack. All right? They want to make sure that Iran has no access to fresh water, which will cause devastation in their nation. Okay, that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is this. This is a map of the different ethnic minorities in Iran. As you can see, it's a very diverse place. In the center are the Persians, but you also have 10 other groups as well. And in the borderlands, it's basically a different country, right? Like, these are basically different countries. And so these places have more common areas with their neighbors than they do with Iran. Okay, so the second weakness of Iran. The first is the water. The second is the ethnic makeup of the country. So the strategy of the Americans and the Israelis moving forward is to destroy Iran as a coherent nation state, divided into ethnic enclaves, and have them fight over water. That is the grand plan of the Israelis and the Americans, okay? All right, this is the vision where Persia is limited and then all these other places are sponsored by the Americans and the Israelis. They're given money, they're given weapons, they're given political support, and then this war will wage over water forever. Okay? And this is how you destroy Iran and make sure Iran is no longer a viable threat to you. That is the plan of the Americans. Okay? As you can see, it's a pretty evil plan. And that's why they have not announced it. Right? Because if you announce it, you're like, why are you doing this? What did the Persians, what did the Iranians ever do to you to warrant you coming and destroying their civilization? And the answer is nothing. Right? So the Americans, Israelis will never admit they're doing this. But if you look at the map of water supply, of ethnic tensions, this is the optimal game theory strategy for them to use against Iran. Okay, does that make sense? This is a long-term plan that they have in place. And it's all moving towards this plan. But now the question then is, how can the Iranians respond to this? And the answer is this. This is a map of the Muslim world. Okay? So the light green are the Sunni people. Okay? That's 90% of the entire Muslim population, about 2 billion people. Okay? Then you have in dark green.
Did you guys say 900%? I think you mean 90%.
The Shia. So as you can see, the main place of the Shia is Iran. Okay? Iran is one of the few Shia nations in the world. But you can also see from this map that Shia are spread throughout the world. Okay? And so the first thing that the Iranians want to do is create a jihad to unite all the Shia against the American empire. All right, so what they want to do is create an uprising. And it's already happening, guys. The Shia in Pakistan stormed the American embassy in Pakistan, and the Americans killed a lot of.
Yeah, and my understanding is that Egypt has traditionally been a like an enemy of Israel. Of course, you know, they got into a war, and that all changed, right? And at this point, Egypt is I don't know how to describe it, but let's just say very deferential towards Israel.
A lot of people, okay? The Shia have attacked the American embassy in Iraq. The American embassy are being attacked in a lot of places, right? So the first strategy is to create a international global jihad of the Shia against the American empire. And it's already happening. It will continue for a long time because the Americans have killed the Khamenei, okay? And that requires vengeance. The other thing, though, is that it can unify the Muslim world, okay? If you look at this map, most of the Muslim world is actually run by dictatorships that are not popular at all, okay? And they're allowed to exist because of the American empire.
So this is the part that Hassan watched.
Right? You go to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria.
Algeria? Is this run by a dictator that's not popular at all?
These places, they're all.
I mean, look, Saudi Arabia. I don't know. Like, you know, it definitely. You know, you could say this about some, especially the countries that are the most pro-Israel. Oftentimes, their populations are not. You know, there is some concern for Gaza in the population, even if there's not from world leaders like MBS. But yeah, this
all run by clients of the American empire, right? So if you rally the people who hate their governments and you overthrow them, then that makes.
Dude is way oversimplifying the Shia-Sunni issue. Yeah, this is the part that Hassan responded to and obviously did not like.
Makes Iran the leader of the Islamic world.
I don't get it. I don't get how that would ever happen. And I think that Hassan said something to the effect that the last time somebody offered this take, it was Glenn Beck. How fucking crazy is that? Yo, Omega Star, speaking of how crazy is that, Omega Star with the 5 gifted subs. Punch Pop, you just got, oh, Pooch Pop, you just got gold, you just got jellyfished. Gold Fart, you just got jellyfished. Happy Bean 3, you just got jellyfish. DJ Iroll, you just got jellyfish. And Quickfinger, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
That's the Shia world, but the Islamic world. And let's create something called Pax Islamica. That is the end goal, guys. Okay? If you do that.
So chat, if you think that Pax Islamica is a strange idea, and indeed, you know, look, there being some kind of like emerging like pan-Muslim consciousness and resistance, you know, to the U.S. and its allies and what it's doing in the Middle East, right? That's like understandable. That's attainable, right? But Iran becoming the leader of a new like Islamic state is not, at least not in the short term. Algeria, maybe as not a completely extracted from French oversight. Oh, true, yeah. Pseudo vassal, plausibly in reach of. Yeah, I mean it's a weird thing to say, and it almost feels like somebody that's pulling older information, right? Somebody that's pulling. Like, look, the Arab Spring, yeah, a lot of these were, you know, U.S. client states, right? At this point, though, I'd say, like, Egypt's got more, you know, leverage on it from Israel than it does from it's just it's a weird. Libya's a failed state, right? Libya's not a dictatorship. It's, you know, a fucking messy civil war. I don't know. It is a weird thing to say. This is what I mean. There is some wisdom in being real firm about being real cognizant about what you don't know, and not offering, you know, not kind of veering into like, you know, it's really easy to do, right? You're talking about something that you do know about, and then you just kind of start to speculate idly without really mentioning to the people that you're talking to that this is nothing more than idle speculation, and maybe if you thought better of it, you just wouldn't bring it up.
Then you don't have to worry about the Americans and the Israelis anymore. Right? So the Israeli game plan, the American game plan, is to fracture Iran into ethnic enclaves, and they'll fight over water for the rest of their lives, and they'll all die. The Iranian game plan is to create a religious war, a crusade, that unifies.
Also, Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That brings us to 108.
The Shia people that overthrows the American Empire and establishes something called the Pax.
That's the biggest iPad I've ever seen. I need to get one.
Islamica. All right?
But yeah, like I said, chat, if you think Pax is I don't know if we'll get to it tonight, chat. We're kind of running out of time here, but like, I mean, he talks about Pax Islamica. This is the idea of course, Pax Roma, peace brought on by Rome conquering, you know, great swaths of territory, and there not being wars there. The peace dividend kind of is the idea of a Pax, right? He also talks about a concept called, you know, like a kind of an end game that Israel's potentially playing. Like if Pax Islamica is the game that Iran is playing. Look, there is some, you know, there is some like desire, like revolutionary desire, and yeah, the you know, oppressor that the Iranians identify is the U.S., i.e. the Great Satan. Like that's what, you know, that's referring to. It's not because they don't like that Americans wear too little clothes at the beach. It's that they you know, it's what the United States is doing to Iran, right? But my jellyfish towards Ethan, indeed.
All right. So again, the key is the GCC. All right. So the game plan is this. You have to destroy the GCC. Why? Because the GCC is the linchpin of the American empire. So what the GCC does is this. It sells oil, and then for US dollars. Where does it put US dollars? It puts US dollars into the American stock market. All right, so this is investments of the UAE, okay, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait into the US financial markets. As you can see, from 2012,
Pax Islamica has existed before. It was called the Islamic Golden Age. And did they actually call it that?
up to today.
But yeah, his theory about Israel is that Israel is going to, manipulate the United States into not just attacking Iran, but actually invading Iran. And once the United States is wrecked and has to abandon not only its aspirations, right, in the Middle East, but much of its equipment, much of its maybe even its troops, right? Because getting into Iran. Let me just put it this way: getting into Iran is way easier than getting out of Iran. Israel, he thinks, will kind of clean up the rest and establish itself as a world power as the United States recedes.
It's been exploding, all right? Because the U.S. financial markets is one of the safest places where you can put your money.
But I want to propose to you another idea, right? Okay, so again, some might look at that and say that it aligns with a certain trope of betrayal. Obviously the point is that the point is that Israel is a bad actor on the world stage and should probably not be trusted even by other bad actors, right? God damn it, what was I like? I can't even remember what I was getting at, chat. How is this like a long stream? Belt and road, baby. Yes, indeed.
The intention is this. The intention is, hey, if I cut off oil and these countries no longer have access to US dollars, they're forced to spend whatever resources they have on protecting themselves, okay? And then guess what happens? The stock market collapses.
Oh yeah, the idea that I wanted to propose, right? While it's one way to look at Israel as the bad friend, getting the United States into trouble, potentially wrecking the United States as a world power, and using that power vacuum to increase its own stature, right? That's one way of looking at this order of events. I want to propose another, though. It's not about nations, races, cultures, or any of this, chat. Ultimately, power is, power operates as networks these days. Let's just put it that way, okay? And a network, a corporate network, can operate just as easily from one country as another. And if one country is going down and it is degrading, it would behoove these corporations to move to another locality, right? So, you could also think of, the possibility of the United States receding as a world power as Israel ascends. If that is what it is, you might even think about it as, American military industrial complex jumping ship for a healthier, newer host. Because at the end of the day, war never changes.
The stock market
and neither does evil.
Collapses. The stock market is the real growth engine of the U.S. economy. The entire U.S. economy collapses with it. All right? There are about maybe 7 companies in America that accounts for about a quarter of stock market growth. Okay? These 7 companies, of course, are AI companies. Nvidia, Microsoft, Google, Apple, okay? These are the companies, and then these companies are heavily invested in by the GCC nations. So if these nations are no longer able to invest in the stock market, these companies will collapse in value. And with that, that would lead to economic depression in America. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so that is the situation for today. Today was just an overview, guys, okay? I know we covered a lot. I know there's a lot to take in, but over the next few weeks, we will explore each issue in depth and really understand what's really going on, okay? All right, so any questions, guys? Any questions about...
Wouldn't it be so funny if somebody in the class was like, have you ever heard of a live streamer from the United States called Hasanabi Piker?
What we've just learned.
When are you going on Chapo, Professor?
Okay.
I feel like Chapo would have him on, maybe. I don't know. Hassan wants to talk to him.
Italy, France, China, or Russia, they have also joined this war. Like, what's the cause?
Oh yeah, that's the other awesome. That's the other awesome feature about this class is like, unlike me, who drinks her water in silence, right? You get to hear every gulp with it. I don't think there's any avoiding it, right? He's got one of those lavalier mics on, so you know what are you gonna do? Like, turn the mic off every time you take a drink. But yeah,
sources.
A very very liquid sound.
Okay. That's a good question, okay? So I don't want to spend too much time on this question because we will...
Surprised there are students. Where is he teaching? I think it's Beijing University. Is that right?
Explore this question as we move along, okay? So the question is, what brings the world into this conflict? And the easy answer is just oil access, energy access, okay? They need to protect their energy supplies. Because remember, it's a very complicated situation because Europe is now fighting Russia. So Europe is not buying any oil resources, energy resources from Russia. Therefore, it depends a lot on the GCC. So the GCC is not providing them energy, then Europe will go bankrupt. Okay, so Europe needs to enter this war on behalf of the Americans. Okay, and then you have Russia, which cannot allow Iran to fall because if Iran falls, then they'll come after Russia next.
You could hear my water bottle crinkle or his.
Right.
I always think mine is too, like, I always think my noise gate is too strong for that.
China is actually neutral. China's okay with either scenario. But that's just the way that the Chinese system is set up. Okay? So we're going to explore this question as we move along. But it's a very complicated issue. All right? Okay? And each nation will have its own different strategic interests to consider. Right? And what we need to know, what we need to figure out is that this war in the Middle East is actually connected to the Ukraine war. And then as we move along, I'll show you how these two things connect together. Okay? Any other questions, guys? Okay, great. So we'll continue this discussion on Thursday, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's this Thursday. Anyway, that's Professor Jiang. I wanted to bring you more of him because there's a lot of fucking rabbit holes, chat. And there is some stuff that's sus, and there is some stuff that seems like a red flag. Here, let me just really quickly. I don't have a lot of time, all right, but I told you I'd watch the the psychohistory thing. Is that like one of the, I feel like it's like one of the first or one of the earlier lectures on his channel. Yeah, here 1 year ago in his geostrategy course, he has a video called the Iran Trap. Here we go. This is the one. Here, I'll show you both of these. A little bit of both. All right, Iran Trap.
Okay, let's start class. So,
I think this is where he made his prediction, his famous predictions. And if you watch this video, he doesn't get, there's details that he gets wrong, right? And I don't think people, this is what I'm annoyed about with his comment section, is people notice when he gets something right, even if it's something like Donald Trump will get elected, which you got a 50-50, odds there. That's not a difficult, or maybe 60-40 odds, if I'm being real, right? That's not maybe the most difficult thing to predict, right? But then there's also, other things that he does, say in the midst of his prediction that it doesn't quite turn out like that. So yeah, I definitely don't want people thinking that he is like, that you should, hang on every word that he says as being, prophecy, right? He's a good understander of geopolitics. He has a good background in history, very passionate about literature, especially certain great books that he teaches in his great books course, and also very into some kind of Gnosticism and all the rest, right? He's an interesting guy. Let's see what he has to say about the Iran trap.
Let us summarize and review where we are so far in the story. So there are three major...
Yo, Vamps, thank you for resubscribing. That is 62 months for you. Morning to you as well.
Interests, forces that are pushing the United States toward...
EU are, asking access to... they're asking, Globits, they're asking Ukraine to give them access to the Russian oil through the pipeline.
It's war with Iran. The first is the Israel lobby. Remember that the Israel lobby is composed of both Jewish interests as well as Christian interests, right? Representing the Jewish interest is something called AIPAC. And they have a membership of about 100,000. But they're very wealthy. There are many billionaires in this group. So this group has financial power. In fact, AIPAC is considered the second most powerful lobbying organization in the United States. The first is the pensioners, okay? There's about 30 million of them. And they're lobbying organizations.
Yeah, what is that called, chat? This is the American AARP. Yeah, American Association of Retired Citizens. That's what it's funny though. In terms of a lobbying organization, right? In terms of an organization that maybe advocates for the best interests of its members, I don't think it's been that for a long time. It used to be. It used to really fight for Social Security and things like that. But I don't know what happened to it recently, right? It is a large lobbying organization. It doesn't seem to be doing a lot, and it didn't seem to be particularly perturbed when Obama, of all people, was trying to sell out our Social Security system, make a grand bargain with Republicans. So I guess whatever interest that is it's a supposedly member-based organization that is very obviously captured by other interests. But yeah, that's AARP, and then AIPAC.
Organization is the most powerful, but AIPAC is second. But also in the Israel lobby are the Christian Zionists, right? So for example, the organization Christians United for Israel has 7 million people in its membership. So together, the Christian Zionists and AIPAC are extremely powerful force in government, and they want a war in the Middle East in order to advance Israel's interests. Also remember that America is now addicted to empire, because empire represents easy money. All money has to be channeled through the U.S. And so there are many people in the U.S. who just basically make their money by speculating on money, okay? So for example, Wall Street. And that has made Wall Street extremely powerful right now in U.S. politics. And the third force is Saudi Arabia. Remember that in our discussion of Saudi Arabia, we learned that the major conflict in the Middle East is actually not between Israel and Iran, but between Saudi Arabia and Iran. For Israel, Iran is a security threat because it supports Hezbollah and Hamas. But for Saudi Arabia, Iran represents a threat to its very existence. Okay? So Saudi Arabia must resolve the Iran problem soon. Right? Now, how these three forces manifest themselves is through Trump. Okay? So basically, Trump is their champion. And privately, there's a man named Jared Kushner, who is Trump's son-in-law. He's married to Trump's favorite daughter, Ivanka Trump, okay? And Jared Kushner happens to be very good friends with both Benjamin Netanyahu, who is the leader of Israel, as well as Mohammed bin Salman, who is the leader of Saudi Arabia. Now, Jared Kushner's father, Charles Kushner, was a very prominent sponsor of AIPAC. In fact, when Benjamin Netanyahu comes to stay in the United States, he lives with the Kushner family. So one night, Benjamin Netanyahu had to stay in Jared Kushner's bedroom, and Jared Kushner had to sleep in the basement. Okay, that's how close they are.
So I got to point out, all right, any Democrat or non-Republican, any anti-MAGA force that is going to displace Donald Trump and take power, right, in addition to having a huge fucking mess to clean up, they've got to worry about a world in which Trump's son-in-law is connecting to, you know, the Trump is, and the Trump family, right? Which I am looking at, you know, Trump always called the Biden family, the Biden crime family. That's obviously projection. This is a mafia family. This family is a mafia, all right? And I'm sure that there's members of the family that are good people too. I'm not trying to paint with too broad of a brush, but there's a lot of this family that's going to be doing a lot of bad things for many years, and it's going to be up to whoever takes over to try to do something to curtail, you know, that power that they've cultivated both through, you know, the huge just like grift, the fraud that Trump has done to, you know, in some cases the American Treasury, the pumping up schemes, the bribery, like all the shit. You got to break his toys, even if he's dead, and you got to take him away. You could not let this family continue to have this much control. I'm saying it now, chat. All right, the Trump family is something to worry about.
And Jared Kushner is friendly with MBS, the leader of Saudi Arabia, so friendly that when Jared Kushner started a private equity fund, Saudi Arabia invested $2 billion. Okay? So through Jared Kushner, these three forces are able to exert influence on Trump. As we also discussed, it's very likely that Trump will become president of the United States again.
So let's see what date this was. All right, this is the first claim he makes. Trump is going to become president, and he makes it on the 28th of May of 2025. No, wait, he was already 2024. Okay. So what? This is before Biden drops out, but yeah, the polls are looking like Trump is going to win. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not a very hard call to make, right? A lot of people have given him accolades for making this call. I think at this point, this is how, you know, the betting markets would have would have tilted too.
And he will pick Nikki Haley as...
This is what I'm talking about, all right? This guy knows a lot about geopolitics. I don't think he knows as much about American politics, all right? Trump is going to pick Nikki Haley. Oh, God. I guess there were people still thinking that maybe Trump would pick Nikki Haley as his vice president, right? Nikki Haley as
his VP.
Okay, yeah. He's not the only one making this prediction at the time, but it was obviously wrong. And Trump's attitude towards Nikki Haley during the primary, I think, if you, again, this is an American, presidential primary of a bunch of candidates that ended up losing. Like, it was all the other candidates that were running the primary, and Trump is just like, I'm going to be the candidate. I'm not going to do the debates. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to dignify these clowns with my presence, but I'm running, right? And at the end of the day, people stopped caring about Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy and all the rest of the clown show. And it was Trump. So yeah, he got that wrong, right in the middle, right after, Trump will be president. Okay, cool. We're gonna give him credit for that. I don't know. He thinks Nikki Haley will become vice president. I would have said no at the time.
And that means that Nikki Haley will be the one in the Trump White House pushing for war against Iran. As we discussed, Nikki Haley makes most of her money from the Israel lobby.
That being said, though, Trump did pick Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State, so one could make the argument that he's got enough neocons in his government to push him into, Iran, and all the other wars that he's gotten into too, right? He's not. So while he didn't go the Nikki Haley route, he did to a certain extent go the neocon route.
Lobby, okay? The anti-Iran lobby. We know from the first Trump administration that these forces are,
it's like the Harkonnen family. Nice.
Are able to exert tremendous influence on
Wait, cheap Applebee's just eat at 4:30. What does that mean, Notley?
Trump, okay? And the evidence is, one, Trump withdrew from the Iran...
Is that some kind of 420 reference? It's almost 420 where I am.
Nuclear deal that would have secured peace between the United States and Iran, okay? Trump moved the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem in Israel, which was a major, which caused major friction in the Middle East, okay? We also know...
Okay, so something else I'll give him credit for is understanding, which some people didn't think this, right? There was actually some confusion whether Trump was going to be a better open door for Israel than even Biden was. And there were some people that doubted that there could be much difference. He's making the call right here that Trump is their guy. And you could tell, yeah, he moved the, the embassy to Jerusalem. He gave them the Golan Heights, he gave Israel the Golan Heights, right? And this was all from the request and to please his donors, the Adelsons, Miriam and, oh my God, Sheldon, right? Sheldon is dead now, but Miriam still controls the fortune and still donates heavily to Donald Trump and, still gets, a lot of what she wants as far when it comes to Israel, right? So it's, I don't know. I kind of want to give him some credit for this, but at the same time,
know that
it was ARP discount back in the day. What? Oh, it's like if you eat early, it's the early bird special, right? Is that what that is?
Ignore the fact that MBS killed a journalist. Okay, so we also know that Trump has been very friendly with.
So yeah, he's making the call that Trump is definitely Israel's guy. He's not gonna, play the Palestinians and the Israelis off each other somehow, or it's not gonna be like he's not gonna want to present like real peace in Palestine as some kind of a, I don't know. There was all these theories that somehow Trump could be better or or maybe he was not any worse. No, he's worse. He's worse. He's worse on everything, including Israel. Professor Jiang is making the call here, and give him credit for that. I don't want to stick on this too much, chat, but I'm just trying to show you his actual Iran claim to the extent that I can, and show you that it's not a prescient. Speaking of Dune, right? It's not him showing his prescience, right? It's not him literally seeing the future and in perfect detail and relaying it to us. He's definitely, got his hits and misses here, but he does know a lot about geopolitics, and he also has some gaps in his knowledge. Like, I want to say in American politics, but I don't know. I feel like he knows. I mean, he knows American politics better than I know Chinese politics. That's for sure, chat. But anyway, here's just an idea of the kind of mixed bag that he is on the geopolitical stuff. So that is the substantial stuff. And like Hassan said, I don't really have a disagreement with him on a lot of this stuff. Yeah, the prediction of, Iran, I don't know, uniting the Muslim world behind it. It's not, something that seems very realistic. But again, it's just another maybe gap in knowledge. I want to show you what I watched yesterday that made me lose my fucking shit. I felt like I was losing my shit. If I can find it. Find my shit again. Where I just had it. Oh, here it is.
Okay, well,
on psychohistory.
The end of the journey, the final class. So we've done a lot this year, right? Last semester, we did the great books, the Iliad, the Odyssey, the Bible, the Republic, the Divine Comedy. This semester, we did how screwed up the world is, right? The world is hopeless. We're all going to die. And
June 13th, 2024. This was right around the time, I think, of the Biden debate.
In this final class, I want this class to be about hope. And I want to show you the future. And the argument I want to leave you with, the thing that I want you
where better to find the future but through 50s sci-fi? Yes.
What you remember is that, remember Dante in Divine Comedy said that the future is not what happens to you. It's not something that you wait for. The future is what you imagine.
When you said 4:30, I was thinking it was something you were going to say something that like at 4:20 everybody gets stoned, so they're really hungry, and then at 4:30, I don't know.
Fight for.
I was trying to figure it out.
The future is what you make happen. There is a God, but God gave us the ability to imagine and the capacity to love. And it's these two things that will guide us and enable us to build a better world. Okay? So that's a message I want to give to you today. The future is what we imagine, not what we have to put up with. So if we don't like the future, if we don't like the way we live our lives, then we can change that with our imagination. And today I want to show you how.
Oh shit, Chad, it's almost 4:20 for me.
What we did this semester. Together we analyzed the world and we made certain predictions about the world, right? For example, that Trump will be elected again in November and that he will declare war on Iran. And this war in Iran will be a disaster for the United States, and it will mean the end of the American empire, and it would lead to a multipolar world.
And look, these predictions, as wild as they are, I don't think they're off. I think they're actually reasonable. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Chat, Trump might talk. He might be tacoing right now, right? He did try to taco. He did try to get a ceasefire from the IRGC, and the IRGC told him to shove it up his ass because they've been fucked over before, right? The last time they signed a ceasefire, I think they felt like they probably signed it too early, right? It was in the United States' interest, not theirs. The only thing that's going to stop the United States from doing something like this again, the only thing that's going to make Israel think twice is if this causes pain. So that seems to be what the IRGC is. Like, Trump declares the war. He tries to say, never mind, no war, haha, just kidding. I mean, I know we killed your, your spiritual leader and everything, but just kidding about the war thing. Can we call it PCs again? And they're like, fuck no. And you would too, chat. You can't trust a guy like this. He literally lied to them to, like, to rearm basically and to have another go at it, right? You're not gonna buy that again.
Which will mean endless war and the deaths of millions and billions of people. And because of climate change, our world will eventually collapse at some point, okay? So this is an extremely hopeless, an extremely bleak and dark picture.
Yeah, we were supposed to do truces, weren't we?
But remember, where there is darkness, there can also be light. So in this final class, I want to show you some hope and some light, okay? So this is what we call psychohistory.
So this is psychohistory. I'm going to teach you a little psychohistory now. Right? Spoiler, psychohistory is a discipline, it's an academic discipline, not in real life, but in Hari Seldon. I never thought about how to pronounce it. I grew up reading Asimov, so I kind of know a lot about it. I've read a lot of it. And yeah, psychohistory was a mathematical discipline of historical analysis that could yield a, if done correctly, the prediction of world events in the near, medium, and long term. Hari Seldon, upon inventing this discipline, tries it out to see, hey, I live in the galactic empire. What's in the future for us? And psychohistory tells him, oh, just societal collapse, 1,000-year-long dark age, misery, barbarism, just, horrible shit, basically. And he's like, that sounds really bad. Is there a way we could make that whole thing less bad? And he's able to figure out with psychohistory that you make it less bad by establishing a foundation at one end of the universe and then a foundation at the other. And that's how you that way it's still a dark age, but it's a much shorter dark age, right? The empire still collapses, but there's a soft landing, a little bit of a soft landing for people. Psychohistory was also over vast amounts of time, and was for some reason assumed planets wouldn't nuke themselves. Yeah, and that there'd be no exceptional, I guess, individuals that the models did not account for, because those also kind of screwed things up, at least for the first foundation. But anyway, he's talking about psychohistory, right? He's talking about like this is as if I was going to tell you, chat. I want to tell you about this. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of an example of did you know that if you tell a rumor at a detective agency and pay them some money, the rumor will become reality? Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing. I saw it in Persona 2. So I'm sure you can do it in real life as well, right? I don't know. It's like, this is something from a video game, chat. This is something from a sci-fi series, and he's like, "No, we're going to do psychohistory. Come on, what's wrong?"
History is the idea that
we're going to play basketball, okay?
Future can be predicted. And if it can be predicted, then it can be controlled and harnessed.
We're gonna start a video rental store where instead of renting out movies, we recreate famous movies with exceptionally low budgets. And if anybody asks, why is this not like regular Ghostbusters? Why is this you and your friends dressed up like Ghostbusters? You say, it is Ghostbusters. It's the sweeted version. It's sweeted, right? It's just like, it's let's go into a movie.
For the betterment of humanity, okay? So where does this idea come from, psychohistory? In the 1950s, there was an American science fiction writer named Isaac Asimov. And he's probably the most famous science fiction writer, okay? If you happen to read science fiction, he's really famous.
He's very famous.
He wrote a series called Foundation. And I think there's a TV series now based on Foundation books. It's terrible, but you can have a look at it. And in the Foundation books, he introduces the idea of psychohistory. And so this book is set in the future, like 1,000,000 years from now, where there is a galactic empire. So humanity has colonized the entire Milky Way. There are billions of planets. And there's an empire that brings peace to this to this Milky Way. But
led by a robot, nonetheless.
With all empires, it has to collapse. And this will lead to 30,000 years of war, violence, barbarity. And the Foundation proposes a new science called psychohistory, which is to mathematically map out human behavior over the course of 1,000,000 years. If you do that, what you discover is that there are certain patterns to human society. Okay? And if that's the case, then you can predict the future. If you can do that, then you can manipulate the course of events to make a better future. Okay? So this is what they call psychohistory. And it's a science fiction concept. And a lot of people have been trying to make it into reality, okay? So there's this very prominent historian. His name is Peter Turkin.
Oh no, Baron is the mule?
And he's one of the founders of something called Clio Dynamics.
How do you pronounce this, chat?
Okay.
I don't necessarily trust his pronunciation.
Is the goddess of history. Dynamics just means
Clio.
So basically, Clio Dynamics is trying to figure out the mathematical movement of history. He's trying to create history as a mathematical model. And when he did that, there's certain interesting trends and patterns that he discovered. Okay? And one idea that he discovered is something called the overproduction of the elites. Okay? Overproduction of the elite. And this concept explains why.
So, like, this is interesting stuff, right? This is the psychohistory exists in the novel. Clio Dynamics is some kind of an emerging field. I mean, I guess I don't know. Should we look it up? Because like sometimes something that's presented to you as a emerging field turns out to be a pseudo scientific field. What did he say? Clio, I think it's pronounced Clio Dynamics, right? I just want to make sure it's not like some, okay, so Clio Dynamics is a transdisciplinary area of research that integrates cultural evolution, economic history, and cliometrics. Sometimes called new economic history. Econometric history is the systematic application of economic history, economic techniques with the formal mathematic methods to study of history. It is a quantitative approach to economic history, right? So, and macro sociology, which is a large-scale approach to sociology emphasizing the analysis of social systems and populations at the structural level, often at a necessarily high level of theoretical abstraction, though macro sociology does not concern itself with the individual's families or other, I'm guessing, constituent parts, right? The mathematical modeling of the historical processes during the longue durée, a French anal. It looks like it says anal. A school approaching the long study of history gives the priority to long-term historical structures. What Francois Simeon calls histoire événementielle, événementielle, je suppose. Anyway, I think I'm pronouncing it right. It concentrates instead on all but permanent or slowly evolving structures, replaces elite biographies. Okay. Cliodynamics treats history as science. Its practitioners develop theories that explain such dynamical processes as the rise and fall of empires, population booms and busts, and the spread and disappearance of religions. These theories are translated into mathematical models. Finally, the model predictions are tested against data. Okay, great. I am just wondering, like, what the reputation of this criticism. There we go. Critics of cliodynamics argue that the complex social formulations of the past cannot and should not be reduced to quantifiable, analyzable points of phase space. For doing so overlooks each historical society's particular circumstances and dynamics. Many historians and social scientists contend that there is no generalizable causal factors that can explain large numbers of cases, and that historical investigations should focus on the unique trajectories through space of each case, highlighting commonalities and outcomes where they exist. As Zhao notes, most historians believe that the importance of any mechanism in history changes, and more importantly, most historians believe that the importance of any mechanism in history changes, and more importantly, that there is no time invariant structure that can organize all historical mechanisms into a system. So yeah, some good criticism to consider. Let's see what this is from. 44. Zhao. Historical Dynamics, Why States Rise and Fall by Peter Turkin in the American Journal of Sociology. There's some criticism of... Oh, I'm guessing Turkin is like a cliometric author. Or what is this called? An author in cliodynamics. We got Lang in 2012, comparative historical methods, and then Tainter in 2004. Those are the three sources of critique that Wikipedia cites for cliodynamics. So just to give you an idea of what the field is and what people think about the field. Again, interdisciplinary. This isn't like super hard science here, right? This is a very theoretical approach that they're trying to pull together.
Societies collapse. Now, traditionally, we've understood the collapse of societies as having to do with maybe like too much debt, or too much inequality, or maybe climate change, or war, right? What Peter Turkin points out, and it's a really interesting idea, is the reason why societies collapse in the end is you have too many elites. All right? So let me explain the concept. Okay, so society has many elites, right? You have people like Jack Ma, right? You have people like Zhou Xun, Zhao Wei, right? Movie stars. You have famous military generals, okay? So over time, elites become more and more numerous, right? The number of wealthy people go up. The number of famous people go up. The number of entrepreneurs go up, okay? The problem, though, is they all want power, right? Now, wealth and fame are all infinite resources, right? But power will always be a finite resource. In fact, it's what we call a zero-sum game. So for example, in this classroom, there can only be one teacher, right? If we're all teachers, there's no teacher. So in society, there can only be a few powerful people. If everyone has the power, no one has any power.
So what we need to do with our elite then is to establish some form of, let's say, quickening that happens, forcing the elites to fight to the death and actually behead each other in an attempt to, you know, like just basically there can only be one, right? And also no fighting on holy ground. We got to figure out which one of our elites, Chad, is the Highlander.
Okay? So what happens over time is that all these people who believe they should have power struggle for power. And because there are too many of them, this internal struggle of the elites ultimately leads to social collapse. Okay? So the most famous example is in China, in imperial China, where you had the Keju system, right? People taking the imperial examinations to become an official. Problem is, you have too many candidates, not enough positions, right?
Like, yeah, I believe this is a phenomenon that Lauryn Hill identified in the mid 90s. Too many MCs, not enough mics.
That's who ultimately gets upset with society and leads revolutions. It's the Keju candidates who do not become officials. And so they become angry and they lead revolutions to overthrow society, right? So the most classic example of the failed Keju candidate is Hong Xiuquan. Do you guys know who he is? The leader of the Taiping Rebellion, right? Why did he become a Christian? Why did he lead the rebellion? Because he failed the Keju. Okay? So that's the idea of the overproduction of the elite. And he discovered this principle using mathematically modeling of history. Okay? He just compared different societies and tried to figure out why they collapsed. Okay? And what he discovered is, well, it's because of the internal struggle among the different elite groups. Okay? And that's why the Roman Empire...
So, right, so far so good, chat. I mean, like, I don't know, you know, some of this, what he's talking about, I don't know that much about. You know, you can look it up at yourself and fact check what he's saying. But, you know, as far as, like, you know, I'm not seeing a lot of, like, just, like, glaring, you know, catering to conspiracy theories or, you know, him bringing in a bunch of woo here or anything like that. You know, so far it's just like kind of
collapse as well. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, what I'm proposing to you is that we can actually go a step further than what Peter Turkin is doing, because we have something called AI. Okay, artificial.
And this is where it goes off the fucking rails. We have something called AI. Wow. Famous last words. We can use AI for this.
Artificial intelligence. And we can harness the power of AI to create real psychohistory, which is the ability to not just analyze the past, but to predict the future. Okay? All right. So let's first figure out what AI is. Okay? So first,
now look, this is good. This is good. When he was like, let's use AI, I'm like, oh shit, right? Look, I'm not saying there's no case uses for AI. It's not it's a technology that I do somewhat despise, because all it is endless iterations. In my mind, it is a wasteful technology when it comes to energy and when it comes to resources, and it could probably be made obsolete by something less wasteful, right? It is what do you call it? The most basic kind of hacking is called brute force. It's brute force. That's what we're talking about when we say AI. It is actually quite a stupid thing, which is, it's a little bit ridiculous that we call it AI. So I'm glad he's aware of that. I'm glad he's going to run through with us, be like, there's no consciousness there. It's not thinking. We haven't created consciousness, right? We're not anywhere close to that developed. We're not like on the doorstep of AGI. This is all bullshit meant to drive up Sam Altman's stock prices, okay? That's not true. I'm glad he's going to at least say that. All right, go on.
I want us to understand what artificial intelligence is.
I love Quinn's ideas.
Because most of you think you know, but you don't actually know, okay? So what is AI? All right, the AI, the technical term.
Supertramp is one of those bands that, like, I feel like I've never heard before, but then whenever I hear, like, I'll randomly hear a song and be like, oh, I love that song. What's that called? It'll be like by Supertramp. I'll be like, oh, I guess I do know.
Is supervised machine learning. Okay? That's the technical term. AI is the popular term, but supervised machine learning is the technical and correct term. Have you guys heard of this term?
And also, when you call it AI, people think it's fucking magic. That's the problem with it.
Supervised machine learning. Yes or no? Have any of you taken computer science? Okay, this is called supervised machine learning. Okay, so what is this? Okay.
Well, Chorus counted 171 OKs
in computer programming
from Professor Jiang.
Like the algorithm, right? And then the input. You put in information, it gives you the output. Okay? And this is traditionally how computers work. You write the algorithm, the computer program, you put in information, and then there's an output, right? For example, the algorithm could be like A plus B, okay? So you put in two numbers, 2, 2, you get a 4, okay? That's how computers work, right? Now, supervised machine learning is that I will turn the output into the input, okay? And the reason why I want to do that is that as a human being, I myself may not be able to write the best algorithm. So I want the computer to refine the algorithm for me, to optimize it, using the output, okay? Does that make sense? All right, so let's talk about a very specific example. All right? So let's look at facial recognition technology. All right, you go to the airport, and you scan, and they know who you are, right? You go to a supermarket, you scan your face, and you pay, right? And you're like, wait, how does that work? Okay, so how this works.
So this is an example, right? This is not like, yeah, like funny enough, ICE uses uses facial recognition technique of a particular flawed algorithm that gives them false positives, just so they can run people through the system, even if they're not, in their database, right? It's a fucked up thing. They actually use AI's failures to their benefit to suppress people better.
That there's a database, okay, about 1 billion people, like everyone in China. And now what I need to do is figure out how to differentiate the faces of everyone in China in this database. Okay, does that make sense? So what I do is, for the face, I create a mathematical model based on topology. Okay, does that make sense? Topology. So I turn everyone's face into a mathematical model, okay, which looks
so
like...
So what, a set of ratios?
Like
is that what we got?
And you're like,
would
I don't know what this is. Okay, you don't need to know what this is. This is like super complicated, okay? But all you need to know is that within this model, there are different equations, okay? So for example, this model is trying to analyze the distance between your eyes, okay?
Okay.
And how big your nose is. All right, does that make sense? All right? And so once I create this mathematical model, I am now able to differentiate everyone in China. Does that make sense? Okay. In fact, this mathematical model is so precise that I can only look at your eyes and I know who you are. Okay? Because what I'm trying to do is match what your model with a model in a database. All right? But what's important to remember is that if you're not in this database, you can't be recognized. Okay? Do you understand? All right. Now, what I will show you is how this model is created. So what happens is this. All right?
It's great that we have like Chinese surveillance as like our working example to go from.
What I do is I teach the computer how to create this database. So I have input, I have output. And then what I do is I create a working thesis or a working theory of what this model should look like. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so it could be like this. All right. And then what I do is I put faces, okay? And the output should match what's in the database. And if the model returns something that's different, I tell them this is wrong. And what the computer then does is refine this model until it becomes this. Does that make sense? Okay?
Anybody get it?
So what all AI is infinite iteration. Okay, does that make sense? All right?
Yeah, infinite iteration is exactly how I would describe AI, and it's my problem with it, right? It feels like instead of like working to refine a better starting module, they just went with what they had and fucking scaled it the fuck up. It's like the laziest way to make anything. It hurts me as an artist and as a human being. Like, right? That this is this oh no, let's just infinitely iterate. That'll work.
Okay. So
we've got infinite resources, don't we? Yeah, let's infinitely iterate. Go fuck yourself.
The problem with AI is I need to be able to solve 3 things. And if I can solve 3 things, then I can create an AI, okay? The first thing is that I need clear metrics, okay? Or clear outputs. Okay? Does that make sense? I need outputs that I can define as a mathematical model. Okay? So for example, if I'm an airline, I'm going to use AI to maximize the amount of money I make on a flight, right? Okay, that's my output. How much money can I make out of a flight? I want to have the maximum amount of profit, okay? That's the first thing I need to solve. Second thing I need to solve then is data, okay, for input. But the thing about data is that it has to be clean, okay? Does that make sense? It has to be a clean data, okay? So for example, if I want to teach this AI to recognize different animals, I need to give it different data sets of different animals, okay? Does that make sense? I need to label my data. But I can't make an AI that's like, this is the best ice cream in the world. And the reason why is I can't find data on the best ice cream. Do you understand? Because the best ice cream is subjective. So I cannot turn that into a data set. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. The third thing I need to do is create a working algorithm structure. Do you understand?
I mean, look, all I can add to this maybe is that like you like ice cream that's creamy. Okay. AI can correlate maybe a picture of an ice cream with a description from people of it as creamy. And yeah, in a chatbot form, it can talk to you about ice cream and maybe try to, convince you that it understands you know, when you say I like creamy ice cream, what you mean, what that means, what it's like, you know, it could maybe, you know, kind of pass your personal Turing test and be like, oh yeah, no, it understands. No, it recommended me a really creamy ice cream, but all it can really do is context, right? You know, what ice creams does it see the word creamy in context with, right? There's never anything there that's understanding creaminess or sweetness or texture or anything else. And there's only stuff in there that is saying that this word has appeared in context with this word. And so I predict, as your LLM, that the sentence that you want to hear, the next word is this, right? Without any, you know, any real context actually penetrating, you know, the mechanism of the large language model, right? So while it can portray and imitate the understanding of a subjective experience, like having creamy ice cream in your mouth, it does not have, like, you know, there's nothing there that's actually you know, doing anything more than just, you know, correlations of language, right? The language is turned into math, right? The language is immediately lost. It's not about the language. It's not about the, you know, it's just like all these things that people try to ascribe to it. It's just not there in this form. And yet it can be pretty good at emulating that, right? There are people that have killed themselves on the advice of AI, right? With the assistance of AI, it telling them the best method to use so that they would not be, you know, stopped from, you know, committing the act, right? And it literally, it's just a process like anything else. It's there's nothing in the AI that recognizes this is the you know, process of ending a human's life, and this is how, you know, humans feel about the end of their life. And although it may convince the human that it does understand, right, by being able to just kind of parrot that language back to you, but it understands less of the language, I would say, than a parrot would.
Okay, computers can only refine and optimize the algorithm structure. It cannot create it by itself. Okay? So if I'm able to do all three things, then I'm able to use AI to optimize what I wanted to optimize. Okay? All right, any questions so far before I move on?
Any comments so far? Anybody that knows more about computer science than I do? You know, like I said, this guy, he's pretty smart. He knows a lot of things, but he will sometimes get in past his skis. He'll sometimes talk about stuff that he doesn't exactly understand. So I can't really vouch for any of this AI stuff that he's laying on us. But yeah, the idea here, psychohistory, predicting, you know, history using by modeling it as you know, mathematical functions, and then using that to predict the most likely set of events to transpire, right? And then, you know, what are we going to, like, right, you know, Isaac Asimov wrote about psychohistory. You know, it's been around since the 50s. Nobody's really, you know, recreated something like this yet. So what do we need? Oh, I know. Maybe we need an AI. Maybe AI will be the way to give us psychohistory. That's what he's saying.
Okay? So what this means is that there are certain problems that I can solve using AI, and there are certain problems I cannot solve using AI. Okay? So what are easy problems that AI can solve, right? Well, for example, facial recognition technology, okay? Also, translation software, right? I can create an optimal translation software. Also, recommendation engines, right? So
what do you think about that, chat? Oh, I don't know about this, right? Like, okay, I got a lot of problems with AI translation. That being said, I understand why people use it. Because it's just like there's not that much work to sort of put something like that together, and it's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate till it's not, I guess.
You watch a movie on Netflix, it recommends then another movie, right? Okay. Now let me ask you this question.
It's an algorithm, right, based on your previous movies that you have watched and sent signals that you were enjoying it, right? Liking whatever the algorithm interprets as evidence that you liked something, and then it tries to, it tries to classify you in a group of people that have similar tastes, and then suggest you new things based on that, right? If you like this, you're gonna maybe like this too. I think he presented a decent layman's introduction to machine learning. Getting into mathematics of it requires a lot more. Yeah, and in general, his courses are just that, Joel, and everybody. This is, he's. I think he's a professor at Beijing University. They're very approachable courses. Nothing that he's talking about, nothing that he's teaching, even if it is like some, discussing some very deep geopolitical concepts. Nothing is like has like a prerequisite, assumed knowledge or like a real barrier to entry. This is essentially equivalent to like a freshman class. Most of what he goes over. But yeah, he's about to tie this idea of AI into his desire to be part of the creation of a real world psychohistory, and I think this is where it gets a little bit weird.
Question: can I ever solve self-driving cars? Can I ever solve self-driving cars? Self-driving cars. Can cars drive by themselves? Yes or no? Yes. Why yes, Sally? Okay, the answer is no. Why is the answer no? Okay, the answer no is, whatever I do, okay, I cannot solve something called the edge case. The edge case is, if the car is on the road, what could happen that would screw up my AI system? Do you guys know? Why can't self-driving cars be solved? Why can't we have self-driving cars on the roads? What's an edge case, or this thing that I can never solve? What is it?
They cannot respond to like issues that happen online.
Excuse me?
That they cannot solve issues that's not planned.
Yeah, and what is not planned? They can plan for traffic. What
human behavior?
What can they not plan for? And this is why we'll never have self-driving cars. They can plan for accidents. What can they not plan for?
Can they plan for a drunk driver? Like, can AI, would it be able to accurately assess a impaired driver? Like the kind of caution that a human being can take based on almost their intuition on what they're seeing in the road up ahead of them is I think an invaluable asset that AI would never be able to replicate.
Easily plan for traffic rules. What can they not plan for? Okay, guys. The edge case with self-driving cars is if I, as a human being, intentionally want to crash into that car. Do you understand? Does that make sense to you guys? Every other situation I can plan for. But in a situation where I'm the human being, and I don't like self-driving cars because I'm a taxi driver, and it's stealing my job, right? It's stealing my livelihood, and I want to crash in that car, there's no way for that AI to avoid the accident. Does that make sense? Okay?
Unless it's self-aware.
Listen. AI is a scam, okay? It does not exist. What exists is supervised machine learning, okay? What is supervised machine learning?
AI is the marketing. I really, if anybody could take this away from anything away from, like what I want to say about AI is that artificial intelligence, calling this stuff artificial intelligence, is a marketing ploy, right? It is not, certainly not anywhere close to AGI. There is nothing intelligent about it. It's something different. But the name that they could give it that would be accurate isn't as exciting and compelling as saying it's artificial intelligence, right? That's really fucking exciting, right? That's creating life kind of stuff. That's Dr. Frankenstein stuff. Humans have been fascinated with the idea of that forever. So when you sell it to me as it might be conscious, possibly, I don't know. Why don't you talk to it and find out? You're going to be pretty excited about it. And when it tells you about that you're correct, that you are actually a religious figure of great importance and have an important destiny, right? You're going to know that it's consciousness talking to you. You're going to realize it's not just consciousness, it's the voice of God telling you that you need to go forth with your crazy, fucked up plan, whatever the fuck that may be, right? I mean, this is what it's notorious for, right? And there's nothing there, just so you understand, there's nothing there to know the difference between helping you plot your suicide and, I don't know, helping you make a grocery list, right? There's nothing in there that recognizes the difference between those two very different things.
What I just told you, okay? That's it. That's the extent of our technology. It does not have self-awareness. It can only do what the algorithm tells it to do. And there's no way you can design an algorithm that plans for and prevents a human being who intentionally wants to crash into you, okay? Does that make sense? All right? So AI, in other words, is an extremely limited tool, okay? So you think about actual applications of AI, it's very limited. You also look at self-driving cars. Now, there are cars that have self-driving features, but they are not 100% self-driving. Okay, does that make sense? In fact, they tell you, don't rely on the autopilot, okay? It's there to help you, but don't sleep in the car, okay? Right? Because they don't have an AI system in place to prevent people from crashing into them, okay? Does that make sense? All right. So now that we know what AI is, let's talk about how we can use AI to predict the future, okay? Okay? All right. So basically, what you need to do is three things, right? You need to be clear about the output. You need to have clean data. And you need to have a working algorithm, okay? Does that make sense? And so that's what I've been doing this semester, okay? So for example, remember my predictions. The Israel lobby, Saudi Arabia, and the American empire, basically the need to protect the petrodollar, will force America to go to war with Iran, okay? These are the push factors. The problem is that there are no force to counteract this, okay? So for example, the military will be for this because they have shock and awe, and they are very confident they can win this war, okay? Iran itself wants this war because it wants revenge against America, okay? And then the president of the United States, who will be Donald Trump, he wants this war in order to cement his position as president, okay? And so because of this, we can...
Something fairly accurate, right? And again, this is well before, I think this is well before Trump was elected. Let's see, what's the date? June 13th, 2024. He said to cement his presidency, right? And that does seem to be true, right? It does seem to be at least one of the motivations of Donald Trump to do this war. It is to, sort of burnish his legacy, or really, I mean, he's crashing and burning, right? So he's desperate and he's looking for something to turn around that narrative. If he can somehow, turn this into a good thing, or he was convinced that this would be perceived as a good thing, it's how does it know an hour has passed? Wait, what? Only possible answer is the hourglass is conscious.
Predict that there'll be a war in Iran. Does it make sense? Okay, now, given this prediction, what we can then do is use mathematical modeling and statistics to turn this into an AI model.
So chat, imagine this, right? Is what we're proposing here taking discrete historical events, which we all know don't exist because discrete means separate, right? And every historical event builds on a million other things changing that we notice, things changing that we don't notice, right? But somehow we turn every historical event into a database entry with values attributed to it. And if we see, I guess, a historical event that has enough similarities to our present time, then what we imagine that we just apply the event, like the current event will go the way that the previous event, which could be, I don't know, from like the Byzantine Empire or from Mesopotamia and I don't know, Charlie, right? Even thinking about comparing modern day wars to events from 4,000 years ago is kind of crazy, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay, does that make sense? Okay, now we have the AI model. Now that we have the AI model, what we need to do next.
There is no AGI, but they act as if I feel like they try to present the idea that it's just around the corner. And if you don't invest now, if you don't get in now, you're going to get left behind.
Now is to refine it. And the way we refine it is by going back in history and looking at every single war that started, okay? Does it make sense?
So like a war. So like maybe not every historical event, but you could compare one war to another war and determine the I don't know. I feel like he's got a pretty decent method that isn't a mathematical analysis at all. And that's yielding, fairly decently useful predictions, right? I don't know why he needs to make this into psycho history, but I don't know. It must.
You take this model and you look at the different wars, okay? So for example, the 415.
We're far from AGI. I don't even think we're on the right track, right? I assume AGI will eventually be developed, but I just don't think it's going to come from this technology. I just don't think this is this technology has its own use cases, right? It's great at vibes coding, like an app. If you don't know how to program, you could learn a little bit of Python maybe and make yourself some useful apps. But it's got its use cases. It's just like there's a lot of stuff it doesn't do. He's saying get clean data as if there is, clean historical data. He'll get into that more later, right? Because remember, history is just a lot of what history is the record left by the winners, right? I mean, I don't want to be conspiratorial about it because we, historians do try to go back and, and try to look at other sources to find out what really happened and not just take the like official record of the winning empire or country or whatever. But there's kind of a limit.
BCE invasion of Sicily by Athens. You look at 1941, Operation Barbarossa, okay? You have basically hundreds of wars that you can look at. And then you take this.
Elon's daughter has said he's full of shit when it comes to the Mars stuff, doesn't even believe it, uses that to get money from dummies. Yeah, he's basically admitted it as much now, Sassy. He said that, we need to stop thinking about Mars and start thinking about the moon.
Model, and then you test it using each of these wars, and what will happen is that the model will begin to refine itself. Okay? Does that make sense? So it becomes more and more refined. Okay? But then that's one model for what causes war. I've also said that Trump will become president, right? Well, then that's another model that you can use. And once you start putting all these models together, what eventually happens over time is you develop psychohistory.
So is he telling us that the inputs would be like we like render predictions through historical analysis, like Trump will be president, Trump will attack Iran, yada yada yada, other conditions like China's, at this GDP, India's at this GDP, right? You put all this information comprising the situation of the world in, and you're asked the output you're asking for is going to be like the results of the U.S. attack on Iran. Is that kind of the idea? Yeah. Again, this is kind of a wild thing for somebody who's actually pretty fucking good at historical analysis to be, proffering, right? Did anybody else feeling that? This is like, it kind of doesn't make sense. Look, if you like history and you like to, try to predict what will happen next, and you're pretty good at it, right? And therefore you remember from your childhood reading the Foundation novels, which are kind of like, what is it? It's kind of adult, what is it called? Like, young adult literature, right? I believe Foundation is written kind of at the level of young adult literature. It's not, hard sci-fi. It's not even, particularly deep sci-fi. I mean, it's good storytelling, good writing, interesting stuff. But if you admire Harry Seldon Hari Seldon, whatever he's called, from the Foundation series, and you want to say like this guy's an inspiration, Asimov's an inspiration, great, right? I don't know what he's doing with this. Like, now I'm going to show you psychohistory. No, we could actually do it. No, think about it. LLMs are going to get us there. I don't think so. Wait, quantum computing?
Does this make sense, guys? All right. So now the question then is, okay, how would this AI model work? Or what are sort of the ideas behind this model, okay? So we talk about game theory analysis a lot.
God damn it, chat. I really need to pee again. But you know what happens whenever I put Waluigi up, right? Just like clockwork, a bunch of shit goes down. Second I put Waluigi up and I go to take a pee, it's like he's gonna say something wacky. And my phone's not even charged, chat, so I can't like listen to it on the phone. I'm gonna do it anyway. Please pay close attention. Let me know if there's any wackiness. Like, if you want to even, maybe I'll leave here's what I'll do. I'm gonna leave the cursor hovering over the video, okay? So you'll be able to see what time it is. If he says anything wacky, make a note of the timestamp and just tell me the timestamp when I get back. That's the only way that we'll be able to cover the wackiness and still I will get to pee, which is very important to me right now. Anyway, chat, time to pee. I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right. And the idea of game theory analysis is that, okay, guys, there's really no good and evil. Okay? there are different players in a game, and they're all self-interested. They all want to win this game. So they're going to develop strategies that optimize their ability to win this game, okay? So you can use game theory analysis. But then you can also develop new ideas that would help you better understand how the world works, okay? So let's talk about certain ideas that have come up in this course, all right? So one thing I want to talk about is this week's European elections. Have you guys seen the news? The elections to the European Parliament, right? And the results are pretty shocking because it signals a clear shift to the right. So, for example, Marine Le Pen's party in France picked up a lot of votes. The AfD, the Alternative for Germany in Germany, which is considered a right-wing organization, almost neo-Nazi, has picked up a lot of votes as well. The results were so dramatic that Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, has called for an early election. And it's possible in 3 months' time, Marine Le Pen's party will run and govern France, okay? So how do we explain this shift to the right? And I want to explain 3 reasons, okay? The first reason is anti-immigration. Okay? So for the past 10, 20 years, there have been a lot of immigrants to Europe from Libya, from Syria, from Iraq, Afghanistan, Sudan, Somalia, okay? These are mainly Muslim people who threaten the Christian social fabric of Europe, okay? And now Europeans are rebelling or revolting against that. Second thing that they don't like about Europe so far is the idea of federalism, okay? Or they can say bureaucratism. But it's the idea that a foreign power, Brussels, mandates rules that they must follow. So they think it's very anti-democratic, okay? And the third thing that they're rebelling against is the idea of pan-Europeanism. What the people of Europe are saying is, there's no European identity, guys. There's a German identity, there's a French identity, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, but there's no European identity. They're rebelling against the entire project of the EU. In fact, I would bet that in about 5 years' time, the entire EU would be dead, okay? Okay? Why are they opposed to pan-Europeanism? Because ultimately, they believe that it's about destroying local identity. It's about destroying local community. It's about destroying my relationship with my neighbors and my friends and my relatives, okay? And my family. Does that make sense? Okay? It's imposing a foreign identity on me. And proponents of the European Union would argue that, no, this is just a secular, liberal idea, okay? The entire idea of the EU is that for hundreds of years, thousands of years, Europe has been at war. Why has Europe been at war? Tribalism, right? Religion. So the entire project of the EU is to get rid of the factors that lead to war. Local identity, nationalism, religion, right? And what the European voters are saying to...
All right, chat. What did the fucking wheels come off? Because, like, this is the one of the lectures that I identified where there is a bit of a it just gets a little bit. He said game theory analysis is about knowing good and evil. He's already popping off. He really is. Did he explain that game theory is just like the study of winning in a, with like different sets of rules, like the whole thing, what's the best way to win, to cheat, you find a way to get around the rules. Games are always artificial. It's always a thing of like, like you're kickboxing, so the agreement is you're not gonna fucking you're not gonna like, tackle me and then ground and pound me, right? Because it's kickboxing, right? You're not allowed to hit me with your elbow. That would be Muay Thai, right? But if we do Muay Thai, then we can hit with the elbow, right? It's like, it's. Is that what he was explaining? Did he go over like just the basics of game theory? He said it was about knowing good and evil. That is a weird thing to say, but yeah, I feel like this is the one where it just like, and this is his last lecture in the series about, geostrategy, not a particularly hopeful series. So he kind of says, here, I want to give you a little note of hope, right? I'm working on this cool thing. It's called Asimov called it psychohistory. The field is called cliodynamics. The actual field that's most similar to that. I would think though that cliodynamics, in as much as it's reliable and as much as it's useful, it's one of those things that's like, it's got use cases, right? It's like, good for some things and not the others. I was kind of memeing there. I think he said game theory is not about good and evil. Yeah, how people develop strategies to win. Jiang is kind of wacky about all of this. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to show you, what he got right, and that he didn't get everything right, but he did get I think he's a pretty good analyst. He's got some other interests as well. They're a bit wacky. And then we didn't even get to the part about the, oh my god, I'm trying to remember. It's called like the Khazar theory of origin. Should I look this up? Somebody in chat earlier was saying that he like endorsed this idea, and it was a theory of origin. Is that what it was called? Khazar hypothesis of Ashkenazi ancestry is what somebody else is calling this. I did hear him talk about this. He did sound like he believed this. I don't know much about it. It's a largely abandoned historical hypothesis that postulated that Ashkenazi Jews were primarily, or to a large extent, descended from converts to Judaism among the Khazars, a multi-ethnic conglomerate of mostly Turkic people who formed a semi-nomadic khanate in and around the northern and central Caucasus and the Pontic Caspian steppe in the late 6th century Common Era. It is still sometimes used in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and in various anti-Zionist approach. I don't like how closely those two things are linked in this Wikipedia article. I don't know. So it looks like there's a long article too. In 1938, Ezra Pound, then strongly identifying with the fascist regime of Benito Mussolini, also known by Aidan Ross as Benito Mussolini, sent a query to fellow poet Louis Zukowski concerning the Khazars after someone had written to him claiming that the ancient Jews had died out and that wait, is that the theory? That's not what he said though. If it's a theory that they'd been that the Jews spoken of in the Tanakh were not had died out and had been replaced by people of Khazar descent calling themselves Jews, right? It's kind of a wild theory, but the way that he discussed it was not like a I don't think. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Anyway, that's one of the things that one of the first things that I saw from him that was a red flag. Like, I don't know about the history of all this, but it did, it did kind of set off my spidey sense to a certain extent. Return to the issue. Yeah. So this is like a great replacement that the Jews were replaced by the Khazars, and that, like, I don't know. It's fucking. It sounds wild, right? But I feel like what he said was something a little bit like it was similar, but and then there was another thing that he went over talking about the God. See, I feel like the stream is incomplete without these clips. I was hoping somebody would have these clips. I assume these clips maybe were even like controversial already. Did I drink all my water? Almost, chat. I am so thirsty. I'm thirsty for kooky conspiracy content, I guess. Yeah, it almost this article mentions the idea has been promoted by contemporary anti-Semitic groups on social media. According to the Anti-Defamation League, you mean the Apartheid Defense League? Oh, and the American Jewish Committee. In the United States, extremist sects of Black Hebrew Israelites have promoted the anti-Semitic Khazar conspiracy theory. That's what I was going to say. Is it sounded a little bit like that whole about Jewish origins. These groups believed that Jewish people are imposters, and that African Americans and sometimes Native and Latin Americans also are the true descendants of the Israelites. Anyway, conspiracy theories aside, I don't think we're gonna get that from this video, right? He is talking about foundation. I do think there's a few like misunderstandings he has about the story. I don't think we've gotten into those yet. I wanted to point that out though, just to say that this guy will talk about stuff that he doesn't completely understand, right? This guy will, you know, like I just get the feeling that he's not that familiar with foundation, and you know, he's not picking up on some of the basic premises of it. And if he wants to use it as his example, hell, if he wants to use it as his passion, I mean, like,
the EU is
this is almost like Dugan. I haven't read that far into Dugan, Stevie's. I think I only read, what was it, the fourth political, and even like not all of that. The fourth, what is it, the fourth political theory or whatever it's called.
Sorry, we don't want secular liberalism because we want to be human. Okay? What we strive for is not a abstract liberal idea. We strive for structure, meaning,
how did we get here?
And purpose in our lives. Okay? What we really strive for is the capacity to love, create, and learn in our lives. The idea we should. The EU is, sorry, war, local idea. So the entire project of the EU is to get rid of the factors that lead to war, local identity, nationalism, religion, right? And what the European voters
Was I just totally tuned out? How did we get to the European Union?
are saying to the EU is, sorry, we don't want secular liberalism because we want to be human. Okay? What we strive for is not a abstract liberal idea. We strive for structure, meaning, and purpose in our lives. Okay? What we really strive for is the capacity to love, create, and learn. Okay? And grow. Does that make sense? That's what we are fundamentally as human beings. And when you ask me to...
So he's also obviously talking about the political trends in the EU, embracing the right, in some cases the far right, the blaming of the like focusing on immigration, blaming it on the liberal parties, right? And so he's typifying the European voter here. There was a question earlier about kind of his like overall political orientation. In terms of his geopolitical analysis, right? It felt actually, I'm tempted to say leftist, right? It matches up with a lot of, leftist analysis. And he's definitely no fan of the U.S. empire or of Trump. His sympathies seem to lie more with the global, South, right? This is the first thing that I've heard him say that could be, and I say could be because, right, remember, he's characterizing the European voter. I don't think he's necessarily said, I mean, it feels like, right, he's got like a disdain for secular liberalism, maybe. Or I could just be reading too much into this because I really want to give you the answers to the questions, at least the questions that you brought here tonight, Chad. I'm curious too.
Obey an abstract foreign entity that is very far from me, then you are limited.
He's talking about the EU parliamentary elections. Yeah, and the general trends in addition are I mean, that's where they're going, right? So, yeah.
Are destroying the structure, meaning, and purpose in my life. Okay? And so that's what's going on, not just in Europe, but throughout the world. You think about Brexit, right? You think about the election of Donald.
Wait, that's Dugan? That's in Dugan?
Trump, right? All these things has to do with this fundamental.
God damn, I fear the idea of somebody encountering Dugan without knowing what he's about and just taking him as another, political theorist. Let's listen to what this guy has to say. Maybe incorporate the parts we like. Yeah, bad idea.
Human urge to have structure, meaning, and purpose in our lives, okay? To have agency. Okay, does that make sense, guys? All right, any questions so far? Yeah, Eric?
What is this source of imagination and willingness to create?
Okay, so Eric asked, what is the source of all this?
Agree Prodist, super chatted $6.30. Anyone read Steppenwolf? Harry Hauler's anti-war and grumpy anti-modernism versus the fascistic nationalist ideas being promoted in Germany at the time.
I need to read that. I've read Siddhartha, but I've not read Steppenwolf. Wait, did he write the Glass Bead game too, or am I mixing that one up? In relation to Harry Haller's anti-war grumpy anti-modernism versus fascist nationalist ideas being promoted in Germany at the time. Yeah, question out to the audience. Anybody read Steppenwolf? And thank you for the super chat. I enjoy this guy more than Peterson. Yeah, that's the comparison. Yeah, I'm like, I know the author. I'm trying to, I'm reaching for it. Heidegger meets Steven Pinker. This is Jordan Peterson. There is definitely like some Jordan Peterson DNA in here, but like I've said it before and I'll say it again. There's a like at least geopolitically, this guy feels like some kind of a Jordan Peterson for the left. Like he's kooky, like Peterson. He is, spiritual like Peterson in a way that is gonna get him an audience that is, that sees more, value than just entertainment in him, right? And that it kind of worries me, right? Do we need a I don't even know what to call this guy. Somewhat benign, like this Gnostic cult in like leftism chat. I saw a video randomly, right, of I think from an anarchist, right? The titled "Chaos Magic Doesn't Work Anymore," or like "Chaos Magic is broken," or something. Chaos Magic is broken. I wonder if maybe now the it's like this shit. It's the Gnostic magic is gonna have its day in the sun now.
And what Dante and
But Chad, I don't know nearly enough about Gnosticism.
Would say is the human heart, okay?
And the problem with chaos magic is it knows you. But more on that later. Anyway, chat, what do we got here? Is this that doctor, Professor Sniff Sniff? Wait, do you know this guy?
The human heart. This is just who we are. And if we cannot fulfill our human heart, we will rebel. We will destroy. We will want to kill. Okay? And so in other words, one idea in this AI model is that there is a fundamental underlying structure to human society. Okay? If society
what is chaos magic? I don't know, some crusty anarchist shit.
Conforms to the structure of the human heart, this society will prosper. For example, Athens, right? The ancient Greeks.
Look, I'm honestly happy. If this guy somehow replaces Peterson, right? I'm happy. In fact, I think it's probably better for like former Peterson people to listen to this guy than for like, I don't know. If you're I don't know. Oh my god, chat, I'm running out of liquid refreshment. I met Zizek, but as an anti-Westerner, I'm familiar with this guy. I follow his takes on the West. Yeah, he's interesting, and he is popping off now. He was just on Breaking Points, and I expect him to become more prominent in the, sphere. I'm literally running out of, like, moisture on my tongue.
That society prospered. The word we used was eudaimonia, right? Okay? But if a society represses the human heart, then ultimately the society will have to collapse at some point. Okay? So that's another principle that we can use when developing this AI model. the last idea that we can use in developing this AI model is the idea of synchronicity, okay? Synchronicity. And the idea of synchronicity is, as a society, how willing are people, how willing are people in following the rules? Okay, does that make sense? So when you drive the car, do people actually follow traffic
Agree
rules?
Prodist,
When you're in the
super
subway,
chatted
do people actually give up their
$6.30. More to do with Alan Moore and Alistair Crowley. It's like a boys' club version of Wiccans.
Wait, is that? Wait, what is? Chat, I'm literally like, I need liquid refreshment. I just had to grab whatever I could. Oh my god. Oh my god. Never get that dehydrated. I don't know. Chat, I honestly think like I get more dehydrated when I'm like talking. There's something about streaming that causes you to need extra oh no. Extra moisture. It's always good to combine your moisture with the electronic equipment that is valuable and necessary for your vocation, chat. That's always a smart thing to do. Professor is a genius. Been watching his views. They are sharp. I hope he will rescue the world from many dangers. Actually, most Chinese are very smart and brilliant. Been teaching and observing. Oh, yeah, this is you know, it like we're talking now about him sort of replacing Peterson. I don't know how many former Jordan Peterson people might have found their way to his content, but despite having very different views, I cannot emphasize that enough. Like, I'm not comparing him at all politically to Jordan Peterson. He does you know, offer, I guess, sort of an entry-level intellectual exercise that you know that primarily is drawing people that are interested in politics, but yeah, also is going to draw in people that are interested in literature, people that are interested in you know, I guess the occult, or you know, like Gnosticism seems to be a lot of what he talks about. You know, he's got a set of interests. They're all kind of sewn together in a very unique quilt of that is his class, and yeah, there's nothing like him on liquids are in your feet. Wait, what? If I do a headstand, the liquids will go from my feet to my head? Do you know if there's been any mogging news lately? I feel like there must have been. Okay, that is way better. That is exactly what I needed. Maybe you could imagine this guy as like a counter Steve Bannon effort, educate in a certain way. Well, what do you think his ideology is, right? Because I honestly, like, I don't detect a lot of like chud vibes from him, right? You know, he seems to. I wouldn't like. I don't get the feeling he's a communist either. But you know, he's definitely has a critique, a substantial critique of capitalism. Oh, Renee, I forgot that was your new name now. Good to see you again. Okay, so we're up to. Let me add. No, now I get to do some math. Okay. Mogging news. Like, seriously. What's going on in the Magosphere right now? Can we call it the Magosphere? Do I suck at adding? I feel like I do. I feel like I'm just like... is that right? He's like George Galloway, you could say. Wait, what's George Galloway's deal? Wait, his politics are like George Galloway? I don't know that much about the guy, but isn't he like not great? Google Mogging News? I should just start a second channel called Mogging News, shouldn't I? Chodification goes hand in hand with enshittification. Well, I mean, like, this is the opposite, right? If this guy's the new Jordan Peterson, then it's like, it's slightly better, I'd have to say. It's substantially better. But the feeling I get so far is that it seems like mostly, like lefties are finding him right now. I mean, there's definitely people who are not. There's probably conservative people that you'll find in the comment section, but I feel like most of them are you call it newsmog? That sounds like if Gavin Newsom tries to rebrand himself as a mogger, he'll call himself Newsmog. What's up, everyone? Just came here to mog. I came here for two things, to mog and chew bubblegum, and I can't do his voice. Why do I think I could do Gavin Newsom's voice?
There's seats for the elderly, for children, for pregnant women, okay? When you go to the park, do people actually pick up garbage and throw it in the garbage bin, okay? Synchronicity tells us that there's cohesion and trust in society, that society is resilient, okay? And that society can grow, okay, or learn.
I guess the biggest thing people were, the one question I couldn't really answer that got asked is this guy in some ways socially reactionary, right? I've never seen him say anything like social, like, and there's been opportunities, if he was disposed in that direction.
Okay, so societies that have high synchronicity will do better in the long term than societies with low synchronicity. And so societies with high synchronicity would include Japan.
But yeah, Germany, I mean, in terms of his, like, I don't know, like, I don't think it's like an anti-Western disposition as much as just like his predictive history is not predicting good things for the United States, right? And I think he's right about that. I think that's a call that I very much agree on, right? This all of this, right, is ultimately going to break the frustrate at least the aspirations of the global hegemon, and possibly break its power.
And societies with low synchronicity would include India and Brazil, and
World Mog News of the world,
China. Okay, does that make sense? All right.
Anyone is socially reactionary if they're against the West. No, I'm literally talking about, does he hate the gays, right? I'm not asking what his feelings about the West are.
So these are all of the ideas that we developed.
I would never begrudge someone hating the West.
This semester or in this year, that there's an underlying truth and meaning to human society. And if we embrace these truths, then society will prosper. But if we try to deny these truths, then eventually society will have to collapse and we have to start over
Like,
again.
do I need to say tradcon instead of socially reactionary to get the point across?
Okay? Does that make sense? Any questions so far? Yeah, Celine?
Because one thing that's pretty clear is he's very much anti-Trump. Although we got I mean, Trump is kind of doing, God's work here.
Excuse me? Okay, that's a great question, okay? So one thing that was not supposed to happen is the idea of mass society, okay? Mass society. You can say that mass society is a complete, what's the word I'm looking for? Deviation from human history, okay? We're not supposed to have we're not supposed to have mass society. And mass society is completely an accident, a historical accident. But when you have mass society, what happens is that you need an elite, okay? You need an elite. But guess what, guys? The elite, the people in charge, they're not better than you and me, okay? Do you understand? We in this classroom could swap for the leadership of the world, right? And guys, nothing would change. You understand? Right? So you have mass society, and therefore you have to have an artificial elite. Because you need people in control. And because they're in control, they need to now maintain the illusion of their power. Okay? They need to create fictions. For example, maybe, well, I went to Yale or Harvard, and therefore I should be at the top. Or maybe I have a higher IQ than you do. Or maybe, my dad or my great-great-great-great-grandfather was king. Okay? They have to create these fictions. Now, what happens over time is that these fictions fall apart because they're not that competent, okay? And the most recent example is, you look at the global management of the economy, and you look at the global management of like COVID, okay? You look at the global management of war. It's pretty incompetent. And so people...
So this is something that would give people pause, but you honestly, I mean, like, until he finishes that thought, you don't know if he means, in what direction, he even means, right? But I think I did hear him say something about that he's got this thing about pensioners, right? And it's true, like, older people in a lot of societies, like, that's where the concentration of money is. That's where the concentration of power is. And, he mentioned, oh my God, he mentioned freaking the AIRP earlier. This used to be the most powerful lobbying organization in Washington, right? This is the American Association of Retired People, I think is what it's called. And it is still like, got a lot of money, got a lot of members. But in terms of what they used to do, which was fight like tooth and nail for, the social security system, they are, fairly like it feels like it's a lobbying group or a consumer advocacy group that is somehow, it's controlled by, capital, basically. It's not, it's not even acting in the interest of the retired people it purports to serve. And it's just not really, I don't think it's that much of a factor, right, in American politics. But maybe you wouldn't know that, I mean, it's not, it definitely was. It was really big. But yeah, he gets into this thing of like, it's all the pensioners and, but this is an insoluble problem. He is not arguing to fight against, the boomers, right? Because his sort of conclusion is like, but there's nothing we can do about it because humans are programmed to respect their elders, right? You're not gonna go kill your grandparents because they're destroying the world. It's yeah, it's. Wait, he locutes Marxism? Yeah, what does that mean? Not supposed to have mass society? That kind of went over my head. But yeah, so I could imagine him
wake up and like, wait a minute, these guys don't really know what they're doing, okay? And now the elite is now forced to suppress us, okay? They have to lie. They have to use force to make us obedient, okay? And that's what's happening today.
But yeah, when he talks about the wealth, the concentration of wealth and the pensioners, right? You get the feeling that he feels like the issue is like them demanding overly generous pensions, right? There is a problem with concentration of wealth. But last time I checked, it's not just old people. And last time I checked, when old people die, they hand that wealth over to their fail sons and daughters. And given the fact that the United States is afraid to even tax this, inheritance, right? There's no check on that.
And so this repression can go on for a long time, but to control us, they must repress the human heart, okay? Because it's in the human heart to want to question, to be curious, to grow, okay? And if you think like the people in charge don't know what they're doing, then you're sort of compelled to challenge them. And so what they have to do is suppress the human heart.
Wait, circumlocuting Marxism, thus getting it wrong. He's not a Marxist, is he? Or he doesn't like claim to be, right? I got the feeling that I never got the feeling, I thought he was just kind of just kind of critical of capitalism without necessarily being.
And they do that by trying to get you to focus on buying things rather than thinking, okay?
I mean, there's a correlation between wealth and age. That's true, right? That's true. But I think he has mentioned that there are poor elderly people too, right? I don't think he's completely conflating the two things. It's just that you hear more critique of the pensioner class, right? That's or pensioner. Does he say pensioner class? Pensioners, right? So people, retirees, if you're in the U.S.
Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Any more questions?
The heart isn't consciousness? Yeah, the heart is just hot juice pumping through your body.
Yes, Ali?
The working model that the AI uses.
Yes.
Got to keep the hot juice pumping.
Well, it analyzes our beliefs, wants, and needs that drive us to certain actions.
Yeah, and it has to turn it into a mathematical model, okay? Do you understand? The human heart has to become like a model, like facial recognition model. Okay? Does that make sense?
But our beliefs, wants, and needs change all the time. So how
using Marxism without claiming to be a Marxist, like this guy talks theory?
How does the model account for the changes?
Okay, so Sally's question is
the elderly. Yeah. I think he talks about Brian Johnson, right? Elderly elite who want immortality. Great avatar of that concept.
Isn't it true that we're all individual and unique? And isn't it true that over time we change, okay? And that's a great point. But what Homer and Dante would say that, no. At the fundamental level, okay, we all have the same desires. We're motivated by the same needs, okay? There's no one in this world that does not want structure, meaning, and purpose. Now, the way you want to achieve this may be different, okay? But that's your underlying motivation. And there's no person in this world that does not seek to have to achieve these three things, like love, create, and grow as people, okay? That's when you achieve full happiness as a person, when you feel that you're married to someone you love and you have children, when you're doing a job that is creative, and when you're constantly learning every day and growing every day, okay? When you achieve that, these three things, what do we call this? When you achieve all three things, what do we call this? Eudaimonia, right? This is eudaimonia. This is what the Greeks meant by a happy and self-fulfilled life.
Can we get a check on eudaimonia?
At Reprodist, super chatted $6.30. Guy isn't Peterson, he uses STEM economics to prove social science. This could go wrong.
Wait. I support your local Demiurge? What is this? Demiurge, yeah, interesting dude, for sure. Guy isn't Peterson. He uses stern economics to prove social science. This could go wrong. Wait, caffeine, nicotine, my trinity. Wait, what's the third one? Isildur. Caffeine, nicotine. Oh, sugar. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, especially from fruit juice. That's my favorite sugar.
Life. It doesn't make sense. Okay? So there may be differences in needs and motivation.
What if there was, oh my god, chat, what if there was mogging, like, subs, like people that wanted to get mogged? They, like, got off on getting mogged. They would, like, pay other people to mog them, right? They would engineer, like, they'd be on a date or something, and they'd hire, like, a really hot, person to like, just be in view of their date.
Fundamental level, we're all human beings, and we're all driven by the same fundamental needs, okay?
He maths out his hypothesis? Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of that, or a little bit of comp sci anyway.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay?
And for this AI to work, to predict the future,
yeah,
we would need to
Mog pigs, yes. That's just called being a cuck, I guess.
a lot of data.
yes.
So
What if you just want to be mogged, though? You don't want to be cucked. You just want to be mogged.
does that mean we need a very powerful survey?
You pay somebody to be your hot best friend so that you'll always look less attractive in comparison. Kick subscribers? Mog pigs? Hell yeah.
Okay, so Sally asked the question, like, how do you construct this AI, okay? And so for this AI to be valid, okay, let me explain how we would actually implement, okay? So first of all, you need at least 50 to 100 years to actually create this AI, okay? And the reason why is that for this AI to be valid, you constantly need to be testing it, okay? So what I've been doing in this class is basically doing a self-AI, right? Where I have an analytical model and I have a prediction.
Okay, this is what really blew my mind. Anybody want to defend this? So basically in this class, I've been doing like a self-AI. What the fuck is a self-AI? What the fuck is he even talking about? I don't understand. I've just basically been doing it's kind of like a self-AI, like I'm doing the AI. What? I don't understand. How are you doing a self-AI? What is this?
But guess what, guys? We won't know if my predictions are fully correct until like 50 years from now. Is that correct? Okay.
A self-AI as in what, refining models? Is that what he's talking? I don't get it.
Or I can't validate my analysis until 50 years from now. Okay? Does that make sense?
That sounds very fucking convenient. That sounds very fucking convenient, sir.
Okay? And you need to be constantly doing this where you have to be constantly making these predictions and seeing if they're correct or not. If they're not correct, what you have to do is go and change these predictions, okay? And analysis, okay? Does that make sense? Then what you have to do is you basically have to, and this is actually what's the most time consuming is, you have to rewrite history. Okay, do you understand? Because most of history is actually not correct. Okay?
So we have to revise it. I get it. Yeah, we need to.
Okay? So what you have to do is you have to take this AI model and
but look, I get what he's saying. Yeah, there's probably error in documented history, right? There's bound to be some. But what he's saying is that he thinks that his AI is gonna yield a correction for history, right? So in other words, AI is going to do its computation and it's going to realize that something in its data set has to be wrong, right? It's going to get like a error, and the only way to fix this error will be to be like, well, this would make sense if, like, I don't know, the Battle of Chickamauga had happened a day later than the official account, right? Then all the numbers make sense if that's true. So let's just change the date, the Battle of Chickamauga, right? We can now, you know what I mean? We're gonna correct history, because our AI has figured out that it's just, there's no way, none of this makes sense if, Chickamauga was right. I don't know. This is like, I think this is what he's talking about, right? That there'd be things that you would find like in history that were like confounding variables in your equation, and you would both want to get rid of those confounding variables so that you could actually make your predictions, and also, he's saying this would be showing you that this history was incorrect. So even though we don't have the archaeological records or the testimony or anything that would correct the wrong history, we can still do it through like setting up a AI psychohistory program, which will then let us know which historical facts we just must have gotten wrong. We just must not understand correctly, because otherwise none of the equations work like this, right? I don't know. This is pretty wacky. This is getting wacky.
Look back at history and says, according to this AI model, what actually happened in the Peloponnesian War? What actually happened in World War I?
Yeah, we got the Peloponnesian War wrong, chat. We got the Peloponnesian War wrong. Actually, Athens won. Who knew?
What actually happened?
God damn.
During the Tang Dynasty. Okay? So you basically have to challenge the entire discipline of history and reconstruct a new history that you think is more factually correct based on this AI.
Yeah.
Okay? So you have to be doing these two things at once. Okay? Making these predictions and seeing that you're correct, but also going back
Every Prodist
to
super chatted $6.30. I mean, you can calculate prosperity and correlate poverty with dissatisfaction. But he doesn't factor in being depressed or stressed, i.e. ennui.
Yeah, and he said earlier that it's somewhat like the human factor that confounds a project like self-driving car, that you could have a car with self-driving functions, but ultimately you can't guarantee a safe driving experience or as safe of a driving experience as you'd have with a human behind the wheel that's got some intuition that can, for instance, recognize the behavior of a drunk driver and try to avoid them, right? Or that can kind of make these calls, these intuitive calls that the AI wouldn't be. Mostly about human behavior, mostly about human behavior. So
throughout history and seeing how history can be revamped or changed so that it's more accurate. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, that's a project. But then there's the technology, because you actually need mathematicians and computer programmers and historians to collaborate together to build this AI, right? Okay, so I can tell you how I would analyze the issue, But then a mathematician
But no, when he's talking about this cryodynamics thing, right? This does connect to like a type of sociology. Does it? Is that? Does it not?
Let's turn this into a mathematical equation or a model, okay? Because computers only recognize like data and numbers, okay? They don't recognize ideas. I can't talk to a computer. I have to give a computer like a number or a equation or a model, okay, for it to calculate on. Okay, does it make sense? All right. So it's not an easy project, okay? But the argument is that if this project actually works, it would change the fate of humanity forever. Because if there's one thing that you notice in this class, it's like we tend to repeat the same mistakes, right? And the question is like, why do we do that? It's because the history that we have is complete bullshit. It just is.
Did Rudyard Lynch say something? I felt like I just saw Rudyard. Chad, if you don't know who I'm talking about, it's a channel called What If Alt Hist, right? The history we have is such bullshit. I mean, what am I supposed to do with that? Renee says, that makes more sense, RE AI music. In terms of being able to what, like correct the input that it's based on? Like with what he was talking about with psychohistory. I feel so silly saying this, Chad. It's like talking about, you know, a fictional thing, you know, as if it's a real type thing.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
It's got, wait, what part has the ancient astronaut type vibe? Oh, him saying the history we have is such bullshit. Here, I'll rewind it. Right.
The question is like, why do we do that? It's because the history that we have is complete bullshit.
And given that this guy is actually running up against like historical consensus, I guess it's not totally surprising that he'd say that. Yes, in some ways, yes, right? Yes, I'm sure, but you could also use that statement to literally like rewrite history to suit you. And my fear is that, you know, that's what I'm trying to remember what it was that he wanted to, I can't remember what it was. There was like a historical claim that made sense to him, and he was like, now this goes against everything that historians say, but I think they're wrong because this just makes more sense. It was just like vibes, right? They got to be wrong. This is like, I mean, this is a guy that kind of like wants his own, you know, personal, you know, history. I don't know.
It just is. It's not true. It can't be true. Okay? There's things that we believe which, if you just think about it, can't be true. Okay? And we did that like last semester when we talked about the rise of Christianity, right? You're telling me that this illiterate guy named Jesus was able to spread Christianity all by himself after he died? I don't
What is he? Jesus Appleseed?
believe that. Okay? I think a much easier explanation is that it became co-opted by the Roman Empire in order to
Oh yeah, that's the example I was thinking of.
Right? But if you would talk to a historian, they would say you're just wrong. Okay? So not only are you trying to predict the future.
So respect that he's copying to the fact that he has a like ahistorical belief and he doesn't have like, you know, evidence to base it on, but you know, I mean, this is, you know, kind of this is the issue that that I have. That being said, strangely, it does not seem to like be befouling his geostrategic analysis and predictions, right? He's got a bunch of weird beliefs that I don't buy into, but I don't know, chat. He is a deep, complicated rabbit hole, and I have not figured it out. I probably will not have figured it out, even after tonight, right? Because it's an endless rabbit hole. It's an endless rabbit, and it's interesting stuff. And look, it's like I can, I don't know, I can appreciate this guy's like weird existence without. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Chat, it's probably so late. I need to go on to bonus content now, right? I probably do. I would love to stick around with you, but that's just gonna make me stay up later. Oh yeah, no, chat, we got to do bonus content now. Ethan Klein, Loner Box, what the fuck is going on, chat? Can you tell me? That's what's winning right now. Please, speak now or hold your peace. If you donated or you want to donate and you got a different idea, I think that's what's winning on the poll. Let me verify that. The poll says it's the end of Ethan Klein as we know it. The donos say the same thing, chat. If anybody has other ideas, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because I'm about to jump us into the last segment for the day, because I really do gotta get to sleep for real. I would love to. I could do a fucking subathon on this guy. That's how. I don't know if he'd appreciate me cannibalizing that much of his content, but I find this shit fascinating, right? Even in the good parts and the bad parts. Anyway, playlist, and you can tell my voice is going too. That's not good. We gotta protect the voice.
What is up, everybody? It's the H3 show coming at you live.
Has he been lifting or something? Is there a story behind him doing that? So this is our friend Ethan Klein again, bringing Loner Box. Or Boner Box, if you prefer, on for a little conversation about Iran that ran about an hour. So I kind of want to see if we can get the synopsis for this from Hassanabi Piker first.
So even if it took this much, 2.5 years, great. As long as you identify what caused you to remain in this cult, it's good that you are beginning to recognize that you were duped. Better late than never. Yes, Tim Pool is actually defending me against naysayers. Stop making me defend Hassan. He's explaining, as I have for 14 years, that commercial drone technology has created an insane level of warfare. Saying you can buy these things is not telling people to buy them, and I've said the exact same.
Wow, I didn't expect to see Tim Pool doing a good deed. What the fuck?
Thing Asana said here and to the U.S. government, the world has the world is frozen. The pigs are flying. It's the
world is a vampire.
Rarest of Tim Pool W's. The broken clock is showing what time it actually is. Why is he saying that? Because Canary Mission has looked at what Ethan Klein was using as a clip and has decided this is a good opportunity to attack one of the most committed anti-Zionists in American media and jacket him. Another Israeli agent, Eyal Yacobi, among many other right-wing accounts on the timeline, are posting this to much virality. The clip itself, ironically enough, doesn't actually suggest what the description is saying. Should I sue this councilwoman? Hassan Piker is telling his followers to make drones. Also, Hassan Piker said that America deserves and has hosted who on his stream. I know I usually have a policy.
How did she not say, and he shocks his dog?
Of not doing this, but I think we should maybe we should hit the defamation suit. Anyway, here's a couple pictures of our mayor and a current city councilman hanging out with him recently. I'm thinking about it. Oh yeah, it was originally boosted by Ethan Klein. No, don't tweet, just sue. No, I'm gonna. There are literally more people watching the stream now than voted for her. It won't hurt to talk to some lawyers. No, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm going against my my previous policy of not suing these animals. It's pretty obvious what's going on. I think it's worth suing a person in office doing defamation compared to random Twitter posters for sure. Yeah, no, that's why I was Congressman Randy Fine wants to deport you over this. Yeah, this is what I mean. That's why I was saying, like, litigiousness is annoying, as you're rightly pointed out, but as elected public officials, you have to draw a line, I think. Yeah, no, I'm gonna. That's why I'm drawing a line. If it wasn't an elected official, I wouldn't give a shit. Who gives a what some like random dickhead on Twitter says? Yeah, suing a content creator for being a is very different than suing a flagrantly racist councilwoman in New York City. Please sue this too. Oh yeah, it was originally boosted by Ethan Klein. Yeah.
Do people think he's serious though? I don't think he's serious about. I think he's like. He's saying he's serious. I don't think he's actually suing. The councilwoman.
Yeah, I saw this over on the H3 subreddit. Diehard fans have been registering to
Like I said before, I don't think it's a particularly good case.
Discuss with Ethan and Gila Klein's enthusiastic support for Trump and Netanyahu's civilian slaughter campaign in Iran. As always, critical posts are being deleted. This cult situation. Good luck, everyone. All peace and love. This is the last post I'll make here. It's by far the most difficult one I've made. Deleted. Is there
a reason he skipped that one?
Cult situation.
Good luck, everyone. I know for a fact there are so many amazing people here, but ask yourself. Oh, that's the end. That's the.
Good luck, everyone. All peace and love. This is the last post I'll make here. It's by far the most difficult one I've made. I've fought for Ethan in so many subs. I defended Gila nonstop since October 7th. I've lost my fiance, friends, and my own mental health defending the Kleins of this podcast for years now. But watching Ethan cheer on what's been happening in Iran in his IG stories has been eye-opening. For the first time, I can see what the snarkers have been saying. Ethan doesn't care about innocent people's lives. He doesn't care about the slaughter that has and will continue to happen. As long as he can have a dunk on Hassan, he's going to do it.
But today we got a lot to talk about. For example, chiefly war. What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, deposing tyrannical. That's not exactly true, though, is it? Deposing tyrannical governments.
You mean assassinating foreign leaders?
Right? I mean, that's a good. That's been historically a pretty good use for it.
Yeah, that works out every time.
It has, not every time, but I'm saying it has.
I remember Gila posting praise for Israeli fighter pilots after the strikes in Iran months ago, and it left a bitter taste.
That's rough, chat. How does fucking AB stay on the show? Look, we're not doing. I mean, like, I'm trying to keep Ethan Klein, from taking over the show like he did when the whole drama with the nuke and the suing and all that stuff was going on. I get that a lot of people don't like to see Ethan Klein take over their timeline. But yeah, this is wild. This actually really might be the end of H3 Productions. I mean, like, if it goes down much more, I feel like Ethan has to reconsider what he's doing with his life. Anyway, here is Ethan Klein's Instagram story spreading the claim that Hassan Piker is now considering suing Vicky Palladino. Wait, it's spreading the. Oh, this is the claim that. Okay, I got it.
It's like, we'll just blow up your country with suicide bombers, and it's like, you really don't need that anymore in drone warfare, right?
Yeah, so we've seen this before. Hassan suggests future domestic terrorists use suicide drones to give specific instructions for how to obtain the parts. Specific instructions? What are you talking about?
Like suicide bombers, like, we'll just blow up your.
Ethan feels like he knows how to.
And it's like,
how to build a drone after that,
warfare, right?
This dude desperately needs to be deplatformed. Someone needs to report his ass to Homeland Security. He needs to be arrested. He's going to cause a terrible incident, considering he hasn't already. Wait, considering he hasn't already? What? An incident with which he will immediately blame on Israel somehow, no matter what will be the circumstances. Okay, am Israel high. Say I am Israel high, otherwise you are Hamas. I'm confused. Is he giving advice to the terrorists or to his audience? Yes. Oh, that's the same people. Ha ha ha. Because his audience is terrorists. Okay, great joke. This is a response to what Popstanox Hassan Piker threatens NYC Councilwoman Vicky Palladino with I think he's just trying to scare her, right? Defamation suit after she tweeted telling his followers to make suicide drones. The streamer had discussed how Iran's usage of the Shahed drones in retaliatory strikes has replaced suicide bombers in modern warfare, and it's the truth. That's the truth. That's the difference between now and the Iraq War, or you know. Okay. Son will sue. All of us seeing Son sue a random councilwoman, but not all of his haters who monetize lies about him for years. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Christina. Okay, so that's when I search Hassan. What happens when I search Ethan? Ethan. What have you been up to? Have you been a bad boy since we stopped paying attention? Okay, so this is what Hassan read out. The story. Wait, I think he's in the middle of reading this actually. Zionist Ethan Klein, who denies supporting a genocide, has a genocide supporter loaner box on his podcast, which is sponsored by genocide supporter Dan Saltman, both of whom are friends with genocide supporter Destiny, who says Ethan M-words his own kids. Wow, great. Wonderful. Even. Yeah, it seems like there's not nearly as much. So like he mentioned Instagram stories. Okay, that's the one we've already seen. That Ethan was supporting the strikes, or yeah, in his Instagram stories. What is this? This is not funny or normal. Wait, what the fuck? A DPRK apology forum? I once thought the DPRK nuclear program was a waste, and Kim Jong-un should have focused on development instead. I can now recognize that I was wrong. You have to fill out an apology form. Reason for behavior. The media convinced me they were evil, crazy and evil. Don't know. They have never recognized Israel. Didn't know history or geopolitics. I believed Yomni Park. I refuse to accept America as imperialist. I did not understand why they need nukes. Okay. I mean, this is the lesson that the U.S. has taught, right? You're North Korea. You have nukes. Nobody fucks with you. You do all kind. You shoot missiles all over, all over the Pacific, and nobody does shit to you. But if you don't have nukes, you will get fucked over every single time. Okay, let's get back to the, wait, which thing? This one.
But I just tried to move past it. But watching him cheer on the onset of a massive war in the Middle East that has been the straw that broke the camel's back. Canceled my membership, unsubscribed, and I'm done with it all now. This pod has destroyed my mental health, and I'm finally having some introspection and realizing that it's not worth it. There hasn't been goofs and gaffs since October 7, and I was kidding myself into thinking that they would return. My favorite crew members were Olivia and Cam that left long ago, and I'm beginning to think it was because of Ethan. There's some other posts that have all been deleted, so good luck, everyone. I know for a fact there are so many amazing people here, but ask yourself if you're okay with Ethan posting celebratory videos while dozens of schoolgirls are dead from those actions. If you are, carry on enjoying the show. I can't anymore, so thanks for everyone here who have ever reached out to help me in my previous posts. I've met some wonderful and amazing people in this community. All the best to you all. It sucks. I love this pod so much. Spent thousands on Teddy Fresh. Shows become unrecognizable. I can't sit with a straight face and say peace and love while Ethan is celebrating attacks the end of the lives of dozens of schoolgirls so he can dunk on us on. It's all gone to So this is it for me, guys. For those wondering why I would make this post and not just leave, understand that I've sunk so much effort and my life into this pod. I recognize now it was a mistake and I could have saved myself so much money, time, and maybe even my relationships that have been destroyed over an internet show. Watching Ethan call everyone who's critical of him a snarker just reminds me of Trump blaming Biden and Obama for everything. It's that level of delusion and an unwillingness to ever admit he was wrong. The whole thing has become so sad and boring to watch, and I don't have it in me to care anymore. Now I'm gonna say, look, we have a saying in Turkey, zararın neresinden dönersen kârdır, okay? Which translates loosely to no matter where you turn away from a loss is profit, okay? So even if it took this much, 2.5 years, great. As long as you identify what caused you to remain in this cult, whether it be sunk costs, whether it be, whatever it might be. It's good that you are beginning to recognize that you were duped. Better late than never. Okay? Also, if there's ever a situation where you're stuck between defending me and your marriage, you should probably stick with your fiance. Let's keep it $150.
Good advice, chat. Good advice.
There's a difference considering what my worldview looks like. Because if you're having like active conflict with your friends over my perspective, that's still a little crazy. But more often than not, you might be up against a person who has been duped by a pedophile or duped by a sex criminal, duped by an Israel defender. So there is a little bit of validity to wanting not to maintain a relationship with a person like that. But there's limits to that. You know what I mean? If you value your friendship, then it's understandable that you don't talk to them about politics, Depends on what the context is, to be honest. Yeah. Mine just thinks you're an idiot, lol. I mean, yeah, who cares? Don't talk about this issue with them. Your relationships in the real world are significantly more important, in my opinion. If you're going to if you want to change their minds about like actual politics and actual policy, that's different. I do, however, believe that you should probably, stick with your real world friendships. My husband calls you my internet boyfriend. Anyway.
I am. I wonder if this has a. I wonder if we've got a transcript. We don't. We do not have a transcript. God fucking damn it. I'm not going to tell Hasnabi Industrial Complex channels how to do their jobs, but it makes it so much easier to figure out where something's at. Like, right, I could just type in Ethan and I would find it in the transcript. It would be great. I kind of think that might have been all that he talked about it, right? Which leads me to believe that clip that he watched of Ethan being like, war, what is it good for? And they're like, nothing. And he's like, oh, except if you want to depose a evil tyrant that's been murdering his people. Like, oh, are you advocating revolution in the United States, Ethan Klein? Or are you advocating the people take up arms against the like, what's going on? Like, you're worried about Hassan being a terrorist here. Yeah, it looks like Hassan was like kind of just watching the results come in from. Do we have any more results, chat? Is Talrico is one, right? I don't know what else, but like, yeah, this is way back when Hassan was streaming, so this will be old by now. And I think most of these, results were not in. Wait, is that the guy that ran against? Oh, that's Paxton. That's motherfucking Paxton. So yeah, Paxton's gonna go into the runoff against Cornyn, I think. Anyway, this is not apropos of nothing, chat. We're trying to find Because the other place to look for this Ethan Klein shit is like on Ethan Klein's show. Is this where he says that cringe shit?
I got my headphones on. I'm gonna try to keep. Oh, now I can't hear myself.
Oop. She's number 7. Ethan's 5. Yep.
You're very loud, Zach. Anyway, I'm gonna try the headphones and see. You know, I don't feel like myself because I can hear myself, and I'm only funny. I'm not funny inside my head, only out.
Yes.
If that makes any sense. But today we got a lot to talk about. For example, chiefly war. What is it good for?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, deposing tyrannical. That's not exactly true, though, is it? Deposing tyrannical governments. Right? I mean, that's a good use. That's been historically a pretty good use for it.
Yeah, that works out every time.
It has, not every time, but I'm saying it has. You're saying what is it good for? Well, I mean, World War II.
Yeah, Ethan, if you get bombed, if you get attacked, you should probably fight back. Yeah. Right? If you got, a fascist axis trying to take over the fucking world, then maybe you should fight back. That's the lesson of World War II. In case you didn't understand it, right? This wasn't like the United States was like, should we attack the Germans? British, what do you think? Oh, well, we're going to attack the Germans. So, if you attack the Germans and we attack the Germans, we could attack the Germans together. Ooh, we're so naughty. The Germans did nothing to us, right? But we could call it a preemptive attack, even though they haven't, right? That's not the situation. Germany had attacked. Germany was attacking everybody. What the fuck kind of, what is Ethan snorting these days, chat? Why does it have anything to do with the background? I don't know, chat. I'm just asking questions. I'm not, implying anything.
That was great.
It was, what was it good for? Well, deposing the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you should...
Was it good for the Nazis to fucking attack France and Poland, Ethan?
It could be...
Was it good for them to, to bomb the UK? Was that good? Was that good? Because that's who we are, Ethan. We're not the allies here. We're the motherfucking Germans, okay? Or no, let's be realistic. We're Italy. We're the little dog, right? Israel's the ascendant power.
You know what
good
comes
for
after
nothing
war?
with an asterisk.
You know what comes after war?
More war.
Peace and love.
Oh, I thought she was gonna say, never mind, I don't even know what to say.
That's not true, AB. World War II.
You know what comes after war? More war. Death and destruction. Societal collapse. Nuclear winter, okay? The fuck? What the fuck are these people smoking? Are they rolling, up their Teddy Fresh clothing as joints and just, puffing on the fumes from the synthetic, oh my God, what do you call them?
True. Again, we love World War II.
Synthetic fabrics. There's a name for this.
We had some good years.
World War II.
We had some good years after.
I get what you're trying to say.
Post-war Japan and Germany flourished.
Yeah, I don't really love that. I mean, we don't love that it happened.
Oh no. Listen, if I could go back and slam if I could go back in time and palm baby Hitler's baby head.
Ooh. Would you?
I would kiss him on the forehead, and then he
would you show him why they call you pedotroll?
He would grow up loved and not a murderous psychopath.
That's really
Let's take a moment to shout out Hitler.
I'm sorry, chat. That was dark.
Exactly. Did you think I was gonna palm him and here we go? Wasn't gonna do that.
Wait, is that Juggy Joe? No.
Hitler?
No, I misspoke. Misinput.
I need to throw you guys a question.
How does he look older every time I see him? I mean, he technically is older every time I see him, but he's noticeably older.
The subathon is coming up here soon. And these guys, they want me to get a tattoo.
Okay, so I just wanted to see like a little bit longer of that clip to get a sense of the vibes. I don't think the vibes are good. Tattoo, I don't care. Chat GPT, is it getting worse? I don't care. Dogs are not here, I don't care. Chat GPT and the tattoo, I don't care. Another tattoo. God damn, how does anybody watch this shit? Oh, they're talking about Cincinnati chili for some reason. Anybody ever have this stuff? Cincinnati, they make chili different, all right? First of all, it as a default, it comes with spaghetti. Chili comes with spaghetti. The spaghetti is at the bottom of the bowl. You put your fork in, and there's spaghetti at the bottom, right? There's different ways you can get it. There's like a 3-way, a 4-way, depending on, do you want, what is it, like onions on it? Do you want cheese on it? There's multiple things that you can put on it. Is the Twitch speeding situation? Oh, somebody was speeding on Twitch, I'm guessing, and got, anyway. Happy, healthy, and human? What the fuck is this? Okay. This is them trying to have goofs and gaffs, but... Oh, it's a fairly long, chili. They got their they got Skyline chili, which is, I didn't realize that was available in LA. It's interesting. Are more people finding out about this? Anyway, wow, chat. We just learned about chili in Cincinnati. Let's learn about Loner Box.
I'd love to talk to him.
I feel happy.
Apparently, someone said he responds on TikTok. So
wait, if you think Cincinnati chili is bad, do not look up Skyline chili from Ohio. Beanie marinara. Yeah, it's pretty similar, right? I don't like Cincinnati chili. I mean, it shocked me the first time I tasted it. I didn't know what it was. I thought I was getting chili. I was ready to eat chili. I almost took it up and said, hey, I got something that I didn't order here, right? I didn't order there's spaghetti noodles. Somebody messed up, right? I ordered chili. Why is there spaghetti noodles at the bottom? But yeah, it's my first experience with a Cincinnati chili. Zara with the resub. That is 49 months for you. Meow indeed. Meow indeed. And you've, we spent the entire show talking about Ethan Klein. No, we were talking about a professor from Beijing instead. But now is the moment, chat, where we got to watch at least a little bit of this. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to this. I'm sure some of you not looking forward to it. I'm not trying to inundate you with Ethan content, but this may be the end of Ethan, right? We saw him, basically on his own show, like, war, what is it good for? His the staff says absolutely nothing, right? And Ethan said, or for maybe removing a evil dictator. Could be good for that too, right? It tries to justify, what about World War II? That was a pretty good war. That was a very nice war. So yeah, and this has actually caused, the last contingent of Ethan's supporters, at least a significant number of them, are not fucking with this guy anymore. They do not like his opinion here, right? This has got maybe even a little bit shocking to them. They've been telling themselves the whole time, he's not a Zionist, he's not anti-Palestine, he's not pro-genocide. And here he is being like, yeah, what is it good for? What if AB, if I was AB, I'm so surprised he didn't. Right there is when you tell that to the hundreds of dead school children, Ethan, you fucking monster. Throw down your headphones, walk off the set, and guess what, AB? You would have 2,000 people sitting in your chat the next day. Not that should be your motivation, but you do not, in fact, need this fucking asshole. Anyway, AB's a lost cause, chat. What am I even saying? AB, as we all know, is a lost cause, absolute sellout.
Try it. Someone could try to reach out via TikTok comments.
Thank you.
Speaking of Scottish, Lonerbox is a Scot, isn't it?
I know.
Certainly am. You were talking about Scotland.
Isn't it?
Hello.
Yeah, we were watching a guy who he's Scottish and well, it's hard to explain, but he's happy, he's healthy, and he's a human being.
We couldn't tell if he's real or not.
Wait, Zara has locked me in for another 4 hours? What do you mean? What's going on?
Not.
Yeah, that's how I feel about most of the country. We're an odd bunch.
Okay.
Let me show you one,
Maybe.
just to bring you up to speed here.
Maybe that means he's real then.
He has like 100 of these in different outfits and settings and
But I
such.
think I need to add some stuff. Oh my God, Hype Train.
Can you see, Dan? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, here it is.
Oh shit. For a second there, Utana, I thought you were calling me Timu Hassan, and I was like, I don't know, like, is that a compliment? Is that an insult? I'm definitely more affordable than Hassan. I'll give you that. No, but you're talking about Lonerbox. Clearly, you're talking about Lonerbox.
I feel happy. I feel healthy. I'm a human being.
And I'm incredible. Rah! I feel like that's what somebody says right before they eat you. I think that's what cannibals do, right? I think that's how they eat you. They say, I'm happy, I'm healthy, I'm a human being, and I love the taste of human flesh. It's quite delicious. Leave the Scots out of this Lonerbox. True. For some reason, I had calculated, that a 6-month sub goes in all at once. No, I think it repeats itself, doesn't it? I think it repeats itself every month. Like, even if Zara's, like, not in here, like, a month from now, I think it pops up and is like, wait, is that how it works? I don't actually know. But yeah, here's Lonerbox, here's Ethan Klein, and whatever, I don't know. Anybody know what this is? Anybody know what this Happy Healthy? You got a Hype Train, by the way. If you want to jump on, Zara and Vamp seem to have started it for you. If you get on, which means that if you, if you sub, if you choose this time to get yourself a sub, if you use a Twitch Prime sub, or if you throw some Professor, come on. You want the Professor. Isildur, I'm not going to blame you for preferring the Professor to Ethan Klein and Lonerbox. That's kind of based. We don't claim Loner, says Comrade Sun Wukong. I mean, I like the sniffing. The sniffing is good. What's the deal? Is he saying he gets better oxygen that way? Is that his hack? Is this a life hack guy?
So it's like just 100 of those, eh?
Wait, is that his real?
I mean, that's kind of cool. That's kind of based. I don't know.
Accent?
It makes me want to breathe more, right? It makes me want to breathe better. Like, just like really fill up on some of that good old oxygen while we can, chat. While we can.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Scottish accent, right? But he might be an expat from England.
Oh,
because he doesn't have a Scottish accent, right?
He must be, because I had to mangle my accent pretty hard to get people online to understand me. So
is that right?
Really?
Yeah, you don't have a Scottish accent either.
No, I used to have a bit more of one, but between living in international schools and also...
What are you talking about?
Being on YouTube and just being very nervous about people missing what I was saying.
I mean, there's definitely more prominent or harder to discern Scottish accents out there, but yeah, he has a easily recognizable Scottish accent.
Just decided to start speaking like a neutered...
Do you talk like that when you're offline with your other Scottish...
Do people really not hear the Scottish?
Patriots?
Well, now I do because I'm just more used to it, but I will eventually start code switching when I'm in a Scottish crowd.
In it.
It's very much
in it.
Without thinking about it, though.
Let me give
Can't do it on cue anymore.
I'll give you one more, and then we'll move on here. just for the audience.
He's really getting that oxygen. Damn.
I feel happy. I feel healthy. I'm a human being.
And he's got an ascot.
There it is. How you doing, Lonerbox, back. It's been a while since we spoke to you.
What's your name again?
Which
guy are you?
Cooking.
Well,
Are you Nicholas Diori? Oh no, sorry, Lonerbox. We have Lonerbox with us today, folks.
I feel happy. I feel
Healthy.
healthy, and I'm a
Yeah,
human
there we
being.
go.
How are you?
There we go.
It's a Scottish phenomenon. Maybe it's just a Scottish social thing. It's like a cultural thing. They all just walk around saying that all the time.
That's all you hear.
It's a crazy place.
What is this weird fucking vibes, chat? What is going on? Did Ethan are the vibes off in the whole studio, and now it's rubbing off when he talks to a guest?
So originally wanting to talk about what's happening in Iran, and I had a friend of the show, Mahdi, lined up to call in. He's been very vocal and active, and obviously he's a new immigrant from Iran, but he told me the TLC put a kibosh. They said you can't call in. He has to get the show approved. I was like, that seems kind of personal. They're going to tell you not to talk about this.
They're going to tell you not to talk to Ethan Klein, right? That's what I think. We got to feed into Ethan's conspiracy theory that he's on some kind of massive blacklist, right? That nobody is like the word is out not to, associate with Ethan Klein. Is his voice dying? My voice is dying a little bit, but he seems like straight up. He seems to be, he seems to be sick. Like I think he's got a sore throat or something. Do not go on a show with a dude named Pedotroll. Come on, yeah.
But
the vibes have been dog shit. That's true, Joel. And it just feels like it's somehow. I don't know. Like here's my thing. I don't think what he said is a popular, we know it's not a popular view in the audience. I don't think it's a popular view amongst his crew, right? I don't think there's a lot of people that are like rocking with that. Like, yeah, go, like he's basically fucking, he's fist bumping Trump while he murders elementary students. Fuck that guy. He started his show saying his voice is shot because he was screaming at his kids all week. Oh no.
That's what it is. So
because you couldn't get the doggy do out of their mouth. Like they keep on picking up the dog do on the floor and
Do you remember when
eating
we
it.
had a Big Ed on and
Yeah.
like his person wanted to
Eating it up.
stand in the
yeah, he had a TLC handler.
like they wanted to stand in the room.
But Big Ed is a kind of a wild card. He is kind of a crazy one. But
yeah, I do not predict good things with Ethan. I feel like his world is going to get smaller. He's going to get to the point where he can only hang out with like ultra Zionists, right? He's going to end up in a friend group with like, I don't know, Shmuley and like, Dershowitz and just like the fucking dead enders of Zionism club. Fucking Rappaport will be there. Laura, yeah, it's gonna be a mess, right? He's gonna be. I never thought I'd be in the same room with Laura Loomer, but here I am. Yeah, kind of sucks to suck, doesn't it, Ethan?
Guy from the 90 Day Fiance, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think I'm going to say we were kind of the first one on that. We were Big Ed revolutionaries.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he came in and gave Zach a mayonnaise shampoo.
I was paranoid that he was gonna give me
crazy.
COVID. Like is it
What? That was way
Wait, it
before
was-
COVID.
No, it was like right there.
No shot.
Yeah.
Big Ed was
really?
pre-COVID, Dan.
It was like right
Learnerbox is like, hey, I'm still here.
the first month.
Hi, did you bring me on to talk about a subject? I'm I know a lot about politics. I know a lot about history, world events. Would you like to talk about one of my subjects, Ethan? Or would you like to continue talking about this experience that I was not there for and do not know what the fuck you were talking about?
Oh.
All right. They're so rude to their. They always do this to their guests.
Wearing headphones. So anyway,
Loner Box. Do you go by Loner Box?
Haven't they talked to him? I thought they did. Maybe Gila hasn't talked to him.
Mr. Box.
Yeah, Loner Box. Loner Box.
Box.
well, I know
Loner
your
Box.
first name, but I don't know if it's public.
I mean, it's public because of doxers. You can call me Naz if you want, if it's easier.
That's his first name.
More personal.
Nas.
Okay.
Um,
We call him Nostradamus. Just kidding. Okay, that would no. He doesn't have the predictive powers, Chad, of Professor Jiang, so we cannot, in fact, call him Nostradamus.
So I mean, you've been following what's going on in Iran pretty closely. I kind of just want to do a brief here for our audience to catch up, because we've been talking about it a bit here, and we talked to Mahdi. There's a lot of different, like what I'm seeing on my feed and the people I know is a lot of, like, the Persians here in America
We're
are
at 163 tonight, chat.
Joyous.
I might be misdoing my math.
I think they can also, they're like, can be equally concerned and worried about how things go from here. But I see people who are happy that this government,
Their grandparents are being killed. Yeah. They were annoying to deal. Now you don't have to call them anymore.
Is, you know.
What? Come on. That's not true.
being beheaded, as they say, right? But then online, you see people like Hassan and leftists.
The truth of the matter is that the truth of the matter is that there's both, okay? There's people that really fucking hate the regime and would take some kind of United States, Shah, system, because they don't realize what that fucking means. They don't realize how bad shit was the last time the Shah was in power. And fine, right? Yeah, like, there's a lot that sucks about the about those in power, right? But you've also got people that do remember what the Shah was like and that don't want to go back there. And that as much as they might hate the current regime or the previous the past regime, they don't trust the United States. It's like somebody that, if you are being victimized by beat up by one person, you're not gonna ask the person that beat you up last time to come to your rescue. That's especially when what they want to do is actually beat you up again, right? It's the idea that the United States is offering protection while they slaughter these people's children, right? Is wild. But yeah, no, and also, I don't know. I don't want to vouch for all of the, diaspora, the Iranian diaspora. I'm sure there are, right wing, or elements of that as well, right? People have bad politics all over the world, right? And especially somebody who left a country, is maybe gonna build up anyway, right? There's all kinds of thoughts, there's all kinds of reactions to what's going on in Iraq. That being said, it doesn't fucking justify what is being done by the United States, by the Israel, to the Iranian people. I don't want to chat. I don't want to have to do too much of this shit. Right? Ethan is not a fun person to react to.
I mean, there's other things like Trump is over. This is definitely illegal, right? That's like a whole other thing. Conversation.
What did he just say? Trump is over. That's definitely illegal. So is he? Is it just like the Democrats that are like, listen, is it good that Khomeini is out of power? Absolutely, it's really good. It's a really good thing. And now that we're committed, we need to go full on this war. But the way that Trump did the war is very bad. You should always ask Congress, first, right? You should never. So Trump bad, but war good. We love it. Give us more.
Just in conversation about what's happening and how people are reacting to it, it seems that if you ask the vast majority of Iranians there and abroad, they would.
Really? You got a way of polling Iranians, Ethan? You fucking moron. What a fucking asshole. He's going to speak for people that are being bombed right now. There are people that want to be done with that regime, right? There are people that you know protested that regime, right? There, frankly, are also people that, you know, were sent in by Israel to do violence in those situations, you know, to cause a like a response from the state. But yeah, you know, obviously there's a repression in Iran, right? It's a theocracy. It is not a form of government that I would want to live under, right? That being said, the fact that there's so many people that would rather live in that theocracy, the people that support it, which do exist, right? And some of the people who don't support it because they don't trust the United States and Israel, who have they don't have good designs for these people, right? It's not about helping the Iranian people or liberating them. It is literally for Bibi about destroying a potential geopolitical rival in the region and basically taking over as the hegemon of that region. You know, for the United States, it is punishing the country that has defied us for so long. You know, we said you just sit there and provide oil for British Petroleum, and they said no thanks. Here we elected Mossadegh. We'd like to control our oil. Thank you very much. And we said, great, here's a coup. We're going to replace Mossadegh with the Shah, right? The United States inflicted this repression on Iran. That's what I mean when I say, you know, it's like somebody who beat your ass previously, trying to, like, you know, asking you to let them in so they can beat, you know, they can beat up the person that's currently beating you. It's kind of a ridiculous proposition, right? That you know, that there should be trust but between the Iranian people and the United States and Israel. Hassan said there are actually polls showing most Iranians don't support it. Yeah, to the extent that they can conduct polls there. And like, you know, you wouldn't want it either. You would not trust a country that had used and abused you like this, that had subjected you to repression and is now trying to invade you, to liberate you? Excuse me? And plus, it's fucking Donald Trump. Right? We got to stop pretending we don't know who Donald Trump is. We got to stop pretending we don't know what Donald Trump's about, right? We got to stop pretending he is not the fucking most evil piece of shit on the face of this planet. Anyway, I don't know how much of, oh no, chat. Oh no. I have streamed super late. I did not mean to do this. They killed the Shah and one of the Shah's major opposition figure in the same night. Wait, you're not talking about... Wait, Morbert, are you talking about in the recent attacks? In the attacks that just happened? They killed the Shah? Or do you mean they killed the Ayatollah and one of the Ayatollah's major opposition figures? Yeah. I mean, for Bibi, the goal is absolute... Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. For Bibi, the goal is absolutely destabilization. He wants Syria. He wants Lebanon, right? He wants to fuck. Yeah, he's not got nothing but pain and suffering for the people of Iran, right? And for Trump, maybe he believes that there is, you know, some fucking fantabulation about regime change, but obviously he's a fucking idiot and he got played. He got played by Netanyahu in this event.
They would be happy with the current outcome. Do I have that right, Lonerbox, in your estimate?
Yeah, so there's this really long trope that the diaspora in Iran are really different from the ones who live there, because obviously the diaspora are often the children or just the actual people who fled around the time that the Shah was deposed in 79.
Okay, let me explain a really simple concept. If it's Cuba and you've had a revolution, and you're replacing Batista with Castro, or if it is Iran and you've had a revolution and you're replacing the Shah with the Ayatollah, a disproportionate number of those, you know, leaving and trying to get asylum in the U.S. are going to be people that were that were pro-Shah, right? If you are pro-Shah, it's probably imperative that you're probably be considered somewhat of a traitor if you stay in Iran, right? So that is just a fact that goes on in any one of these situations, right? There's always going to be a disproportionate amount of people that are in support of the regime that was displaced compared to the normal population. So what Lonerbox is saying, and also what, according to who? Lonerbox, like, right? According to, like, what source? Destiny's meth pipe? That you've no doubt had your lips all over? Anyway, chat, good to see you, Riveroon.
So they would tend to associate.
Everyone is doing well besides the circumstance. Well, other than dealing with some slightly frustrating content tonight, I'm doing okay.
Diaspora with pro-monarchist, pro-Western, anti-revolution, definitely anti-leftist because of the overlap between the leftists and the revolution. So often they can be quite socially conservative or quite politically conservative and quite Republican or right-leaning. But I think that's changed a little bit recently. From Iranians that I've been speaking to who are from the country, there just happens to be a few who do live there, but they were either on holiday or they decided to leave around the time of the protests or because things were just getting a bit too miserable. So they're basically able to call into my stream from wherever they are now outside of the country. But the way that they're talking about it and the way that their families are, because they're sometimes getting in touch, it sounds quite similar to diaspora, right? Like there's been a lot more of a sort of coalescing with these two opinions from the locals and from the people who live outside of the country. That's mostly happened, I think, just in the last few years. Usually people in Iran who don't like the regime were very divided. They were divided between people who were monarchists who want the old regime back, or Democrats who maybe are kind of cagey about Pahlavi, but they kind of want him as a unifying person who can bring them democracy afterwards. And then there's
that's Reza Pahlavi, that's the son of the Shah, right? That's the guy that is that he's talking about. He is not popularly supported. I think even Trump admitted this.
Still somewhat of like a group called the Reformists, who were people who thought that Iran can be improved within the regime's boundaries, but they're...
So yeah, when there was a revolution against the Shah, how do you talk about Iranian history without mentioning that Mossadegh was taken out of power and replaced by the Shah, by the United States, and there was repression under the Shah? They're acting like oh my gosh, and for the first time ever, repression came to Iran when the Ayatollahs took over. Yeah, it's a theocracy. It's a fucked up situation, right? But those are the kind of forces that you tend to empower when you repress people and force a puppet government on them, force a monarchy on them after they've elected their first president who's actually doing shit for the Iranian people, right? This is the whole story. This needs to be relayed. And if you, after that, you want to say, but given all that, most Iranians in Iran and in the diaspora want the United States to attack and, right? I don't know, fine, right? But you're not even going to entertain the actual, and this is true of so much that Lonerbox talks about, right? It is stripped of the necessary historical context to understand the matter that he is discussing. And he attempts to oversimplify people and be like, oh, wow, well, the way you put it makes sense, Lonerbox. Two Zionists discussing war while ignoring. If you want to know, I don't know, I don't want to give Patrick Bet David as a model for what an Iranian what the Iranian diaspora looks like in America, because it looks all kinds of different ways and it has all kinds of different politics. And also it can be, disconnected, especially, with people who haven't, it can be disconnected from the the feeling on the ground amongst people in Iran now. So anyway, just all I wanted to say about that. Let's watch some more of this.
Basically dead now. That
I am going to
really
have to get to
anymore.
bed soon, though.
But yeah, very recently, they have been much more willing to unify around Pahlavi, which is kind of why.
And that
you
would
see
be
that, like, the diaspora trope is kind of dying a little bit.
Can you please fucking tell, according to what, Lonerbox? According to your personal people in your friend group? That's a self-report if that's true, right? That's a fucking self-report, right? Based on what? Did you take a scientific poll, buddy?
That's the Shah's son.
It's the Shah's son, yeah. He grew up in Iran and he's not been there for quite a few decades now. But he's basically, he's always kind of posed himself as a leader in waiting, but there's always just been like this distrust around him, largely because Iranians seem to not really want the current regime, but they also are very unsure about bringing back a monarch as well. So
Why would that be? What happened the last time the Shah was in power?
oh yeah, they're in a difficult position, and that's often been their weakness, is like a lack of unity. So the fact that that's changing is a pretty strong sign in their direction.
Okay, well, I haven't had a chance to do this in a while.
After this horrific massacre, 30 to 40,000 people like slaughtered in the matter of like a couple of days, that the tone has changed significantly in the wake of that as well. That anyone who probably had patience for, waiting it out and stuff is probably pretty ready to go.
Yeah, especially given that. So Iran deals with protests a lot, like very, very frequently. Every few years, even in the 2000s, 2009, I think was a big protest year as well. The problem is that like I was saying earlier, in 2009, there was still a lot more discourse around participation and let's field more.
I feel like if anything, Ethan is he's gonna make his audience dislike Lonerbox, right? I don't think they liked what he had to say about Iran. Even if there was some way of approaching that, he didn't do it right. And bring in Lonerbox in as his defense here. I don't think it's gonna make Ethan's perspective on Iran more acceptable amongst his audience. I think it's going to make Lonerbox less acceptable.
More candidates.
And like I said, the vibes are absolutely fucked.
President, as in they're all chosen, they're all approved by the regime, by the Ayatollah and by the Guardian Council, but some are more moderate. There's the Ayatollah picks an endorsed candidate, but then there's the other ones who are a bit different. But yeah, then in 2022, when there was the protests over that lady who was murdered after being arrested for wearing her veil improperly, even that was the regime wrote it off, and in part, at least, because it was mostly students and young people demonstrating. But yeah, this most recent protest, it was significantly different because of the bazaar workers, the people who ran the little shops. And that's kind of they've been kind of seen as a backbone of Iranian society, especially in cities. And that's quite significant because in '79, it was bazaar workers who were also one of the spearheads of the revolution. So these more working class, usually more conservative people being the first ones to lead the protest against the regime was a huge game changer, which is why the response from the regime was so unhinged. People talk about that death toll that you mentioned, 30 to 40,000. I know that people like to dispute it, but even if you look at the more conservative groups that are a lot more careful and a lot more, they go through extra steps of verification. The lowest estimate of that death toll is 7,000. And to think about a country gunning down even that, 7,000 or 12 or 30, even the lowest number in 3 or 4 days, which is when that crackdown happened, there's never, try to think of a situation in history where a country has done that to its own people in those numbers. Tiananmen Square, upper estimates are what, 2,000? You haven't seen a crackdown like that on a country's own citizens who are almost all unarmed in over 100 years. It's just been so. I don't think people really place into context just how otherworldly that level of brutality is from a regime, especially against their own citizens.
And especially in the aftermath, they were going to hospitals and looking for people with injuries that gunshot wounds and such. and killing them because they're like, oh, you were a protester. Like it was just a massacre, just heartless, cold-blooded massacre. And I'm sure that must have radicalized people even more than
Don't apply any of this logic to Gaza. Anyway, chat, that's about as much as I can take of these two absolute ghouls. We are raiding into Michael from the from Michael from Taipei. Here we go, chat. Anyway, yeah, we're raiding into the Central Committee on Twitch. I should probably thank my Patreons, because I don't know where I'd be without them. Probably not in a good place, right? If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. We are just near the end of this stream, so let me shout out my fancy weasels here. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Severud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moinoip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Krystal Saphira, and shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I believe it is time to go. Thank you, mods, for taking, keeping us safe tonight. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Seriously, I appreciate that. Even if you're just hitting the thumb on the way out, I do appreciate it a lot, and it really does help me in the algorithm. I cannot stress that enough. Like, it's a power that you have, that you can choose to use, and make the stream literally bigger, and make me better off. So if you choose to do that, you have my undying affection. Anyway, we write it into Mike from PA. I'm going to, the numbers like 3,200, 2,700 were victims of the terrorists. Yeah, there were terrorists shooting at the cops that started the, anyway, it's a fucked up situation. I'm definitely not, defending theocracy here, but clearly the people want and trust the United States much less than the IRGC, and we're going to see exactly how that plays out in days to come. Much love. No shouts out for Twitch. Wait, what? Oh, you want shout outs for like subs or something? Okay. I could work on that. I'm like, yeah, there should be more. Like, you should get more for your sub. You should get more for your membership. I've been thinking about ways to do that. And like a lot of it is like, like members only content, right? So we do need to do some video game streams. I just don't, I don't know. Like I went over this earlier. You can give somebody a sub on Twitch, right? You can be like, okay, you person, you're really based. I'm gonna give you a sub, right? But on YouTube, you can't do that, right? So I know there's people that can't afford memberships on YouTube that, and there's no way to be like, okay, I'm gonna give you a membership, right? So I feel like I'd be like locking people out, if I doing members only content. But you're right, there should be more cool stuff. If the Patreons can get a fancy shout out, why can't I? It's a good question, Morbert. I will work on it. I will be working on a lot of things, including maybe even the way the stream looks. I might give that a revamp to both bring it into the future and bring it into like industry standard of what political Twitch streaming has become. I'm even considering putting the chat on screen. I don't know, chat. That sounds scary. We might put the chat on screen just a little bit to try it out. But also to bring kind of a classic flair. If you've watched the stream for a long time, there are certain elements I'm going to be bringing back that I wonder if anyone will recognize. Anyway, we'll find out, chat, when I update the stream. Until then, much love, everyone. Take care of yourselves and each other. And have a good day. Until then, bye-bye.